weakened a bit, maybe strengthening a bit now. You see those winds 70 miles per hour now, potentially near that community of Norwich there in far western parts of Taylor County. So if you're in Mock, if you're in Norwich, we want you in a safe spot now. Mizell, this is going to be heading toward you. Butler, eventually this will get toward you too. So we want you to go ahead and be sheltering in place. And as we've talked about, schools out ahead of this thing do not need to be trying to dismiss anybody in the middle of a tornado warning. Hopefully, again, folks are smart enough to not do that, not run buses, not get those car lines packed full of cars when a tornado warning is in place. And a storm that has the potential to drop a tornado is going to move through. Now, I will say this looks like the worst of it is going to be out of Talbot County. That's Talbot County you see up here. Brown Sand up toward Junction City. That's Talbot County. The worst of this circulation is going to be out of Talbot County, I believe. And yeah, there you go. I think that's a little old. That view right there was better for us. There's your circulation now moving completely into Taylor County. So we can almost give you an all clear in Marion. Hang on for a little while longer, at least an all clear from this storm. But there's your circulation right on that border of Talbot and Taylor and Marion counties. That's what we're watching for you right now. Still the potential for a tornado, one that, again, could be cycling in nature, meaning it weakens, maybe it lifts back up. It strengthens again, the circulation tightens, this thing could come back down. We don't have an indication of that yet, but we want to still treat it as such if you live out ahead of this over in Taylor County. Now, there's Butler. You guys are under the warning. Anywhere really along Highway 19 from Butler and points just to the north, maybe all the way up to the entrance there into Upson County, we want you guys in a safe spot. So that's, again, kind of the area of concern. I am not that concerned with areas south of Butler on Highway 19 at the moment, but you're still formally under the warning. So, again, stay sheltered in place till this thing moves through. But there's your circulation. There's the concern. And I think there is still some concern that we might see, again, that circulation maybe redevelop somewhere in that area. That's why the tornado warning is a little wider there. But Mock, Norwich, safe place now. This is heading over toward Butler. Mizell, I'm not really sure about that one. But we want you in a safe place, too. South of Howard Church, Pilgrim's Rest Church, want you in a safe spot. Junction City, probably strong winds coming through at the moment. I think the tornado risk is south of you. So I don't think you've got a lot to worry about here in southern Talbot County. Again, that warning clipping only the very southern part of Talbot County, and that goes out till 3 p.m. Eastern time. Hopefully that'll be the last one of the day. Hopefully we won't have anything else to deal with after that. We told you earlier, kind of giving you the all clear on some of those places as this line was passing on through. But as, once again, expected today, most of the issues down across the southern half of the coverage area where we had enough energy to get some of those strong storms going. There's, again, the potential for a tornado here, and there's the new warning. Now they've considered this observed tornado. So now they're saying that there must be some indication here. I tell you what, let's go to our CC product, the debris product, and see if we can see anything. Nothing really showing up with our product. Maybe that green that you see there. We'll check radar scope. Yeah, that's a better idea. Let's look at that. And nothing that stands out. But again, our friends at the Weather Service, they've got again, eyes on this thing. Yeah, we'll go back over to Max 1 there. That's fine. So right now, the potential, once again, for a tornado observed, and whether this was spotted by somebody, some indication on radar, the threat is there. We want you in a safe spot. Anywhere in northern Taylor County, if you're watching this, if you can hear my voice, get to a safe place now. Butler, Reynolds, Mizell, Norwich. This is really out of Talbot County for the moment. There you see, once again, the circulation, the area of concern. Brown Sand, we still want you in a safe spot. Junction City, I think this is just outside of the area for you, but maybe to be on the safe side, get to a safe spot just in case. Mock, this is going to be north of you. The circulation will be, but still, once again, we want you to be sheltering in place until this thing passes on by. And then we'll show you again out ahead of this. There's Mizell, there's Butler, there's Pilgrim's Rest Church, Reynolds on the far end of the county. We want you to go ahead and start thinking about getting in your safe place as this thing crosses over Highway 19 eventually. It's not there yet. It'll pass over 19 here pretty soon. So we want you, again, to be sheltering in place. Tyler, you got anything else over there?
Just a few updates as far as the track is concerned. You could see some of those communities that are kind of in under the gun over the next 5 minutes. You've been mentioning Mizell over the next 5 minutes, Turner's Chapel in the next 10 minutes or so. Heading to the northeast, if you are on the Highway 19 corridor in Taylor County, make sure you are in your safe room now. We are seeing signs that this did have debris be detected on radar. It's what the National Weather Service considers a considerable threat, and it was near the Howard community, 9 miles west of Butler, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is not the time to play around. If you're in Taylor County, you need to make sure you're in your safe place right now. So active warning there, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been indicated with a possible tornado for northeastern Marion County, Upson County, eastern Talbot County, western Taylor County, a little farther to the south of that particular cell. That goes until, that goes until 3 o'clock as well. Winds of 60 miles per hour, penny-sized hail, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. That, too, has the threat of producing a possible tornado at any time. So if you are in, say, Ellaville, I would go ahead and keep an eye on this particular storm. If you are back to the west of Americus, keep an eye on this particular storm as it kind of heads your general direction. And it is moving to the northeast at 45 to 50 miles per hour. Again, Taylor County, the most immediate storm that we have to watch. That's kind of some ugly returns coming in of some very strong winds aloft, clear circulation being detected kind of in between some radar sites. So it gets a little tricky when it comes to analyzing, but the National Weather Service did see debris being lofted, what we call a TDS, actually showing up on radar earlier with this particular cell. And if we go back in time, this particular storm actually has had a history. I'm going to put on this shear tracker product, and what this does is it kind of correlates it back to the storm when it was in northern Chattahoochee County, and it's pulsing back up again, those brighter colors, the stronger winds, and that may have been the same tornado on the ground that lifted, came back down. Now it is in western parts of Taylor County. Derek?
Tyler, thanks. Yeah, let's get back over here again. I want to show you this. What you're looking at right here, I'm going to circle it for you. That is your potential debris or your debris. We're not going to call it potential. This is debris. This is why the Weather Service is saying this is a tornado on the ground. So this storm, as it crossed over, lifted up some sort of debris. We hope, again, just trees and tree limbs and leaves and that sort of thing. But this is just south of Highway 96. Highway 96, I'm going to draw this for you. That's the road that runs from Junction City back over to Butler. If you're, say, traveling to Butler or Taylor County from Columbus, you probably get off there on 96, you get off of 80, and you get on 96 over toward the city of Butler. This is just south of 96. This is north of Georgia Highway 137. That's your area of potential debris, and that's tracking in this direction over toward Butler. So we want you to be in your safe place right now. Let's go back. I'm going to show you this a few frames back. So watch this here. This will play back for you in just a second. So we're going to watch this storm cross in this direction. You're going to see some blue and green showing up right there as it moved here. So again, that's the potential debris that we're watching for you. Let's pull the velocity view back up here for you on the product that I'm on, and we can see what's going on. Again, you're really far away from some of these radar sites, but that's your rotation. That's your circulation right here, tracking over toward Butler. This is Highway 19, again, that runs down through Taylor County. That's what we're watching for you for as far as any potential tornado. And again, this has been on the ground. We know it's been on the ground at several different points. So this is one of those storms that's going through these cycles. You want to go ahead and treat this as if there is a tornado on the ground right now in Taylor County, moving toward the city of Butler, moving toward Reynolds. If you are in a school system in Taylor County, the upper elementary school, the elementary school, high school, stay in your safe place right now. You stay put until this moves by. No one should be out driving in Butler right now. No one should be driving in Reynolds right now. Nobody should be on Highway 19 in Taylor County where this circulation is about to cross over. This is a serious, dangerous situation. where we have had or still have a tornado on the ground in Taylor County. So we want you to go ahead and be in that safe spot as of right now. Again, we are watching things carefully for you. There's the warning itself too for you. One more time, we'll zoom back in a little bit closer for you. You can almost see the little break in the line there, right there and right there. Your circulation's there, and that's tracking over toward the city of Butler. Let's go back over to our regular product there on Max 1N, and we'll see what's going on with the warning. So right now, the only tornado warning in place is this one. And there you see that little comma that we showed you about, that little swirl. That's your circulation. Warning goes out for another 20 minutes. It's going to cross over Highway 19 very soon, and it should cross over really maybe just north of downtown Butler here pretty soon. And that storm will continue that motion getting out of our coverage area here pretty soon. Taylor County, a county that, again, it's in the immediate coverage area. We like to, again, stay on for you guys. We know we've got a lot of viewers over there in Taylor County, especially in the city of Butler, and we want you to be aware of what's going on with this dangerous situation here. So Howard Church, this is past you now. Pilgrim Rest Church, this is just north of where you are. Mizell, we want you in a safe place right now. This is right over you. And let's put the velocity view back up here for you, and we'll see what's happening. There again is your circulation. Once again, this is going to go through these cycles. It may not look great now, but we still want you to be in a safe spot as this tracks through. So there's Highway 19, that blue line that you see right there. And this is quickly approaching Highway 19. We want you to be, once again, in a safe spot immediately. As we've been talking about, don't be out on the roads with this thing. Small room of whatever building that you're in, lowest floor of whatever building that you're in, away from windows, and you really want to be as close to the center of that building as you can. You want to put walls between you and the outside. The more walls you have between you and the outside, the better. But the circulation looking a little messier right now, but still don't let that fool you. We still want you to take this very seriously, treat it very seriously, and be in that safe spot. Tell you what, let's get another big picture view. Kind of a big picture reset across the Chattahoochee Valley here as we track what's going on. The good news is the threat continues to go down across many areas in the Chattahoochee Valley. If you live, once again, Meriwether, Troup, Chambers, Lee, Muskogee, most of Talbot, Chattahoochee, Stewart, Quitman, Barber, Russell, the threat is over. Severe weather threat is over. There's no more of a concern tonight. We might have another concern tomorrow. There's still a risk of some stronger storms moving into the day on your Wednesday, maybe even the later part of the day. But as of right now, the severe weather threat is over. Out ahead of this line, that's where we're still going to watch these potential for these little spin-ups, these little potential tornadoes. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in place out here too. The storms haven't made it to Ellaville yet, haven't made it to Sumter County yet, to Americus, to Friendship, to Plains. But a heads up for you guys, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Down to the southern extent of that line, Clay County, Randolph County, you guys too under a severe thunderstorm warning with the potential for that spin up, with the potential for a quick spin up tornado. Looks like there is one of those on the far southern end of the line, north of Dothan and just south of Fort Gaines. That one is probably going to be south of Clay County. We'll watch that for you. But now the warning has been updated. I believe they've lost the considerable tag. They've lost the tornado down on the ground tag because once.
All right, you were just listening to our great TV station WTVM in Columbus, Georgia, covering severe weather moving across the south, which is now including WTVY in Dothan, Alabama. They're now live once again with tornado warnings across multiple Alabama counties. Let's get you out to their latest coverage right now.
Normally, it's a little bit easier to spot whenever it's within a pocket of those showers and storms, so you can see the different colors. But if it's on the edge, really not seeing anything too significant right now. And Amber, they are talking about canceling that tornado warning in Henry County within the next couple of minutes, but they have not yet. So do not come out of your safe place. If you're still within that polygon in Henry County, you still need to be there right now. So they are just talking about it because, like you were pointing out, it's kind of starting to straighten up a little bit. So it's more straight line winds is what it's looking like at the moment. I'm not super concerned about this tornado warned storm down here in Florida, Amber. Really just not seeing a whole lot. I am probably just going to go ahead and hop back up to the Henry County storm and just check on that again, because like we said, these things can kind of tighten back up and pop back down again, but I'm really not seeing any indication of any sort of notch, anything like that. And there's a couple of pockets that I've been keeping an eye on. I know you're keeping an eye on some of them too right now. This is kind of the name of the game. These things will pop up any second and drop down, maybe pick back up. So we do need to keep your guard up. If you're under those severe thunderstorm warnings, you need to be inside regardless. It's not good weather to be outside right now, but you need to kind of, hey, severe thunderstorm warning, let's go ahead and pay attention, turn on the news, go ahead and text your neighbors and friends. Just got to be like, hey, we need to just be aware, because again, these things, you could be under a tornado warning within a couple of scans. So that's a couple of seconds. So
I am going to interrupt you for a
Okay.
minute. I just want to give a heads up to anyone who may be in the area of Providence Christian School. Some very gusty winds at least coming through this area. So make sure you're away from your doors and windows. And I'm going to call out some of the roads here. We have Royal Parkway and Murphy Mill Road is right in this area as well, University Drive. So if you are within this region, make sure that you're away from your doors and windows. Like I said, this is not a tornado warning or anything like that, but I am watching for the pockets of some gustier winds, and this is one of them, and this is one of those areas where you always have to watch when storms come through the area. So we're going to keep an eye on that over the next little bit, and I'm going to go back to the reflectivity here and show you some very heavy rain falling across portions of Dale County into Houston County. Dothan High School, you're not far from that very heavy rainfall. And I'm going to zoom out a little bit here so that we can see some of the other areas and zoom out. We still have that tornado warning that is in Henry County. Zooming out a little farther down towards Defuniak Springs, we have that tornado warning as well. But for the rest of the region, places like Dothan, you're about to see that heavy rainfall. So far from Dothan down to Geneva, things have been relatively quiet, maybe some gusty winds as that line moves through, a little bit of lightning, but things are pretty much over for places like Enterprise. If you're in Enterprise, Coffee County, your severe weather threat is coming to an end for the day. So if you're in Geneva County, in Geneva, to the west, you are good as well. Your threat is coming to an end. In portions of Dale County, your threat is starting to come to an end as well. But I'm going to get back in here to the active warnings we have. So we're going to start off in Henry County, where we still have that tornado warning in effect. So Hellberg, make sure you are in that safe place. But the good news is, looking at the storm relative winds, I'm not seeing a whole lot within this storm. So I'm going to back it up here, a couple of scans. And like I said, earlier around 1:35 is when it was at its most intense. And now probably some straight line winds possible within the storm, but I am not seeing anything that would say, hey, we have a tornado. So that is some good news if you are in Henry County. Now, if you're in Hellberg, I want you to stay in your safe place a little while longer, just a couple more minutes till this storm passes. Probably seeing some gusty winds in Headland right now as well. Going back over to the reflectivity, very heavy rain falling in portions of Henry County. Kinsley seeing that heavy rain as well. Newville seeing some heavy rain. Couple lightning strikes within this line as it moves through. And if I zoom out, I'm going to zoom back out here and check on that one area I was watching in portions of Dale County and Houston County. We're going to change over to velocity, see what we have going on here. And it's still an area worth keeping an eye on right near Providence Christian School. So something we'll watch here over the next couple of minutes as it heads towards Dothan High School. But let's see, we're going to back it up. I'm going to see how this is looking over the past couple of scans. Not looking as impressive as it was just a couple of scans ago. Worth watching, like I said. Emily, is the National Weather Service saying anything about that particular storm?
Not right now. Honestly, I bet they're just going to let it expire or you're talking about this one in the Providence area? Not really saying anything, but I do want to point out just south of Geneva County in the Graceville, Esto area. This is not a tornado warned storm, but this is something that's catching my eye that I think we need to pay attention to. This will be moving, if this holds together, into Geneva, Houston County areas. As of right now, it doesn't have a strong enough couplet. It's not really rotating at the moment, but this is something that I want to keep an eye on. I want to go ahead and just point that out. I'm going to switch over to the reflectivity so we can kind of see what it looks like on there, and we can kind of see that little indent that's kind of starting to stick out, I should say. And that's just something that I've been wanting to keep an eye on. Would not be surprised if it sticks together for the next couple of scans. They might want to issue a warning, but as of right now, it's not warranted a warning because, again, it's not showing anything too significant, but it's just something that I wanted to keep an eye on. So if you're in Graceville, Esto, and southern parts of Houston County, maybe more southeastern part of Houston County, just kind of keep an eye on things because, again, I would not be surprised if they ended up issuing a tornado warning for this storm, but that's kind of how they've been. They tighten up, go away, tighten up, go away. So this could just be one of those that's going to go away, but we're keeping an eye on it. So I just kind of wanted to give y'all a quick heads up on that. I have not seen anything else. I'm looking more towards the tornado warned storm that's in the Defuniak area. Really not seeing anything, but also too that's very close to the radar site. So that could be they just expired that tornado warning amber for Henry County. So the one Headland, that area, your tornado warning has been canceled for that storm. So you are able to come out of your shelter right now, but they pretty much had a severe thunderstorm warning throughout the entire line that is moving through. I kind of want to check back in on that Graceville area that was showing a little bit of something. It looks a little bit more north of Graceville now. Let's see. I should not have gone to that. It's a little bit too far away, but other than that, there's a couple of other places of rotation, but as of right now, they're just something that we're keeping an eye on. Amber, I'm going to toss it back to you to see what else going on. I actually think I just heard some thunder here in Dothan, so it's on top of us.
It is, yeah. It is coming down here at the station. So there's a couple of areas that I've been watching while Emily was going over that, and we're watching for those little kinks. So this one right here, and it's just to the east of Rehoboth, and Mullins is to your southeast. So Terry Crossroads, you may be wanting to think of where you're going to go as the storm approaches you. It's right on top of Keaton's. I hope I'm saying that right. Edens Road, this is going to pass by you. Hodgesville, this will be right to your north, that area that I'm talking about within this storm. So I'm going to flip over to velocity here, and where you see those brighter reds, that's where we have some gustier winds at. So we'll keep an eye on this over the next couple of scans to see exactly what it ends up doing. And I'm going to switch back to reflectivity here and zoom out a little bit so that we can see some other areas of these storms. And I'm going to zoom in a little closer down here towards the Geneva and Houston County lines. And we're just going to keep an eye on these over the next little bit as they continue to move through the wiregrass. They're doing that thing where we see spin-ups here or there, a little bit of rotation within the storms, and as soon as we start talking about it, it disappears. So that's what we're looking at with this line as it moves through this afternoon. So zooming out, so I want to make sure I cover everyone here and let you know exactly what's going on in your backyard. So this is what we're looking at. Going to start up here in Henry County. So Henry County, you did have that tornado warning. It has been allowed to expire, but it takes it a little bit to update in our system. But Headland seeing some very heavy rainfall. Columbia not far away from seeing that heavy rainfall as well. And we said it before, everyone's going to see a severe thunderstorm warning before the day is over with. It is getting very active here in Dothan. We're seeing some very heavy rainfall down there in the corner. We actually have the Civic Center very dark for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, very heavy rain falling. So if you don't have to be on the roads right now, highly recommend staying at home, staying put wherever you're at, but until these storms do pass. Now, Midland City, you're starting to see that heavy rain push out of your area. Over the next little bit here, things will start to improve in Dale County. But for places like Henry County and Houston County, have a little bit longer on these storms as they move through. And Emily, I see you're waving your hand there, so I'm going to go back to you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, yeah, these things, like I said, they pop up within 2 seconds. So I want to just draw everybody's attention to this suspicious looking, I can't say rotation because it's technically not a rotation yet, but it's showing some indication of a possible start of a rotation, I should say. And it's in Cowarts. This is the Doppler indicated winds. We can kind of see the green, the yellow, the red, the gray, kind of all mashing together. So that's something that I want to, okay, actually we need to go back to that other tornado warned storm up here. I think they extended the one over in Henry County, Amber.
Yeah, this is actually in Clay County, Georgia now. So
Okay.
where you see these bright colors at, that is actually debris being kicked up by a tornado. Like I said, the debris tracker, it is lagging behind the actual storm. So if I go back to the reflectivity and show you what we have going on here, it really looks like nothing. But as we go back to the CC, something's being kicked up there by that storm. So definitely something we are going to keep an eye on here over the next little bit. I know Emily is looking at me like she has something to say.
I do. I'm sorry. I keep getting in there. But yeah, I wanted to point that one out because it started to show debris. But we do have a new tornado warning for Houston County. And that was the one 2 seconds ago I was talking about. Hey, it's looking a little suspicious. So I'm going to kind of zoom out and show you a big view of what all is within that tornado warning. Ashford, you are within that tornado warning. This is just north, or well north, I should say, of Cottonwood. This is really in the Ashford area. So I'm going to zoom in and get a much tighter look at what we're dealing with right now. So if you're in Cowarts, that general area, Cowarts, Enon, Ashford, that kind of triangle within that area, that's where this rotation is really starting to strengthen and come to life. And I'm hearing the tornado sirens right now, currently in Dothan. But if you were in downtown Dothan and Dothan High School, you are not within this tornado warning. So you might be hearing this, but that is not where this rotation is. So I'm zooming in, and I'm expecting this to cross County Road 84. Let's see. Moving into the Ashford area, I would say that's the best place that I can kind of pinpoint where it's looking like is Ashford. It's going to be in your area within the next minute or so. So make sure you are in your safe place right now if you are in the city of Ashford.
Emily, I'm going to interrupt you
Yep,
for
do
1
it.
minute. So I don't know if anyone in the back knows, but are we streaming on Facebook as well? Okay, making sure because I was getting messages. And I have it zoomed in here to that tornado warning that we have in Houston County. Now, I know all across the county you are hearing those tornado sirens go off, but this is the area that we are watching for that risk of seeing that tornado. Ashford, I want you in your safe place right now, in that interior closet, in that interior bathroom, away from doors and windows as this storm passes through here. We have a couple of tornado warnings that we are watching this afternoon. This is one of them. So along 84, this is in Houston County near Ashford. If you are on the road and you're headed towards that area, I want you to stop where you're at right now and stay put until this storm passes. And I'm going to call out a couple more roads here. We have North Broadway Street. If you're along that Road near Ashford, make sure you're in your safe place right now. South Rocky Creek Road, make sure that you're in your safe place as the storm pushes through. And Bluff Springs Road, this area of circulation has passed off to your east now, but make sure to stay in your safe place a little while longer. So I'm going to zoom out here, like I said, where you have a couple of areas we're tracking as this line pushes through the wiregrass. I have Emily Acton here helping me. And if you are in the downtown Dothan area, this is off to your east. I know you hear the tornado sirens going off. You are not in this polygon. They're going to go off for the entire county of Houston. But I promise it's only for the people that are in this polygon. So Webb, you're in the polygon, but you are to the north of this possible tornado. Gordon, you're on down the line, but you're in line for the storm. So I want you to be thinking where you're going to go if the storm holds together. Emily, I know you're doing a million things over there. I really appreciate your help today. Are you keeping an eye on this storm? And I know there's a few others. There was one in Henry County as well. What is the National Weather Service saying?
Everything's kind of all over the place at the moment because, again, this line's coming through and we've got a bunch of things going on at one time. I do want to point out, whenever I said that the tornado warning was canceled for Henry County, it was, and it still is. It is out of our area, but that same storm produced a tornado debris signature over in Georgia. I want to say that was more of the Blakely area. So I just wanted to make that clear. Whenever I gave you the clear for that, that was true. It was just the same storm over in the Blakely area, and that was causing some things to be lofted in the air. But I would say our biggest concern right now is this storm that is just to the southeast, of Dothan, south of Ashford. I'm trying to see how fast it is moving. It's moving southeast at 45 miles per hour. That is the report that we have right now. So if you are in Dupree, you need to be in your safe place right now. I'm going to kind of step into the areas where it's not really at this moment to kind of see. Crosby, you need to be in your safe place because it is headed in your direction. Gordon, you need to be in your safe place too. If you're within this polygon, you need to be in your safe place. So again, that's what we're keeping an eye on at the moment. We're seeing a couple of storm reports, but there was report of some damage on Scott County Road in Malvern. So that's the Geneva-Houston County line. What type of damage? It hasn't been specified. But just want to relay that message out. But Amber, I have been keeping track of all of these things, and the National Weather Service has, and obviously you have too. As of right now, I would say this is our main concern at the moment, but like it's just happened. These things are going to keep popping off. So I'm going to toss it back to you so you can zoom in on this storm while I go ahead and check on everything else.
I got you. Thank you for that. I've been looking around. It does look like this is our only tornado warning right now. So again, this is in Houston County, excuse me. So if you're in Dupree, I want you in that safe place right now. Pansy, this storm's going to stay just off to your south, so it's a good idea to be away from those doors and windows over the next little bit here. Calling out some of these roads, we have East County Road 8. This is in Houston County. South County Road 75. Make sure if you're in this area that you are staying off those roadways, you're away from those doors and windows over the next little bit here. Going back to this reflectivity here, this is what we're looking at. Really not a whole lot to look at. We had some very heavy rain falling in Houston County and across the entire Wiregrass as these storms move through. But in the velocity, we're watching these areas where we have those darker colors at. Right now, that area of concern is passing just over South Rocky Creek Road, and this is in Houston County in Alabama. So if you are listening to us and you are in that area, make sure that you are in your safe place. So I'm going to zoom out here. And again, this is our only tornado warning for now. If you're in Gordon, I want you in your safe place right now, away from those doors and windows. If you're in a mobile home, get somewhere safe as the storm approaches you. All right. We have Chief Meteorologist David Paul on the phone.
Yeah. Hey, Amber.
Hey.
I want to give you all an update from what I'm seeing as I've been tracking these storms. I've been on vacation, but I'm on my way back to Dothan, and I'm on 231 now, approaching Campbellton. So I'm just kind of coming into this band here of showers and storms. A lot of dark clouds, of course, as this moves in, but there's been pockets of rotation on the leading edge. I know you all have been kind of pointing that out, but these areas here in Houston County really are the most concerning. There's one area down to the south of Ashford, and then there's one area to the southwest of Columbia, and both of those have shown signs of rotation. There's also been an area of rotation that's been moving towards Blakely, between Haleburg and Blakely, and I think whoever's controlling the radar, if you all can kind of zoom into what I'm discussing at the same time, but there's one area between Haleburg and Blakely. Now, there wasn't a tornado warning in effect for this cell after it expired as it came out through Henry County, but there was a debris signature briefly between Haleburg and Blakely that moved into Early County, the far western part of Early County. Again, that was not tornado warned at the time, but there was some rotation and briefly a debris signature with that cell. And that cell now is moving into the west side there of Blakely. So I'm watching that. And then areas to the west and southwest from Columbia southward there through the 84 corridor, there's a pocket of really strong wind now just to the south of Columbia, south of 52. And those winds likely in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour. That is the path between Columbia and Gordon, and that's the area that prompted the rotation. Not seeing confirmation of a tornado with that cell, but there's some very strong straight line winds that is south of Columbia by about 4 or 5 miles. That area that is kind of surging out there through Henry County is moving into Early County, and then the area in Houston County kind of surging out will move into the southern part of Early County and eventually Miller and Seminole counties. Southward again, we're near Jacob City. Now into this heavy rainfall, and if you're not into this rain yet, when it comes in, it of course is the blinding rainfall. So definitely, use caution if you have to head out. A lot of lightning with cells as well. But I'm really kind of focused. I've been watching here on the leading edge, and there's one here not too far really away from Jacob City, and then those areas between Columbia and Gordon. We'll keep watching those areas for the damaging straight line winds and that threat for more pockets of rotation to develop. This will move on through here in the next hour or so and get out of our area, but those of you in the past that haven't seen this line come through yet, be prepared. As it does move in, you want to be someplace safe, ideally, and I know both you and Emily are watching for those pockets of rotation, so be prepared when those show up on the radar.
All right. Thanks for calling in and giving us an update, David. We really appreciate it.
Yes, you bet.
All right, and that was Chief Meteorologist David Paul giving an update. He is watching. He is on vacation. That's why me and Emily are here trying to keep you safe as we head into the afternoon hours today. Like David said, there's a couple of pockets of rotation that we have been keeping an eye on over the last little bit here as these storms pass through. And I know that we've been talking about all the areas that are seeing that rainfall now, but I want to give areas that are in the clear the okay now, because maybe you're in places like Enterprise saying, oh, am I good to go? Well, if you're in Coffee County, you are good. Even Geneva County, your threat for the severe weather is coming to an end. Dale County, you're good as well. We're keeping an eye on areas of Henry County, Houston County, into Early County, Georgia over the next little bit here, and Jackson County down in Florida as well as this line pushes through. And I know, Emily, you are very busy over there, and it looks like you have a lot to talk about.
I do. Yes, Amber, I just want to go ahead and point out, this is where David Paul is. So, David, if you're listening, please be safe right now. This is in Jacob City. It's showing some signs of rotation. This is just south of Campbellton, a little bit more towards the east of Jacob City. This is not a tornado-warned storm right now, but I want to go ahead and give the heads up of what we are seeing right now. And again, they have not prompted a tornado warning, but it's showing some rotation. I just want to put it on your radar. If you're in Waddles Mill, Silas, not 100% sure if that's how you say it. You need to be in your safe place, but going a little bit more back up, there are, and like David said, there's these little pockets everywhere that we're keeping an eye on. So, again, the Houston County storm is looking to have lost a little bit of its rotation, but still north of Gordon. That is still a concern. That's really going to start to pass into or pass over the state line. So if you're in Gordon right now or places east in that general direction, you need to be in your safe place. I know Jones Crossroads, maybe even a little bit further to Mayhaw. You're not in a tornado warning yet, but this is a heads up because I am seeing some indication of rotation there. And then also, like David said, Columbia, that's showing a pretty big bowing effect. So even if that does not decide to spin up or tighten, that's going to be some strong winds. And I pixel queried it just a little while ago. It was showing 65, 67 mile per hour winds. So even though it's not moving in a circle, it's not rotating, that's some gusty winds and that can cause damage. So be sure, I think you are within a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is just to the south and east of Columbia. You need to be, honestly, I would go ahead and say be in your safe place or at least be getting ready to do that. Because again, these are going to be some gusty winds. So I wanted to point that out. Also, the area just north and east of Gordon, still kind of within that bow of what we're seeing. You need to be in your safe place. You're not even within the polygon. So I'm expecting them to extend it, hopefully. And that was the rotation that we saw a little bit earlier in Houston County. But I want to go back down. They still have not issued a tornado warning, Amber, for this rotation in Jackson County. It'll be moving into the Houston County area, and that's where David Paul called in from. So it's right around Jacobs City, mainly more towards the east of Jacobs City. Waddles Mill, just a little bit north of you. This looks like, sorry, I'm zooming in just a little bit more. We're seeing Silas, not 100% sure if that's how you say it. Bear with me here. And then Grangeburg, you're kind of the next place that it's expecting it to move in. But yeah, they still have not issued a tornado warning. But if you're within that area, kind of go ahead and be thinking about where you need to go. And again, these storms are moving towards the east at about 35 to 45 miles per hour. So keep that in mind. Moving, kind of back it up just a little bit. I would say east-northeast, but these little pockets we're keeping an eye on. Amber, I'm going to toss it back to you in just a second. But yeah, these rotations, you're kind of pointing it out just south of Gordon. That's also a concern. And you heard me say north of Gordon. Yes, we've got two areas of concern. Gordon's kind of in the middle. We got the north and the south that we're keeping an eye on. So if you are within this polygon, you need to be in your safe place, but it's kind of hard to see where the polygon ends. If I turn on maybe the reflectivity, if you are at the end part of this polygon, maybe just right outside the city of Dothan, you are okay. That storm has pushed down to your south, the one that's causing that rotation. I wouldn't go ahead and get out of your safe place just yet. Ashford, within the next couple of minutes, you should be in the clear from this storm. Amber, I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you so you get a closer view of what all we're looking at.
Alrighty, and I just want to make sure that we update everyone because I know all over the Wiregrass people are like, okay, well, it's raining at my house. What are we looking at? So I zoomed in a little closer to Early County in Georgia. Blakely, you were starting to see that very heavy rainfall, and probably the winds are picking up outside as well. A little bit of lightning within these storms, but I have been watching the velocity scans over Early County and Blakely. For right now, things are looking okay. Now, just to the south and the east of Columbia, I know that's the one that Emily has been talking about, a pocket of very gusty winds where you see these light colors, almost white. That's where we have some very gusty winds within the storm. Now, although it's not looking like we have a tornado, you want to treat this like it could be a tornado because straight line winds can do just as much damage as a tornado can. So make sure that you are in your safe place. And of course, we're watching those areas near Gordon. That's in Houston County in Alabama. Turn this back over to reflectivity here. They still have that tornado warning out for portions of Houston County, but if you are in areas like Ashford, you are starting to see your weather look up a little bit over the next little bit here. You're still seeing some heavy rain, but things are getting better for you. Now, places like Cottonwood, you're still seeing some very heavy rain and some lightning right now, but things will start to look up. Now, I don't want to leave our friends down in Jackson County, Florida, because you have seen a lot of severe weather lately. So I just want to make sure I'm hitting on y'all as well. So Malone, heads up. The storms are headed for you over the next little bit. Greenwood as well. I feel like I've called you out a lot over the past couple of weeks. Make sure you're prepared for these storms as they roll in. And I'm going to zoom out here. I'm going to try to reset the view a little because I want to make sure that we are including everyone. That way you can see who's still dealing with these severe storms and who is in the clear. Now, like I said, we're all going to see those thunderstorm warnings today. We've all been under a severe thunderstorm warning today, and Emily's shaking her head at me, so I'm going to send things back to her.
All right. Yes, Amber, they just issued, I was about to say they need to issue a tornado warning for this storm. This is in Georgia. So again, this is just south of Blakely, northwest of Mayhaw. This is not a super tight rotation right now, but it is strong. I will say that. And so this is something that we're keeping an eye on. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the debris tracker real quick, and guaranteed that's a debris signature right now. So if you're within this polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. I want to say, just wanted to double check. This is in Early County. And again, it's going to be moving into Miller County, Georgia. So this is a tornado debris signature. So this indicates that things are being lofted within or in the air that is not rain. So this is shingles, trees, anything of that nature, trampolines. Things are being lofted in the air. So this indicates that a tornado is on the ground. So this needs to be taken very seriously. If you are within this polygon, this is within Early County and Miller County, Georgia. So this is just south of Blakely, northwest of Mayhaw. And I'm going to zoom in real close right now. So if you live in Cuba, you need to be in your safe place right now. I'm going to zoom in maybe just a little bit more. Not sure how many more roads we'll see, but you see that bright green, white, yellow. That is the tornado debris signature right now. And again, this is in Early County in Georgia, moving into Miller County. And I'm keeping an eye on a bunch of things at one time, but this is moving towards the east at 60 miles per hour. So this is a fast moving storm. I'm going to go ahead and zoom back out so we can kind of see the next places that need a heads up. I would say Cuba, and they have, let me see, back it up just a little bit. Yep. Okay. So Cuba, you need to be in your safe place. I think they might have just extended it. Macedonia, you need to be in your safe place because this is exactly where it is looking like right now. I want to see, yes, okay. They
and point southward through the rest of the afternoon hours and into the evening. So picking up the kids from school, driving home from work tonight, even starting those dinner plans, it's around the time frame that we're really going to want to make sure that we can hear and respond to any warnings. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this view out of Rock Hill. Again, just rain for now, but of course we do have that tornado warned storm just off to the south and west. There's a look at radar now to show you what we were just looking at. You can see from Statesville down towards Charlotte, just seeing really filling in of heavy rainfall, some thunder and lightning at times, and then the tornado warnings are off to the south. So it does look like they trimmed back this morning, which makes sense. This is mainly now the threat right along 321 between McConnell's down towards Chester, and that's where we're going to want to avoid getting out on the roadways. Let's look at velocity and see if we have any rotation there. I know it was around Baton Rouge where it looked the most impressive, and I'll kind of scan this back in time. That's where they ended up issuing that warning right there, and that was just before 3 p.m. As this continues to work off towards the north and east, the area of concern is going to be right around Lowry. So if you're listening in from Lowry's, if you've got some friends or family out that way, make sure that they are tuning in and staying in their safe shelter. And of course, if power goes out, or if you are in your innermost part of your home and you don't have a TV per se in that closet or anything like that, if you have our First Alert Weather app, you can watch us live on there as well. And certainly that's useful if the power does go out. So you can always watch us, even if coverage cuts off or even if you can't get near your laptop or your TV at this time, you can still watch us live from there. But if you're from 321 up towards Hardin Strait Road, Colony Road, Lowry's Road, West Chapel Road, up towards 190, 909, Perkins Drive, those are the spots that'll want to make sure that you're in your safe shelter at this time. I know, Jason, I'm going to continue to scan some of these tower cameras. I'm going to look for more reports, see if we're getting any power outages in this area. And in the meantime, I'm going to toss things back over to you and see if you have any updates.
Yeah, we also have one of our reporters out there right now, Morgan Newell, and she'll be able to maybe give us a firsthand experience. Let me go over everything real quick. Just looking at the latest update from the National Weather Service, and they're expected to let this expire at 3:30. So we're going to stay with this tornado warning until 3:30. Again, that's been issued for Chester and York. The concern is we could still see more active weather here with severe weather potential as we go into our later afternoon and even into our evening hours. So as we put on a storm track on this tornado warning, the areas that it may continue to move toward, again, may not be under a tornado warning, but you still, again, could have some of this rotation moving over you eventually. We'll see if we can take down the banner here in just a second. But Rock Hill, again, moving over your area as we approach around 350, 408 for the Fort Mill area. Indian Land as we approach around 450, Monroe as we approach around 5 o'clock. So zooming in even closer, again, Lowry's and McConnell's there. That's the area that we're just talking about. So I'll go back here so you can see some of this arrival time. Matthews around 445, Monroe around 456, and over to the Clear Creek area around 506. So again, it may not be a tornado warning extended all the way into your area, but the area that was tornado warned will reach you at those times. So as we continue here over the 4 and 5 o'clock hour, this will be something we'll be keeping a close watch on as well. So here's Highway 321, here's Lowry's, here's McConnell's, where we had that tornado warning until 3:30. Not seeing the rotation like what we maybe had just a little while ago, but still seeing some broad rotation here right around the Lowry's area and Highway 321. And as we work a little bit closer, here's North Chester School, where we are keeping a close watch on that, was moving right over the North Chester School area. Chester Catawba Regional here. So this is right around where we've had some of that rotation showing through. A little bit further to the north, Brattonsville Historic District also seeing some wide rotation here along Highway 321. So this is York County, this is Chester County. So we're right at the Chester-York County line. As we widen it out just a little bit more, this is about 13 miles away from I-77, 13 miles away from the Rock Hill area. And again, our Morgan Newell has been out in this area. She's had the heavy rain moving through. So let's see if we can get a latest update from our reporter, Morgan Newell. And Morgan, how is it out there? What are you experiencing and where are you located right now?
Hey, Jason, I hope you can hear me. I am looking at a lot of rain. Actually, pretty good amount of cars are over here. I'm in the Rock Hill Catawba area, kind of in between the two of those cities. And again, I'm seeing a lot of rain. The parking lot I'm actually at is flooding just a little bit from the amount of rain that we've been getting. I probably saw it start happening about an hour ago is when I kind of posted on Twitter that rain started, and it started as a drizzle, and now it's been kind of a steady downpour since then. I just actually found out because of that tornado warning that we have right now, Clover Schools is delaying middle school dismissal. So they are going to hold those middle schoolers until that tornado warning goes away. So if your child is in Clover Schools and they are a middle school student, you might want to check with their school to find out when they might be getting dismissed. But otherwise, like I said, we are really just seeing a lot of rain. Earlier, I heard some thunder. I saw a lot of lightning, just bright flashes of lightning. But I have not seen that in the last 30 minutes or so. Really just that rain kind of still coming down over here so far.
Great, Morgan. Thank you for the update. And just repeating again what you were saying, so you said Clover Schools, they were just going to delay releasing the students, it sounds like. So Good to know there. And again, the National Weather Service just saying that, yes, the signature doesn't have the tight rotation that it had earlier. So they are going to let the tornado warning expire, we believe, at 3:30. So that's still in about the next 5 minutes. But it's still, again, we still have that tornado warning. So here's Clover, where Morgan was just talked about, where they're keeping the kids in class and in school right now just to be safe. Here's York. And again, we're in York County. This is Highway 321. Most of the activity with that rotation is happening just a little further south of York County, a little bit more into Chester County. So we'll go back to kind of a wider view here just to point things out so you can see what we're talking about. Here's Charlotte, here's York, here's Chester. We've got this again headed a little bit more into York, far northern Lancaster County, over Indian Land, and up into portions of Mecklenburg and Union County around the Matthews area as we go from about the 4 to 5 o'clock hour. So even though this tornado warning may expire at 3:30 here in about the next 5 minutes, we're still going to keep a close watch on this. Even if we go off air eventually, we're going to still keep a close watch on this because there still could be, again, a brief spin-up tornado. And again, still seeing some broad rotation right now between McConnell's and Chester along Highway 321. It's moving just a little further away from McConnell's now, but Lowry's, it's still over your area. So where we're seeing that rotation, again, just to kind of show you some of the roadways that we're talking about, Rocky Creek Road, over toward Armenia Road. We were talking about that earlier. True Road, Cameron Road, Lowry's Road, and where that intersects with Highway 321. These are the areas, again, just to the north of Lowry's is where we have a little bit better chance for seeing some of that rotation right now. It is a little broad rotation, though, as we work away a little further to the kind of northeast of Lowry's right now. So as we work away a little bit more toward West Chapel Road and over toward Brattonsville Road and Love Street, this is more toward McConnell's. This is where you also see some broad rotation as well. So what we're looking at is velocity. So what we're looking at is where, again, we can see some rotation. So the radar site that we're looking at, again, is coming a little bit more toward the Charlotte, or from the Charlotte area here, and you can kind of see those scans coming every so often. And so that's just where we can see some of that rotation. This is, again, a lot of heavy rain that's been moving through. We've had a lot of lightning. You've probably heard the thunder as well. But again, along with that, we're seeing some rotation in the atmosphere, and that's where we could have that brief spin-up tornado, again, between Lowry's and the McConnell's area here. Again, we're staying with this tornado warning until 3:30, and unless if they continue to extend it. North Chester School, we're keeping a close watch on that. Again, over toward Chester, Catawba Regional, and over toward McConnell's, the Brattonsville area, that's where we were kind of seeing Brattonsville Historic District, where we're seeing, again, some of that broad rotation. So these are some of the areas we'll point out. Here's Brattonsville Historic District, kind of hard to see, but North Chester School, just a little further south. And as we look toward Lowry's Road here, Highway 321, this is where we're seeing some of that rotation. This is South Carolina 322 here, right around Orr Road, and that's where we still see some rotation that is around at this hour. Again, Lowry's Community Park, so this is kind of the area we're talking about, close to Old York Road, or also known as South Carolina 909, Lowry School Community Center, over toward the Zion Presbyterian Church off of Old York Road. These are some of the areas that this will be moving over you. And Old York Road, where that meets up with Armenia Road, just kind of to the east of 321 First Baptist Church of Lowry's. That's another area where we're seeing some of that rotation right now as well. So again, we're going to keep a close watch on that for you. But as we zoom in a little bit closer here, Highway 321, Lowry's Road, and over toward Arnold Drive. That's where we're also seeing. This is also close to the Lowry's Animal Hospital that's off of Highway 321 there in the Lowry's area. Again, as we work away between Lowry's and over toward portions of McConnell's, that's where we're still seeing some of that rotation over toward the Cameron Road area. So again, before we go, we've also got meteorologist Rachel Coulter. And Rachel, anything new that you've seen, any updates that you have?
Is just about to expire, and I know you had mentioned it, Jason. I'm looking at the chat as well. They do look like they're just going to continue to let this expire. There's no mention of extending this at this time because the rotation's not as strong as it was when they initially issued that tornado warning. But I do want to give that just some ETAs in terms of when we could see some impacts down the road, because this is going to continue to be a concern even through the evening commute and even a little beyond the evening commute as well. So right now, mainly just seeing the rain, and then of course we've got the tornado warnings through many portions of South Carolina at this time, just to the west of I-77. So, of course, that tornado warning may not be there here in the next minute or so, but if this storm holds together, still could certainly cause some gusty winds and maybe even that brief spin-up tornado potential as it approaches I-77 just shy of 4 p.m. And there's another line of storms there to the south that has that tornado warning on it. Of course, the tornado warning, it doesn't go that far to the east to include I-77, but that segment of storms will need to be watched nonetheless, and that'll be in central and southern Chester County in between about 4:40 and 5 o'clock tonight when many people are heading out. And then zooming out even more, there's still some more storms out to our west that we're going to be watching, tracking eastward over time. So that could bring us some local impacts around 8, 9 o'clock tonight. So we still have some several hours here where we're going to want to make sure that we're staying weather aware. If you haven't already on that First Alert Weather app, you can turn your notifications on. That way, if a warning is issued, you're going to know about it, and we'll have live coverage for you. And of course, we're going to have updates on WBTV as well, radar, hour-by-hour updates, because we have the first alert in place for the likelihood of rain, this potential for severe weather tonight, another first alert in place as we head into your Tuesday night, or Wednesday night, I should say, and Thursday morning. Coverage won't be this impressive, but certainly any storms that do form in that environment will need to be watched. It does look like they have let that tornado warning expire. The time now is 3:30, so I've been joined with meteorologist Jason Myers. We're going to go ahead and return you to regularly scheduled programming, and if we have any further concerns, we'll let you know about them. Stay weather aware this evening.
Boxes down, we'll go from there.
Okay, it looks like our great TV station there, WBTV, has wrapped up their coverage of tornado warnings across South Carolina. We're going to continue to keep moving back and forth to show you some of the latest severe weather coverage coming in from just some of our more than 100 local great TV stations across the South. I'm going to put WTVY in Dothan, Alabama, back in the big box as they continue to cover their tornado warnings as well. And as you're seeing in the bottom left is WJHG in Panama City, Florida. They'll stay there. And what I'm now going to bring you a feed from our great TV station WRDW in Augusta, Georgia, in your top left smaller box there. Let's go ahead and get all of that going together.
We're looking for those reds and those greens coming together. I'm not seeing that in Jackson County, Florida, and I'm going to keep an eye on this for y'all because, like I said, I feel like I've called you out quite a bit lately during severe weather coverage. So something we'll continue to watch here. We still have that storm that we're keeping an eye on in Early County, Georgia. But for the most part, Emily, that looks to be the only storm of concern right now.
Yeah, Amber, they always say the calm before the storm, but now it's kind of the calm after the storm, at least for some nice napping weather, maybe for Coffee and Dale County. They're getting some rain, so, I mean, technically it's not calm, but conditions have definitely improved for places like that. The city of Dothan, things have improved significantly. We're just seeing some steady rainfall right now. Not seeing any flash flooding concerns at the moment, but again, we still got that yellow going to come through our area, so that's going to bring some more rain. But that line is to the south and just a little bit in the southern part of Houston County. But yeah, the main concerns right now are in Early County and Miller County, Georgia, which is out of our viewing area. But we still have people over in Early County, and I'm going to still zoom in on that storm because, again, everywhere else, things have kind of started to calm down, at least for us here in the Wiregrass. But taking a look at that storm is still packing a punch, Amber, in Early County, and it's just about to exit Early County. So I'm not sure what county is past that, but that's out of our area, so not really a place that we cover anyways. But I'm going to check in on the correlation coefficient, see what we have going on. Thankfully, things that have kind of picked up a little bit. I'm going to zoom back out and see where we were seeing that tornado debris signature earlier, but it kind of looks more straight line winds, might be lofting a couple of things, just the way that bowing effect has on this debris tracker. So a couple of things could still be lofted in the air, and definitely don't want to let your guard down, because if you're still in that tornado warning, you need to be in your safe place. So I just wanted to point that out. I am thinking they're going to extend that. If you are in, I'm going to go ahead and switch back to reflectivity real quick, but if you were in Blakely, things have calmed down significantly for you. Everything is off to your east now. So Damascus, Colquitt, Milford, you are either in it or about to be in it within the next couple of minutes. Mayhaw, you're getting heavy rainfall right now. Lots of lightning embedded in these storms. Arlington, seeing lots of lightning, heavy rainfall right now, but you are not within that polygon. But I want to go ahead and check on the velocity real quick to go ahead and see if that's appropriate. Again, gusty winds. I'm going to go ahead and do a quick wind speed check, Amber. And I get a little messy with it, but I try to get the most accurate. So things have calmed down. If you remember, maybe just a couple of minutes ago, 95 mile per hour winds is what we were finding on whenever we used this product. Now it's bumped back down to about 65, 70. That's still not good. That still can cause a lot of damage. So again, still need to be in your safe place. I know you've probably been there for a little while now. They've just made that warning a little bit smaller, and so that definitely takes out the areas. Damascus, you're almost in the clear. Maybe about another 5-10 minutes, you should be in the clear. If you're in Douglas Crossroads right now, you still need to be in your safe place, because that's kind of where that the tightest part, I should say, of the rotation is in that area. I'm not saying it's super defined as it was before, but again, it's showing some gusty winds. I'm just out of curiosity. I want to see how fast. Okay. I was wondering with the blue if that was going to be anything a little bit stronger. But again, if you're in Pasadena, Crestview, and Douglas Crossroads, Bethany, you need to be in your safe place, because again, that velocity is still showing up in that area. It's going to be moving more towards the east, northeast. Again, Bethany, Crestview, Pasadena, I think it's going to be a little bit more towards your north, but you're still going to get those 65, 70 mile per hour winds. So like I've been saying, even though it's not moving in a circle, it's not a tornado, it's not rotating, 70 mile per hour winds is 70 mile per hour winds. So we need to take that seriously. But the rest of the Wiregrass, Amber, I'm doing a big zoom out. Things are looking okay. This is really exiting Early County now. So that will go to another news station to cover, but we'll stick with it for just a little bit longer for those people in Early County. But for the most part, it's crossing your county line, so that's some good news there. I'm going to switch over to reflectivity and kind of give a big view of what all we're seeing. And that line is stretching all the way to the Gulf, all the way up through Macon, excuse me, not Atlanta, but it's stretching pretty far. And it is, thankfully, though, pushing out of our areas, moving towards the southeast, and it is going to be out of all of our viewing area within the next couple of hours. We're just seeing some steady rainfall for the greater part of the Wiregrass now, so some maybe napping weather, Amber.
Ooh, a nap sounds good. I was going to do a big view. We're gonna stay with this until that tornado warning is expired for Early County. It does look like that tornado warning is out of Early County now. That means we have no active tornado warnings in our viewing area. So that means that we're going to get off the air, but we're still going to be streaming online. So you can watch us online on our Facebook page and on our website as well. But I don't want to keep anyone who's trying to watch their daytime TV. So I'm going to hop off the air here. But like I said, we're going to continue to stream online, and we will break in as necessary as we head into the next little bit here as these storms continue to pass through the area.
This has been a forewarned weather alert.
are streaming live on our website and on Facebook. We do not have any active tornado warnings across the Wiregrass, which is some good news. As we head into the next little bit here, that means our weather will start to look up for the rest of the day. Now, we do have this blanket severe thunderstorm warning that covers the rest of the viewing area that's left to see those strong to severe thunderstorms. But I'm going to start to call out some places that are in the clear. Dothan and Houston County, your threat is almost over. If we look into Henry County, you're good to go for the rest of the day today. Dale County, Geneva County, Coffee County, you're looking a lot better for the rest of the day today. It's still going to continue to rain for the next couple of hours. And I know, Kenneth, you were talking to me in my ear. What? Alrighty. I'm going to toss things over now to Taylor Pollock, who has an update on some damage.
Yes, ma'am. Please take a minute to catch your breath. You've been doing a great job with that coverage, by the way. Lots of damage reports are pouring in right now. And forgive me if Amber and Emily have already kind of started talking about some of these. I've been taking a minute to get set up here over in our little news area. But we have been getting a lot of damage reports from places like Malvern. One of our sales team members actually sent us a couple of pictures. She's out in Geneva County on Tom Fain Road. And I wish there was a way to get pictures behind us, so maybe our production and producer teams can be thinking and working of a way to get those pictures, because we have them. We just want to show them to the people who are watching us on the stream. We have been getting reports of damage on Hodgesville Road in Dothan, in Malvern. I think I did already mention that one. And we do have a thread going, just everybody that's on our news team that's spread out across the Wiregrass, because we have people in Geneva, we have people in Dale County. They have been just updating us through a little thread. We do have a lot of damage coming out of Geneva County. Sheriff Tony Helms has been reporting damage to trailers at a trailer park in Malvern. We did mention that one. Several homes, according to our senior reporter Ken Curtis, have been damaged in Cowarts. There was a lot of activity in the Cowarts and Webb area of the Wiregrass. And if I'm not mistaken, we do have teams that are on our way out there to kind of survey the area, get some pictures, which, by the way, if you have any pictures, if you are safe to come out of your safe place and you're starting to, go out and survey the damage around your homes, please send us those pictures. You can send them to news@WTVY.com. You can even send them to me, Taylor@WTVY.com. A lot of people will send me images directly. I try to share them on my Facebook. You can send them on Messenger to my Facebook if you'd like. But please, any pictures, videos are always great. Send those to us. They might end up on the news. And with that, if you can just send a quick little, hey, we give you permission to use this photo and these videos, that gives us clearance on our end. And yeah, your content could end up on the news, and it would be a great help because, like we said, we're trying to make sure everybody kind of has an idea of the damage caused by these storms. There has been reported tornado damage in Chancellor, Alabama. I believe we're working on getting some images of damage left behind by that in some of our newscasts later on. South of 605, several locations have been affected. That's according to Sheriff Donald Valenza. There was a possible tornado in Taylor. That was reported a little earlier at around 2 o'clock. It's closer to 2:45 now. So I think we also have a team that's going out to the Taylor area to see if there's any damage in that location. And I am being told by our producers and our production team that we're working on a way to get those pictures maybe behind me. Maybe we'll just take a full VO, but we are working to bring you those pictures. And again, if you have anything, send them to our Facebook, send them to our email address. That's news@WTVY.com. All the pictures, all the videos, we'll take them. Power lines were reported down again. This was around 2, so we have really good power line crews in the Wiregrass, I will say. So who knows, they may already be up, but we did get a report that there were some power lines down in the 2600 block of Denton Road. Citizens reporting tornado damage in Houston County. That's not very specific. Forgive me, reading through some of these, this is the first time I've laid eyes on them. We did say that there was some damage in Geneva County. Let me just look through some of our Facebook messages. We get pictures and videos all over the place. Like I mentioned, there's multiple ways to send them to us, so I'm just trying to comb through everything and see what I can bring you guys. In Ashford, someone sent us a video. I'm not going to watch it right now, clearly, but they're saying it's a tornado. We're not going to say whether for sure there was a tornado or not. I'm certainly not. I'm not a meteorologist, but we are getting reports at least of some strong systems moving through Ashford, Alabama. I already mentioned Hodgesville Road. But yeah, I think we're still live on Facebook. So if you want to comment anything that you're seeing, and we have a lot of viewers that will comment, oh yeah, we're seeing really strong winds. A tree was downed in my yard in Ashford. We appreciate those updates. We really do. And I'm actually trying to get back over to our live because I was in our messenger part of our official Facebook page. But yeah, lots of stuff going on. If it's okay, I'm going to send it back over to Emily, if that's all right. So I can just sort of comb back through her and maybe kind of talk with our producers to see if we have a way to get those pictures and images back behind me. So is it okay if I toss it back over to Emily? Do I have clearance to do that? Okay, cool. All right, let's send it over to Emily for a minute.
All right. Thanks, Taylor, for all those updates. Definitely good to get those out there so people know what's going on, and I'm glad that things have calmed down so we can kind of go and survey and show you guys what all was going on today. But looking at the radar right now, everything is pretty much out of the Wiregrass area, at least when it comes to that strong line, that initial line with that heavy rainfall that was causing those. We just got another thing in. I just wanted to keep an eye on that, but yes, everything has started to calm down for us here in the Wiregrass. If you're in Coffee, Dale, even Henry, Geneva, you are in the clear from this storm system. So things have definitely calmed down. Houston County, you're almost there, but there's still some activity going on in the southeastern part, and activity as in thunderstorms. Not anything too crazy going on right now. And I don't know if we could pop up my max on the monitor up there so I can kind of see what's going on just a little bit more whenever I'm trying to manipulate the radar. Perfect. Thank you for that. So there are still a couple of tornado warnings in Georgia right now embedded in this line, and we dealt with that just a little while ago, but thankfully it is out of our area, and hopefully those storms will start to die off and lose their strength within the next couple of minutes, and within the next hour or so, they should definitely lose their strength there. So the only concern that we have for our general area is going to be in our Florida counties. So Jackson, Okaloosa, maybe really more in the Jackson area. That's the only place of concern for the moment. So if you're within Houston, Henry, Dale, Coffee, Geneva, places like that, Covington, things are looking up for the conditions. Now you're still going to see some rain, maybe some lightning. Really not expecting that lightning though. Just some decent rainfall. Not heavy compared to what you saw earlier. So like I've been saying, this is great napping weather, and just stay inside throughout the rest of the day. I know a lot of kids are off school or out of school now because of these storms. So definitely take advantage of a calm day. So yeah, as of right now, we're just keeping a look at Mariana area in Jackson County. Just keeping an eye on those storms. Still causing some lightning, checking in on the velocity, some gusty winds. And I mean, that's what we've been saying throughout the rest of the day, or throughout the day, I should say. I'm keeping an eye on it, saying 53 mile per hour wind gusts were recorded in Mariana. So some gusty winds there, but as of right now, no signs of rotation. So that's some good news. But again, we're going to keep our eye on it because these things tend to happen quickly. But for the greater part of the Wiregrass, things are looking good. I don't know if I'm going to go back to Taylor or Amber. Okay, we're going back to Taylor to get some damage reports.
We haven't gotten too many damage reports in between when I tossed it back over to Emily and now. We've gotten a couple, and we are still trying to work on a way to pop up those pictures and videos that we've been receiving, because we've gotten a lot. I really just wish there was a way to show everyone. You can see a lot of them, well, a couple of them in the live chat on our live stream. But as Emily said, the worst of it is, for the most part, behind us in the Wiregrass. I think there is still a line in the Early County region, and we are, of course, trying to keep an eye on that. But for the center, for the heart of where most of our viewers are, the threat is pretty much gone, which is why our teams are out now trying to assess that damage and get those pictures. I believe we have a couple of reporters that are supposed to be going live soon. They're going to be providing us some live updates out in the field. Again, if you have any pictures or videos, I know we're still working on a way to show those to you on our live feed, but if you send them to us, news@WTVY.com. You can send them through Messenger to our official news page. If you have a favorite news personality, if you want to send them to Amber, if you want to send them to me, through Facebook, whatever, Instagram, you can do that. Just send the picture, the video, give us a quick little, you have my permission to use this on the air and on live stream, all that good stuff. And who knows, it might end up on the news. We are still trying to work on a way to give those pictures, show them to you. And I just had a report pulled up, but I seem to have lost it. And let me go over here to our messenger, because right as I tossed it to Emily, a woman sent us a bit of an update. Christmas Road in Ashford apparently was hit. They have suffered some substantial damage. This woman sent us pictures, and again, we're working on a way to show those to you. Here is the woman that texted us right as I had tossed it to Emily. She said she actually caught a video, which I wish I could show you, as she and her girls were as Amber and Emily were telling her to get into her safe place. So really right in the nick of time, but it was on 75 South, headed towards County Road 8 on Bodiford Road. So she sent us some content, but apparently we caught her just in the nick of time. She was getting into her safe space right as that system was moving towards her house. So a bit of a success story there. Let me check this out. This is some damage. Avon off of 84 East Westbourne Street. Looked like a couple of downed limbs. So yeah, we had some really powerful winds. I think I heard Amber and Emily mention up to 100 miles per hour. That's some pretty significant stuff. So that'll definitely down some limbs, certainly trees. We got a couple of pictures from Pike County. A really big tree just completely snapped in half. That just kind of is a testimony to how powerful these storms can be. Let me check this thread. It's kind of gotten quiet because, as we mentioned, most of the significant weather has moved out of our area. So we were getting a lot of those reports. I was reporting some. I know Amber and Emily reported a lot of them, but they've sort of died down for now because now people are trying to get out there and work to move those limbs. And there's just not a lot of activity kind of producing more, incidents. So that's kind of a good thing, honestly. I'm not seeing anything in our email thread. Our live chat on our live stream has sort of died down, and I'm not seeing anything new in our inbox on either Facebook or in our email. So right now, there's really nothing new to report. Of course, if we have found a way to show those photos and videos, Kenneth, I know you and I were talking about that a little bit when we had tossed it to Emily. Do we have an update on that yet? We do not. So, but we will definitely have them in our shows regardless. I wish I could show them to you guys right now, but we don't have a way to do that. So I think that's all that I can really offer at the moment. I don't know if I should. All right, we're going to toss things back over to Amber. And Amber, the good thing is most of the threat has sort of moved out of our area now. Isn't that right?
It has, yeah. Thank goodness things are starting to quiet down across the Wiregrass now. So I was just talking to meteorologist Emily Acton over here, and we are very thankful things are starting to calm down. And I don't think we're going to be on the stream much longer because that threat is winding down across the area. So I'm going to zoom out here and really show you what we have going on because good news is we made it through. We are almost out of the woods across the Wiregrass. So we are looking anywhere from Marianna off to the west, portions of Houston County, Henry County, Dale County, Geneva County, Coffee County, Pike, Barber, Crenshaw, Covington counties, you're in the clear. You have made it through. We are done with the threat of severe weather today. And like I said, really it has started to wind down for all of us. So I do think that we're going to be ending the stream here because things are going to be quieter for the rest of the day. But like Taylor said, if you have any damage reports, you can send it to us here at News 4 and they will share them on air tonight. And of course, meteorologist Emily Acton will have the latest on the rest of the evening coming up in the evening shows and what we can expect for tomorrow because this is round one. We could see more as we head into the day tomorrow. So don't let your guard down just yet. We have a little while longer to worry about the severe weather, but I promise after tomorrow, things are looking a lot better across the Wiregrass. So I think I'm going to hop off the stream here, and I hope everyone has a great rest of your Tuesday.
This has been a forewarned weather alert.
Okay, you were just watching the very latest coverage from our great TV station WTVY in Dothan, Alabama. It looks as though they might be taking a quick commercial break or cutting out of that coverage. So we are now going to feature another great TV station prominently in the big box. We're going to check in on WRDW in Augusta, Georgia right now as everything that moves through Alabama continues on its path through Georgia. Let's get you once again back out there to see what they're looking at.
Your system does a little bit better job than
yeah,
mine.
if y'all want to go back to the main green screen, I'll take away the storm track just to eliminate that. But here's a zoomed in view of Allendale. So once again, if you live anywhere near downtown Allendale, if you live on the north side of town, south side, east side, west side, anywhere within, say, a 5-mile radius of Allendale, this is a tornado on the ground and it's moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So you do not have much time. Anywhere between Appleton and Allendale, you need to get to that lowest level. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your home as you can. Never want to be next to windows. Put on tennis shoes. If you have a bike helmet, put that on. You want to make sure you do protect your head. But this is a very impressive signature on radar. And what we were just looking at, as Anthony was showing, is our correlation coefficient. So this is actually a debris signature right here. This is actually debris being lofted into the atmosphere, and that radar is picking up on it. So this is approaching Moore's Crossroads. Allendale, you're going to be next to Appleton. This is right off Main Street, about to cross over 301, and very impressive signatures. We did have a report of a funnel cloud earlier with this cell over Screven County. Once it crossed over the Savannah River, the latest scans that came through with this were very impressive, and it does look like that latest scan that came in. There you go. You can really see it with the high resolution radar.
I just want to throw that side by side up for you.
My goodness.
It is very impressive there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely see. I'll switch it back to the regular radar so we can get some towns to pop up.
Absolutely.
But, yeah, look at, and there's a lot of hail with this as well.
And actually, Anthony, I mean, if that's a tornado on the ground, you think that those high reflectivity values may just be debris.
That's also
being lifted up into the sky, and that is, oh my goodness, folks, this is not what we want to look at on radar. This looks devastating, possibly. Very clear debris signature there. That is, this is 301. That road you're looking at here, downtown Allendale. You have Moore's Crossroads right here just on the southwest side of downtown Allendale. And this eventual path is moving off towards the north and east. We'll put this little storm track on, and this should pop up our little town. So this is our current debris signature. And, it may not be in play mode for me, Anthony.
Oh, yeah, let me, I'll switch that back over. Sorry about that.
Yep. But this is a tornado warning, folks, for Allendale County that will stay in effect. And look, another observed tornado warning about to cross over I-16. So that will be next in line for our southwestern counties. Keep in mind, folks, our severe weather threat is just really now beginning. This was the initial warm front that set off these cells. This is going to be the main wave of thunderstorms that move through later this evening and tonight that will bring the risk for tornadoes, strong wind gusts, and we just got another update with that tornado warning.
That is confirmed. Tornado on the ground there. They do have that upgraded.
So you heard it here first, folks. We were looking at this scan after scan, and we called it. This is definitely a confirmed tornado on the ground. Thank you, Anthony.
Yep, sorry, I'm taking over for you.
Yeah, you're good. So this does include downtown Allendale. Where we're seeing those really bright reflectivity values, that could actually be where debris is lifted up into the sky and giving the false notion that this is very heavy rain. But
Riley, I just want to read off the Weather Service really quick. So a confirmed large and destructive tornado is located over Allendale, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. That's not me making up words. That is right from the National Weather Service. So they are saying this is moving about 30 miles per hour off into the northeast. So right through downtown Allendale. You need to be in your safe spot at this second. You need to get there right now. Make sure you're going into the most interior portion of your home as possible. So there you go. Moore's Crossroads, 405 Allendale in the next couple of minutes. And Riley, I'm going to update that track for you as well. It looks like we do have, if they had clipped that tornado warning, we'll go back to that as well. So they did just clip that.
Oh, but we got a new tornado warning for Hancock County. We'll take, this is the most concerning threat at the moment. This is a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. You can see the highlighted polygon has changed to a purple color. That means there is an observed tornado and a classic signature on velocity. So next in line is going to be downtown Allendale, then Sycamore, Ulmer, anywhere on the north side of Allendale. You're going to be next in line for this cell moving on through. We actually did just get a new tornado warning issued for the western CS area, so we'll back this up real quick. So this is a Doppler indicated warning that does include Hancock County, western Hancock County. Does not include Sparta at the moment, but that storm is going to be moving quickly. So we are anticipating the threat for severe weather to continue across our western counties next. And that purple one you're looking at there, just crossing over I-16, that is going to be a cell that gets very close to Washington County within the next hour. Let's take a closer look at the cell that is currently warned in Allendale County. So once again, we do have an active tornado warning. This does include Allendale County. They just extended this actually into Bamberg County next. So this cell is tornado warned and confirmation that it is on the ground. We've been watching this for about the last 45 minutes across the area. Come on, computer. We'll try to get you an updated look at this latest warning. Hold on just 1 second, folks. So this latest warning was just extended into Bamberg County. So this does include Earhart. I'm going to be next in line with this, and we'll put this quickly in motion here, just the last kind of hour to get you an idea of kind of the general motion of it. So you can see next in line, Allendale, you are getting hit by this and producing at least some very heavy rain, and that tornado threat is going to be found there as well. And then as it continues off towards the north and east, next in line is going to be Ulmer, Earhart, and wow, we are really seeing a pretty clear signature on our high-resolution radar. So there you go, folks. You can really see it.
Guys, if you want to, Riley, use that.
Yeah, go ahead, Anthony.
Like we were talking about, a destructive tornado on the ground in Allendale, moving right through. That is the most classic hook echo I've ever seen since I started working here at Channel 12, and this is going to continue to move off into the northeast. So Sycamore, Ulmer, you guys are going to be up next. You also are seeing some very heavy rainfall as well as some probably large hail. We're seeing some white signatures on the high-res radar, and that doesn't happen all that often. I'll switch this over to our correlation coefficient.
Anthony, we did get confirmation of a tornado that was reported by a call came in to the Allendale County 911 Center. It was relayed to a firefighter. It was near the intersection of U.S. Highway 301 and Revolutionary Trail. They did not have a damage report available at the time, but we do have confirmation that we saw the TDS, and that tornadic debris signature is right over downtown Allendale.
That is a very large signature on radar, too, and what's actually happening here a little bit more, any damage that is getting picked up by this tornado, not only you have the tornado here, but now all of that damage gets picked up into the atmosphere, and it actually is getting tossed
farther up to the northeast. So where we have all of these places, the image updated on me again there, also showing now that tornado is moving just to going right along, I believe it's Route 301.
I got a zoomed-in view of it here.
Yeah, if you guys want to take Riley, there you go.
This is the most classic textbook debris signature you can get on radar, folks, right over downtown Allendale. This is devastating. This is moving northeast. It's about to cross over on the east side of town, continue along 301, Burton's Ferry Highway, Sycamore. You could possibly be impacted next in line. So it is going to be moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. In Bamberg County, you are going to be next. If you live in Earhart, you need to prepare for this storm to impact you. Where you're seeing this basically donut hole right here, that is where there is debris aloft in the sky. We're talking shingles, bricks, plywood, pieces of cars. Everything out there is being lifted up into the sky from this tornado. A very clear signature. This is something you need to take very seriously. If you live anywhere near Allendale, especially if you now live on the east side of Allendale towards Sycamore, there's a tornado on the ground heading your way. You need to get to the lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside of your home as you can. Never be next to windows, never want to go upstairs, never want to be in the garage. You want to be as safe as you can be. If you have a basement, that's ideal. If you live in a trailer or a mobile home, a building that lacks a sturdy foundation, you are not safe in this situation. You need to find a plan B. You need to get to somewhere safe that has a sturdy foundation that can keep you safe in a storm like this, because we do not see these all too often. But this is a very strong tornado, and this is creating devastation in Allendale County.
And Riley, I don't know if you've mentioned this already. I know we've been talking about what the Weather Service has used in their wording, a destructive tornado on the ground, but me clicking around on some of the polygons here, that has been upgraded into a tornado emergency.
Wow.
So that is a destructive tornado, just like what they mentioned. That is going to continue to move off to the northeast. So like you said, Sycamore, Ulmer, this is moving right in your direction. You need to make sure that you guys are getting into your safe spot along Highway 301, Burton's Ferry Highway, was that Route 641 as well through Sycamore, and Highway 321.
Yep. South Carolina 641, we got Highway 321, also 301, so that Burton Ferry Highway. This is the wide view, folks. This is our tornado where you're seeing that that basically bluish grayish hole right over at downtown Allendale. That is where there is a tornado on the ground causing damage. This is moving off towards the north and east. So next in line are these cities that you see right here: Ulmer, Sycamore, Hayes Crossroads, anywhere along that 301 route north and west of downtown Allendale. You are going to be next in line. Sycamore, you're also included in that. And then it will just continue into Bamberg County next. So one of the things, the concerning part with storms for today and that we're calling for is that they're going to be persistent. They're going to stay on the ground for a good long track of time. So now that this storm has formed, is producing a rotation and a cell like this, it could stay on the ground a while, folks. So make sure if you are anywhere between Ulmer and Sycamore, you are staying in your safe place, staying as low as possible. You can watch us on your phone, so you can stream us through our app or on Facebook. So say if you need to step away from the television and you can't hear us, you can watch us on your cell phone. We are streaming live on Facebook and through our app. So keep in mind, maybe you're not underneath the tornado warning, but you could be later into the day. Always know that you can stream us live on our app.
Riley, I'm gonna take over your show really quick. I want to pull up.
It looks like they did just clip that tornado warning again.
Okay,
so
good.
Latest scan, and you can see. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's the high res. I put that on motion for you.
Oh man.
Really can see how that has been moving from the southwest and to the northeast. So really threading the needle between downtown Allendale, going through just to the north. I don't want to say north, but right through Sycamore.
Sycamore and Ulmer, yeah.
And Ulmer, threading the needle right there as well.
And you can see next in line, right there next in line is going to be portions of Bamberg County. So anywhere between Ulmer and Earhart, that's going to be where this storm moves next. And you can see the last couple scans do continue to show that debris signature. We had reports of a funnel cloud as it moved just over the Savannah River near Screven County. We had that confirmation of a tornado once it got close to downtown Allendale, and now we're still continuing to track a tornado that is on the ground. So keep in mind, folks, this threat has not ended for us. us, we are still tracking a very strong thunderstorm that is producing tornadic damage. And keep in mind, we also have another tornado warning in effect for western Hancock County. This is going to be our next wave that continues to move our way and brings us the risk for tornadoes. So the tornado watch continues all the way until 9 p.m. We are not done with our severe weather threat yet by any means. These are going to be our next storms moving in. We are seeing some rain, moderate to heavy in some places, with the discrete cells forming ahead of the main line. So this is still a very concerning storm that we are going to have to watch very closely. Highlighted in pink here is where that tornado emergency does extend into Bamberg County next. So just seeing this in motion, you can see how the cell's gradually going to be moving off towards the north and east at about 30 miles per hour.
And one of the things, Riley, as it moves from Allendale County into Bamberg County, that crosses into the National Weather Service in Columbia. So they're also picking up on that. They don't quite have it classified as a tornado emergency on the radar polygons just yet, but definitely still continuing the language of a destructive tornado on the ground. So they're going to keep that going into Bamberg County as well.
Absolutely, and they definitely should. I mean, you can see that this storm is not slowing down by any means. So just kind of keeping this wide view of showing you places next in line. So Sycamore, Ulmer, also portions of Earhart and Oler and Earhart in southern Bamberg County. This is going to be our cell, so that rotation is now starting to move this way, so this is going to be next in line. So if any of these places sound familiar to you, if you live close to them, you are included in this tornado emergency. That includes, once again, Sycamore, Earhart, Clear Pond, Midway, and just a rough kind of time estimate of when this storm, at least the worst of this storm, is expected to move into your region. So this is going to continue until 4:30, I believe, is when this warning does be allowed to expire in Allendale County. But keep in mind,
we're going to keep tabs on WRDW. We'll go back to them in just a second. We are getting some serious storms, and they are overlapping a little bit. WCSC in Charleston is covering, I believe, a comparable, if not almost the exact same storm we're seeing in WRDW. We heard them mention that. So let's go out to Charleston, South Carolina. We'll keep a close eye on storms that we were just looking at as well, but I want to put Charleston in this big box here.
The girls on the right. Look, Olivia is the blue on the.
And let's, we're going to go ahead and track that right now, as a matter of fact. If you want to pop that up full.
Yes, if we can pop Bill up there.
Yeah, there it is. And that's the couplet he was just talking about. And as we put on the storm tracks, again, this area will continue to rotate. You can see the rotation here. And as we zoom out just a little bit, that is right there. That's the path of the storm. So as we look at the path of the storm, we're talking about a pretty fast motion on this storm. This storm motion right now is about 27 miles per hour. So it's going to head pretty much up toward Ulmer at 4:30, at about Olar there about 4:42. Again, that's just on the other side of our viewing area. But if you are in some of these areas, for example, if you are up in, let's see, we'll zoom out here just a little bit. Let's get rid of that. And let me get rid of that. If you look up there just on the other side of St. George, we're looking at St. George on the right there. So this storm system may get up toward the Holly Hill area, may get up toward I-95 and 26 right there. So that's why we're going to watch that pretty carefully. And again, that warning right now is for the Orangeburg area, which is just out to the west of our viewing area. As I bring up that warning right there, you can see it is continuing to about northeasterly motion. So that's why we're going to continue to watch that, and that's right back up in here. And again, as we watch that, just on the west side of our viewing area, but we'll just continue to kind of track that as we make our way through the afternoon. And again, more of these storms possible as we move into the evening hours. So we're going to continue to watch that. Once again, this tornado warning is just on the outside of our viewing area, but we just wanted to jump in to let you know if you're in Orangeburg, we're going to continue to track this. If it gets any closer to our viewing area, we'll certainly jump on right away. Stay weather alert throughout the afternoon. Download the app. Engage those local updates, and again, that way you will see those warnings come right there if any are issued. Now, later on, this tornado watch, by the way, goes until 9 o'clock tonight, and we'll continue to jump on as necessary. We'll be live at 5 o'clock, of course, live on the app 24/7. We'll keep you posted right here. I'm meteorologist Bill Walsh with Chris Holtzman. We'll be back in just a bit.
I'm going to clear everything here. We're going to go back to WRDW. That appears where the most severe storms are at. I'll pop myself up here as well as we are covering this from the local news live studio. This is in Augusta, Georgia. They're seeing some very severe stuff. We'll go ahead and make them the focus of our coverage while keeping an eye on Panama City.
Some places included in that Hancock County tornado warning are places like Milledgeville, Meriwether, Devereaux. You're kind of right there on the fringe, but this is going to be another rotating cell that brings the risk for tornadoes with it. And so now these second wave of storms are now approaching our western counties. So now that this first wave is moving out of Allendale and Bamberg County, we're going to have to monitor these next wave of storms moving in. Looks like they just had a new tornado warning for Twiggs and Wilkinson County just outside the viewing area. Another report coming in of a tornado in Allendale County. Allendale County 911 Center reported roofs blown off structures in Allendale. That is not the news we were hoping for, but that is news that we knew was going to most likely be a concern. That was a significant tornadic debris signature on radar over Allendale, and we are now getting reports that entire roofs are missing off of homes. So this is something you need to take very seriously, folks. We do not have active weather days like this all too often, but anywhere near Sycamore, anywhere near Allendale heading towards Bamberg County, you are going to be next in line. You can see another confirmed tornado just near Macon. That's going to be heading towards Washington County and Johnson County next. So this is our next wave of storms. But keep in mind, we just had that confirmation that we did have a tornado confirmed in Allendale that actually did cause significant damage to structures. So we actually did have confirmation that this cell in Allendale County did knock the roof off of a home, and we're looking at roofs actually missing from this, completely missing near Allendale with this cell. Can you zoom in for this for me real quick, Anthony?
Yep.
So over Allendale, this is now moving east of you, but still a pretty clear signature on radar.
Oh, Riley, just let go of the button real quick.
Yeah, I'm not. Maybe glitching out a little bit.
Here, maybe just step off the screen real quick and I'll
But
get
you
this
can
back
see
on
that
track.
we still have that tornado emergency in effect for eastern Allendale County that's about to cross over into Bamberg County next. So this is the cell that was causing significant roof
And Riley,
damage.
it looks like they dropped the tornado emergency, but they're still going with a confirmed tornado on the ground. So Sycamore, yeah, you still need to be in your safe spot there. Again, Allendale County is the far northern end of the watch area for Charleston. So this is going to be moving into the Columbia Forecasting Office. So that's why that warning doesn't completely move over the county line there. And the Weather Service out of Columbia will be picking this up as it continues to move to the east.
And one thing, this latest scan on correlation coefficient doesn't show the debris signature like we had earlier, which is positive news, but still seeing very clear rotation with this storm. And sometimes when we see these supercells, they can kind of cycle a little bit. They can produce a tornado, then it lifts back up, and then it drops back down. So we could be seeing this process play out in Allendale and Bamberg County to where currently speaking that tornado may have lifted a little bit, but it could drop again in any second. So they are continuing that tornadic risk into Bamberg County. But currently looking at Sycamore, Ulmer to be impacted by this system right now, and then quickly moving off towards the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And we are going to try to move the radar downstream just a little bit so you can see some pretty intense rainfall now showing up along South Carolina Route 64, that lightning picking up as well. So that is the concern. You don't want to try to step outside and maybe get a picture or look at this tornado. Likely going to be rain wrapped, especially if you are kind of on the east side of that storm. You're not going to be able to see anything. This is blinding rainfall and also lightning outside. So a number of different threats on the board alongside with that tornadic threat as well.
And Riley, I want to just take a second and go up to our northwestern counties, Hancock County. You're starting to see some more rotation in there as well. We still just have a regular tornado warning, nothing tagged on that just yet, but that rotation is starting to tighten up as well. And you're really starting to see a little bit more of that ball-like signature.
Yeah,
there,
you can really
so you can
kind of
see that a little
hook
bit there.
Here, we'll zoom into this one real quick. So this is a Doppler indicated warning, but as Anthony was just mentioning, that we are seeing fairly tight rotation with this, and you can kind of see this couplet forming on velocity signature as well. So red going away from the radar, green going towards the radar. Wherever we're seeing those bright colors next to each other, that's where there is that.
Pop it on here real quick in the local news live studio. We appreciate you watching storm coverage of that eastern part of the country on the East Coast out by Augusta, Georgia. Columbia, South Carolina, Savannah, Georgia, that kind of triangle is being impacted by these storms. The most severe storms are in Allendale, South Carolina. They are just north of this market here, WRDW. They're based out of Augusta, Georgia. They, along with WCSC, who is in Savannah, Georgia, are covering this storm. Charleston, South Carolina is where our affiliate is at, covering this storm. It's kind of in between those trio of markets, but the closest one is WRDW. They got a focus on it. We do have a tornado down in Allendale, South Carolina. With that said, they're not calling it a tornado emergency anymore, but they still have that severe storm there, and they're checking for debris, as you can see from all the red here. I'm going to stop talking and get you back to their coverage.
It's a little bit harder this time around because look how much further away it is from the radar station in Macon. So it's a further distance.
Yep.
It's scanning higher into the atmosphere.
Then say this one down here.
Correct. Yeah, down there where that's little blue text. That's where we're seeing it. Riley, I'll switch your screen back over to regular radar. We'll zoom this out a little bit again.
There you go.
Just get this back on track for you. But yeah, guys, look at that.
Yeah.
Rotation
and
in
can
that
we go
entire
back
system.
to
Allendale?
back to the Allendale one real quick. We'll get an update on that one because that is the one tornado warning we do have currently. That is a tornado emergency where you see highlighted in pink there. So this is still producing some significant rotation. We did have a report of roofs being blown off of homes in Allendale. This had a very clear debris signature with it earlier. We did see some improvement on radar, but this could really drop a tornado at any time, folks. So you need to treat this as if there's still a tornado on the ground. Next in line is going to be places like Earhart and on the north and in the northern and eastern portions of Bamberg County. So this, we'll draw this little storm motion right here. Hopefully this will work for me. So we'll extend this out. And this is just going to give you kind of a rough idea of some of the towns in this pass. So Hughes, Clear Pond, Embry, Earhart, we were just mentioning you as well. This storm system is moving northeast through Bamberg County next, and this was producing damage in Allendale County. So take this very seriously. Make sure you're getting to that lowest level of your home. Put on tennis shoes. Put on a bike helmet if you have that. Entire roofs are missing off of structures in Allendale County from this cell. So this is something we're going to see some not pleasant pictures and videos out from as we head out there tomorrow. So
and Riley, I did just update that algorithm so it will match a little bit better for that speed of what it's moving at.
Perfect.
So
there you go.
Earhart probably looking closer to about 4:30 or so. Branchville getting to about 4:53. That general time frame.
Yep, and time right now is 4:20 on the dot. So you have roughly about 20-30 minutes if you're in Branchville, only about 30 minutes there in Embry, and only about 10 minutes if you're in Earhart. So this system is moving at a good pace at about 30-35 miles per hour. So it's not going to take long for this cell to reach you. And if we wind this out just one more time, you can see this is not, unfortunately, the only warning we are dealing with. We'll show you kind of all the different warnings that we are currently tracking across the area. And unfortunately, we do have a number of them. Let's see if we can try this one more time. There we go. So we do have that tornado emergency in effect for Bamberg County. That is going to continue over the next 30-45 minutes. We have this newest tornado warning in Hancock County. This does not include Sparta. And then another observed tornado that's getting very close to the Washington and Johnson County border. In Johnson County, you actually are underneath a severe thunderstorm warning for a very small slither of it. So that's going to be our next line of storms moving in. And you can just see, luckily, that tornado threat is hopefully will go down for us, but it's not looking likely. We do have a tornado watch that will stay in effect for the rest of this evening until 9 p.m. Here, I'm going to step off as it gets squirrely.
Yeah, Riley, I was just going to pan this down a little bit more. You can really just see still the active warnings that are just going to be moving into those western counties there. Several of those warnings are observed. I don't want to take attention away from Allendale County going into Bamberg County. You guys still have a pretty significant a cell that we're watching there. So far, Riley, I haven't seen anything about the one in Hancock County at least being observed yet. So that's some good news from the Weather Service.
Yeah, one thing with these polygons, so that white outline is showing you that it's an observed tornado. If it's just red like the one in Hancock County, that would be Doppler indicated. And then for the one in Bamberg County, that is pink because it's a tornado emergency. So that actually means confirmed tornado causing significant damage to property and loss loss to life as well. One thing, we've been constantly covering the tornadic risk with storms, as we should, but there's also going to be a wind threat with thunderstorms. So even if maybe a thunderstorm is tornado warned, it may not be producing a tornado, could still be producing winds in excess of 60 and 70.
Jumping on real quick here. So we are monitoring storms in the south, specifically that border between Georgia and South Carolina. I want to direct your attention, and we're not going to keep them up because they are covering the basically the same storm. As we have WALB below me, that is Albany, Georgia. They're covering tornado warnings, and what is that now? It looks like about 8 counties. But the most severe stuff is in the viewing area of Augusta, Georgia, WRDW. We heard that meteorologist say they have one area where there's a tornado emergency, another where it's just a warning, an emergency, adding to the fact that they have had loss of life. They've got some pretty severe damage. So we want to stick with WRDW as we continue to keep a close eye on some of our other stations.
Yeah, and that's just the difference in opinion between the Weather Service in Columbia and the Weather Service in Charleston. So Charleston, they're not quite thinking it's onto that scale just yet, but the Weather Service in Columbia, they're keeping it as a significant event there too.
Can you loop this one time for me, Anthony? Yes. Just to kind of show you the general motion of these storms. So they're swinging through with an upper level trough. They're basically kind of moving from the southwest towards the northeast. This one cell in Allendale County is moving at about 30, 35 miles per hour, but these storms moving out to our western counties at a much faster pace. They're actually at a pace around 50 miles per hour, so a little bit quicker moving storms. And keep that in mind. If you are watching a storm, say west and south of you, that storm could approach you very quickly. And we're already seeing kind of more of these discrete cells form ahead of that main line. That's going to be a concern, especially as they start lifting into areas that have already been hit. So next in line with this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be Bullitt County, Jenkins, Screven, crossing the Savannah River into some of our eastern counties again. So a number of different current hazards that we are monitoring on radar. We'll take a closer look. The one warning that I think deserves the most attention is the one that we have had confirmation that has caused significant damage in Allendale County. So that does include Bamberg County next. You're going to be the next place in line for this cell to produce damage. So anywhere in Branchville and Orangeburg County to Earhart, that's where this tornado emergency is still in effect and will stay in place at least for the next 30 to 45 minutes. They actually did just update this. We'll go back to velocity, see if we can see some rotation, and very clear rotation signature with this still, folks. So they are continuing the tornadic emergency with this listing. So keep in mind, this is going to be a cell that is capable of producing significant damage.
And Riley, after you get done tracking that, I can draw that for you if you want.
Oh, I tried. It messed up. We'll get rid of that. But there you go, folks. This is kind of the classic signature you're looking for. And luckily on correlation coefficient, we're not seeing quite the debris signature that we had earlier, but still treat it as if there is a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, so this is right around the Earhart area. We'll zoom in a little bit more here to South Carolina Highway 64, right around the intersection near 601, right near Earhart. Still seeing the greatest rotation and maybe even some mild... Sorry, guys, I'm just looking at a new information here from the Weather Service. That was a little bit older. Okay. So as we continue on through looking at, that velocity, that is if there isn't a tornado there is definitely winds that is going to be causing damage. So if you notice when I switched it over to correlation, there was still a little bit of blue on the screen. But if there is some damage there, that's likely not from a tornado, but those winds, and those are very strong winds.
That's an intense wind field with this. I mean, so as Anthony mentioned, maybe there's not necessarily a tornado on the ground, but these winds can cause just as much damage. And these velocity values we're looking at are definitely in excess of 60 miles per hour. So very steady winds that can cause damage anywhere in the path along 601 here. So this is South Carolina Route 601 between Hughes and Earhart. This storm is now approaching you and likely starting to notice those winds pick up. But you need to make sure you are in your safe place, that lowest level of your home, the most interior part of your home, away from windows and outside walls. Also put on your tennis shoes, a bike helmet if you have one. Head injuries is where you're going to be most vulnerable with storm damage. So always protect the head. But this pace of this storm is northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And this is the same cell that was producing significant damage in Allendale County. So next in line is going to be Bamberg, and then we are going to move that into Orangeburg County next. Okay, actually just getting a report now, folks, that we do have some possible video, and we could definitely air that if we have video here. So this is coming in from one of our viewers. This is Mitch West. He is a storm spotter in South Carolina. So this is in Allendale County, what you're looking at here from Twitter.
Oh, wow.
And oh man, so you can kind of see it there in the distance. So that's where that tornado was forming in Allendale. And if you are just tuning in with us, folks, we did unfortunately get reports of significant damage to homes in Allendale, especially downtown Allendale, to where entire roofs are missing off of structures. So significant stuff. And as we mentioned earlier, you don't want to necessarily try to go outside and get a picture or video of these cells because they could be completely rain wrapped. As we just saw with that video, it's very tough to make out exactly where that tornado was. So it can be very dangerous. We do not live in the plains. We do not have wide open landscapes to where you can see these storms miles away. They can sneak up on you, especially with our changing elevation, a number of trees in the area. So don't try to get pictures or video of these storms. They can be very deadly, and they can show up without you knowing them. So always make sure you're in that lowest level of your home. And starting to see a little bit another rotation there, possibly. Our radar here picking up on that algorithm. So just continued threat of these rotating thunderstorms. Now moving through Allendale and Bamberg County, we'll continue to move this kind of closer to where that area of concern is. So the main area of circulation is kind of on the west side of Earhart, right here, moving northeast.
And Riley, we did get a report from the National Weather Service. Someone added that into the chat there from someone on Twitter. A welding shop, AIS, south of Augusta, south of Allendale, was quote unquote demolished per the Allendale EMS. So definitely some damage in Allendale. Now we're starting to get those tornado reports there on the screen.
Yeah, here we'll query box some of these storm reports. So unfortunately, folks, we are getting confirmation of very significant damage there in Allendale County, and these are now kind of coming into the National Weather Service as that main cell is clearing Allendale. We got another video coming in from social media. So this is from Mitch West again, and this is from damage in Allendale. And oh my goodness, you can see all those power lines down. Oh man, this is not what we wanted, folks, but we knew this was a first alert weather day, and we knew we were going to have this potential. So this is confirmation now of damage in Allendale. You can see power lines on the ground. And keep in mind, if you are going to be in the path of one of these storms that produce damage like this, you never want to be next to a power line laying on the ground. You need to leave at least 30 yards between you and that power line. It can be very deadly if you get close to them, especially in this wet environment. And you can see a number of those reports now coming in from Allendale. We did have a very clear debris signature with those storms as they did move through Allendale earlier this afternoon. We'll see if we can get some of these storm reports to pop up. There you go. So this is Allendale County 911 Center reported roofs, blown off structures in Allendale. Time was estimated from radar data. That's the reports that are going to continue coming in, and let this be a learning opportunity that if you are placed underneath a tornado warning today, you need to take it very seriously. We are seeing very strong tornadoes that are causing significant damage across the area, especially with this one that we're currently monitoring, now moving into Bamberg County. We're going to try to get a wider view of this real quick, because this actually is a tornado emergency. This is meaning that this is causing significant loss to life and property. That one tornado emergency is currently in effect for Bamberg County. So that does stay in effect for the next 30 to 45 minutes. Not to completely eliminate our other counties. There are still continued severe weather threats now approaching our western counties. Keep that in mind. And they actually just put out a new severe thunderstorm warning for Allendale County.
And Riley, I just want to, before we talk about the severe thunderstorm warning, I just want to bring your attention back to Allendale, just to the north of Earhart, because I'm pretty sure that is starting to redevelop a little bit more.
Yep.
I'm going to try to pull the high res up really quick.
So right there, folks, anywhere near Earhart.
Just to the north, right where that lightning strike is, it looks like we're starting to see that re-strengthen a little bit more.
Yeah, we'll go back to velocity right here. And oh man, you can, yeah, absolutely. You can see that. Rotation, once again, very impressive. So definitely a rotating thunderstorm capable of producing a violent tornado. And as Anthony was mentioning, especially anywhere north of Earhart, along Hughes or near Hughes, anywhere along 601. So between Clear Pond and Hughes, anywhere east of that is where it's going to be next in line, and that concern is going to be. So a significant storm. This has been producing significant tornado damage across the area, and you need to take it very seriously. So make sure you're getting to that lowest level, that safe room, especially if you live anywhere near Hughes, Earhart. Downtown Bamberg, you are not included in this polygon. This storm is staying to your south, but next in line is going to be Orangeburg County. So once this moves towards the northeast and crosses over 601, it is going to be next in line for Orangeburg County.
And if you guys want to, if you guys want to come to the Weather Center really quick, Riley, I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
But just to let me clear this out again. We keep getting more updates. So just to the north of Earhart here, we're starting to watch this other, right here, that other debris signature. And as we play this forward, notice how we still see that ball start to develop. So there it is right there. This is going to continue to move off to the northeast. And we've just noticed that broad rotation a little bit more. So it could be tightening up a little bit as well. We'll continue to play this out and notice how we still can see that ball on radar. Now, it's not quite as tight as what we saw not too long ago. We'll back this up another couple of frames. But you can see it's an obvious signature. You had some of this blue over here. That's most likely just dust and not an actual tornado on the ground or possibly a debris signature. But what we can see by that little dot on there, if that stays as the circle continues to move further to the north, and actually that's a good frame. That's the most recent frame. That has been updated a little bit, so not quite as much of an actual ball, but I wouldn't be surprised if that tornado that started in Allendale, it continued through Allendale, it lifted off the ground, but still had plenty of rotation.
Jumping on here real quick just to tell you what we're looking at. I'm taking the place of our great TV station in Panama City that is covering severe storms. Above me is Montgomery, Alabama. They're holding a press conference right now that is showing images and depicting how bad the storm damage has been today. We're going to replay that once this coverage here from Augusta, Georgia finishes. It is the most severe storm coverage we have happening right now. So let's go ahead and make that the focus and go back to it here on Local News Live.
A new
Very
tornado
strong.
warning.
There is a new tornado
Hancock.
warning. Hancock County. Let me jump over.
Also includes portions of Warren County.
Okay, I'll jump over to that as well. I also want to just mention really quick too, by Saluda County in Newberry County, Greenwood County, they also have a tornado warning up there. So severe weather on either sides of the CSRA. We'll switch the radar. Let me see if it's easier to. Let me switch this back over really quick here. It's going to go blank, but it'll load back in.
So severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson, Washington, Wilkinson County, 60-mile-per-hour gusts, radar indicated, and then they just added a new observed tornado warning to Lawrence County, just outside of our area.
Yes. And if I zoom this out a little bit more, trying to find a good signature for you guys to see. I'll go back to correlation, and yeah, you can see plenty of blue dots on the screen there.
Wow.
So near Dexter, Georgia, this is the most recent, the closest one, near just to the south of Toomsboro. That's going to be moving closer to our western county, so really can see that on radar as well.
Yeah, that's about to cross over Lake St. Clair. So right there along that Washington and Johnson County border. Right there along Lake St. Clair. So that's where that cell is about to cross over. And we're likely going to see that tornado emergency continue into portions of Washington and Johnson County next, especially since we are seeing that type of signature on radar. We can go back to the green screen real quick, guys. We'll just kind of highlight all these tornado warnings and active alerts across the area. So we do have a tornado emergency in Bamberg County that was producing significant damage in Allendale County earlier. That is moving towards the northeast, so anywhere near Hughes, Clear Pond, or Earhart in Bamberg County, you need to be getting to your safe place. A new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Allendale County. That's producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in an area that was just hit by a devastating tornado. And then a new tornado warning in effect for Hancock County that does extend into Warren County. That is Doppler indicated, but now starting to see a little bit better rotation with those storms. And then next in line between Sandersville and Wrightsville, that Washington and Johnson County area, that's going to be impacted by what is now an observed tornado on the ground. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of that cell, but we're likely going to see that tornado warning issued into Washington and Johnson County next. And then even south of that, you can see more tornado warnings. So this line is what's going to be in store for us the rest of the afternoon into early this evening.
And Riley, I've been looking at the Weather Service chat from Columbia. So John at the Weather Service has been noticing that tightening rotation in Allendale County.
Okay.
In Bamberg County now.
Here, let's go back to that.
We'll zoom in on that a little bit. And that is starting to tightening up a little bit more, and a possible tornado should reach the Orangeburg County line closer to about 450. So if you're in eastern sections of Bamberg County, right on that line there, you need to make sure you're in your safe spot. If you're in Branchville, if you're watching us from Branchville, definitely want to make sure you're getting into your safe spot. Very broad rotation as a whole, and we've just been noticing over the last couple of frames that's starting to tighten up just a little bit more.
Yeah, it is continuing to look very impressive, and just kind of listing off some locations that are going to be next in path of this. So you have Earhart right here. This is our area of concern where we are tracking that rotation with that cell to where a tornado could be on the ground or continuing to form. Farrell Crossroads, you're going to be next in line, and then Branchville into Orangeburg County. So this cell is just basically going to take this path of this storm track that I just labeled there. So this is continuing, about to cross over 601 next. And then it's going to be heading towards 362. So South Carolina routes 362. That is going to be next in line. If you're just now joining us, this cell actually was producing some damage. We were taking a look at some video out of Allendale County from that cell earlier that we did have confirmation. We were seeing power lines down in the middle of the roadway. We had reports of roofs being completely blown off of structures. So take this tornado emergency very seriously. It was causing significant damage earlier and still seeing very impressive reflectivity values and velocity values with this cell again. You got anything, Anthony?
I'm just double checking through the Weather Service to see if we have any updates. Right now we don't, but Riley, if you want to, as I say that, we get another little ding over here.
There we go. Here, I got it pulled up right here. Okay. See if this will pull up for us.
So they did trim that back. So now that's for portions of Hancock and Warren County. So something for them to keep an eye on as well. I'm going to go back to the high-res radar and see if I can pull in some of those storms as well.
Here we go. So this is our current new tornado warning just between Sparta and Mayfield. So this is Hancock into Warren County. Not seeing the best kind of, this may be a new alert as well. This may have been something, that may be that Sandersville or Washington County storm. We'll see if what that is.
So I believe that is the Bamberg County.
Yeah,
so
they did
trim that back.
Okay.
But they still use the language in the Weather Service. A confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado was located 7 miles north of Badgets or about 10 miles southeast of Bamberg, moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. So the southern extent of Bamberg County moving into Orangeburg County there.
Right, and this is just kind of a closer look at that. So they did trim that tornado warning. Earhart, you are now outside of that warning polygon. This now mainly includes far northern and eastern Bamberg County, or actually, excuse me, far eastern Bamberg County. Downtown Bamberg, you are not included in that warning polygon. So that severe weather threat should stay away from downtown Bamberg, but we'll be crossing over into Orangeburg County next. Just highlighting some tornado safety while we do have a second. Remember, always want to be inside. Don't try to take pictures or video of these storms. They're likely going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see them or have a good vantage point of them. And they are already producing significant damage. So take them very seriously. Be as low as you can. Never want to be in a room with windows, and put as many outside walls between you and the inside of your home as you can. A closer look at this. So luckily, Earhart, you are now outside of that warning polygon, but now about to cross over South Carolina route 362 next, and then crossing over into Orangeburg County. Now, we do have a number of different warnings across the area at the moment, so I know this is going to be frustrating for some of us that want to hear the weather for your specific area underneath the warning, but we just have a lot of areas being impacted by high impact weather here at the moment. So Allendale County, you have a strong thunderstorm producing 60-mile-per-hour gusts. That tornado emergency is for far eastern Bamberg County and now working its way into southern Orangeburg County. Our next tornado warning just on the east side of Sparta. That's going to be moving in towards Warren County next, so places near Mayfield, just outside of Warrenton. And then between Sandersville and Wrightsville, that's going to be our next line of storms that is producing the potential for tornadoes as well. We actually do have one tornado that was observed just outside of Washington County. We're going to have to see if they do extend that further into Washington County here in the next few minutes.
Riley, I believe they're actually going to let that expire.
Okay.
A lot of that precip has moved outside of the warning itself, so that just kind of leads me to believe that they're going to let that continue to move as just a severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, most of what they were looking at is now just to the north of, looks like Oconee there.
Yep. So definitely not the debris signature that we had earlier. Prior to these last couple of scans, there was a pretty clear debris signature on radar, but not seeing that with the latest update. So that is good news. Hopefully this storm is just somewhat cycling, may have just kind of gone through its process and lifted up. It could be dropping down at any second, though. So they did continue that severe thunderstorm warning into Washington and Johnson County, and I'm sure they did leave in that verbiage, Anthony, that the severe thunderstorm warning could be capable of producing a tornado?
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. Let's see here.
Because that is one of the concerns, folks. Anytime you have a rotating thunderstorm, you have the potential possibly for a tornado to form. So keep in mind that any rotating storm will have that tornadic threat with it. But currently speaking, just a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Sandersville, Harrison, and Wrightsville. This will stay in effect at least for the next 20 to 30 minutes. And even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, treat it seriously. You do not want to be next to windows or outside walls. These winds that we're seeing with these storms can be in excess of 60 miles per hour. So definitely enough to cause significant damage. And if a tree comes down, you don't want to be anywhere upstairs connected to an outside wall or near a window, because that's what's going to be most vulnerable.
And Riley, I know our system is a little bit behind. It still has that tornado warning there. That one in white, that's been allowed to expire.
Okay.
The tornado warning near between Sandersville and Wrightsville there, that is more or less in the line just for wind and penny-sized hail.
Okay.
Not to try to diminish that threat, winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour are still possible with that. And the storm itself is moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. So
I do see a little icon here,
I
Anthony.
do. I just was going to mention that as well. I'm going to switch my radar over to Columbia and look at those storms closer to the Augusta area.
It does look like, so as we've been looking at radar velocity, this is basically looking at air going away and towards the radar. Wherever we're seeing those bright greens and reds next to each other, that could be an indication of rotation and where a storm could be forming. It could be rotating, and that's where that tornado threat could be. So we are starting to see that.
Riley, I'm just going to, this isn't going to affect you, but I'm just going to check the Grovetown camera.
Yeah, go for it, for sure.
Really quick, and see if I can find anything on there. I did just pull up the traffic camera over Riverwatch I-20, and there is some standstill traffic going on the interstate right now.
Yeah, quickly, there's a wreck. Okay, we do have reports of a wreck there, and that was on I-20, Joe. Vehicle flipped. And correct me if but it looks like they did get rid of that tornado warning between Sparta and Warrenton.
It does. Let me check the lane chat.
All right, we like that.
Okay, good.
Positive news there. But next in line, we are expecting some heavy rain, some storms, maybe some wind with this next line that is approaching Augusta, Evans, Martinez, Grovetown, Harlem. You're going to be in threat for this storm. Also over Fort Gordon. And we were looking at just velocity, and we could actually see a couple couplets possibly trying to form with that. And our algorithm with radar definitely picking up some rotation with these cells. So keep in mind, folks, even though you're maybe not under a tornado warning at the moment, everywhere is underneath a tornado watch, which means conditions are going to be favorable for tornadoes to form.
And Joe, if you can hear me, can you get on the Grovetown camera? I know there's a setting in there to help clear some of the water off the lens. I think there's a shake setting on the camera, and that will help clear the picture a little bit. I'm not sure if you can try to find that for us too. Okay. Because I do want to show you guys the view over Grovetown in a second.
And I'm sure it's pouring over our studios here from our camera. I mean, blinding rain possibly right here along I-20 from right around exit 190 all the way towards Augusta from Grovetown. So definitely not ideal driving conditions. If you can stay off the roadways, that would definitely be ideal. But I am glad to see that they did get rid of that one tornado warning in Hancock and Warren County. So I think at the moment we should be tornado warning free, except for Bamberg County. We still have that one cell in Bamberg County that we are watching, and that is still underneath a tornado emergency. So keep in mind we're not done with that cell just yet. It is trying to move into Orangeburg County next. But you can just see a wide look at the region, all this rough weather south of us. This is what's going to continue moving east. So this is going to continue that severe weather threat through most of the afternoon and not really expire until we get to most likely past sunset. But this is our only active tornado warning right now in the CSRH. So this is far eastern Bamberg County. This does not include downtown Bamberg. Earhart, you are not included in this warning at the moment, but this is moving into Orangeburg County next. So places near Branchville, right there on the Orangeburg and Bamberg County line. This cell is continuing to produce that tornadic threat. It looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. We'll see where this ends up. Did you just get an alert for that there, Anthony?
That is for
Johnson, Emmanuel,
yes,
and Jefferson County. So that is a severe thunderstorm, likely producing winds at least up to 60 miles per hour. Lightning with storms, also a hazard we always have to worry about. So keep in mind, rough weather, folks. This is now starting to move on the north side of I-16. You got downtown Swainsboro, Wrightsville right here. So this is going to be that intense line of storms that continues through the area. And if you want to pull up that warning, Anthony, and just kind of list some of the towns in that path of that latest severe thunderstorm warning there in Emmanuel County.
Yeah, give me 1 second here. I'm trying to move this around a little bit.
So wide look, folks. Once again, this is our new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Emmanuel, Jefferson, Johnson counties. That will stay in effect at least next 30, 45 minutes for wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. There was a tornado warning with that line moving into our southern counties, but it looks like they are still going with just a severe thunderstorm warning, but there could be, once again, that potential for tornado to form. So just make sure you are staying weather alert out there for the rest of this afternoon.
Yeah, so that severe thunderstorm warning includes all of Emmanuel County, the southern half of Jefferson County. So if you live just to the south of Louisville, Wadley, you're under that severe thunderstorm warning. Kite, as well as Wrightsville, Adrian, also included in that severe thunderstorm warning as well, Riley.
And that will stay in effect until 5:30 p.m. Also seeing hail up to the size of nickels. So some hail that possibly maybe hearing ding off your roof. That's going to be a potential with these thunderstorms as well, along with that wind threat. And very heavy rain. Could actually see some localized flooding maybe with these cells as they do produce some very intense rainfall across the area. We do still have this severe thunderstorm warning that is now moving east of Allendale. And Allendale, unfortunately, folks, we did have confirmation of a tornado that did touch down. It did cause significant damage. And then they got hit by that severe thunderstorm that is finally moving east of them. And then we do have what's left of this tornado emergency in eastern Bamberg County. That is about to cross over into Orangeburg County next. It is moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour, but still pretty good-looking velocity signature on this. Definitely still seeing this storm rotate and producing that threat for a tornado to be on the ground.
Right, I'm just taking a look at our Grovetown camera right now. They're trying to dry off the camera to get rid of some of those raindrops. It's actually helping a little bit, but I'm not seeing anything in the way we were talking about those chance for some stronger storms near the Augusta area. And fortunately, it doesn't look like anything that would be all too concerning at this very second. Definitely still some heavy rainfall. Don't get me wrong, there's some lightning going on there as well, but it's pretty hard to see. There is some low-level clouds with that as well, but doesn't look like anything in the way of rotation going on. It does look like, so the latest from the Weather Service near Bamberg County, it looks like they are going to issue a new tornado warning for that storm moving now into Orangeburg County near Branchville.
Okay.
And so they're also watching rotation on the storm moving northeast through Allendale County towards Bamberg County. So our southeastern counties, you guys aren't done yet. That's the current storm that has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. And it does look like that they have added that new tornado warning. So they're going to be canceling or allowing that tornado emergency to expire in southern sections of Farwell Crossroads, Embry, moving just across the county line there into Branchville, as well as 66. You guys are going to be keeping an eye on that storm as well.
Yeah, and that's your Bamberg and Orangeburg County line right there. And the worst of this cell is basically where they just basically clip this polygon. So where it goes from that purple to a red color is where they are changing the verbiage a little bit with this warning. So having it be a Doppler indicated tornado, but it was previously a tornado emergency. We actually did get confirmation that this was a devastating tornado for Allendale County earlier this afternoon. This is about to cross over the Bamberg County line into Orangeburg County. So next in line is going to be places like Branchville, Lambrick. You're going to also be in line for that. So this storm is basically moving right along that South Carolina road.
And Riley, if you could you, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you go to, if you can clear that alert, and if you can go up closer to the Augusta Metro, there is another storm that we're going to be keeping an eye on there too. Here, it might be easier if I just kind of help you.
I'm trying.
So there is another storm there that we're going to watch. Here, it might be easier.
Yeah, you may just want to set it for me.
Yeah. We'll zoom this back out a little bit here.
There we go.
So definitely some more. I'll let you do it.
Yeah. Here we go. So I can zoom in with this. There we go.
Okay. Sorry, guys. It does get
a little.
Is that
a new tornado? Is that?
So it looks like they did a tornado warning for Allendale County. So we were just talking about that.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So we'll go back there before we talk about Augusta. I'll get that on the high-res situation.
We do have some storms forming around Augusta. We'll mention that really quickly. Those aren't tornado warned at the moment, but we are watching these cells in our eastern counties. This actually was an upgrade to what was a severe thunderstorm warning. And now, there you go. Look at that, Anthony. You can really see a pretty clear
there's
hook
definitely
with that.
some rotation there.
Yeah,
guys, let me get back to the Weather Center real quick. If you guys want to come to me really quick, too, I just want to talk about Augusta really fast, too. So here's Augusta right here, Gracewood, Fort Gordon. There is definitely still some mild rotation going on there. So no severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. But I'm not going to be surprised if the Weather Service continues to watch this a little bit more. And we do have another tornado warning that's been issued. I'll go back to Riley's screen here.
That one was for Bamberg.
That was for
they extended the
Allendale
Allendale one.
So some good news there. This one isn't for the Augusta area, but guys, I am seeing some tightening rotation just outside of Bobby Jones. The overall strength of this doesn't look to be that bad, but definitely some heavy rain. I'm going to try to go back to our high-res.
Oh, no.
Oh, that was my bad, Riley.
My bad. Oh, you're trying to use the high-res. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Here, you got it.
Not thinking about that. So, yeah, I do want to keep you guys paid attention to, just around Bel Air, between Bel Air, Gracewood, that cell there. Yeah, that's really starting to ramp up. Riley, I don't know if you want to ask John at the Weather Service if they've been watching that a little bit closely, because that is starting to do some rotation a little bit there. I'm going to go back to our high resolution. See another tornado warning issued. This looks to be now in Johnson County. So that severe thunderstorm warning has now turned into a tornado warning there as well. So we have a few tornado warnings, Johnson County, Allendale County, as well as Bamberg County. I'm going to get to those in just a second, but I do want to go back to the Augusta area, and I'll switch this over to a high resolution. You can see that rotation now just crossing 520. And that's starting to increase a little bit more. I'll switch this back to correlation. Not too much to see there. Some rotation and some broad rotation, some heavy rainfall. But Riley, if you want to go back to your screen, we'll talk more about those tornado warnings that were just issued. We'll keep an eye on downtown Augusta, guys, but I would get prepared for some stronger storms for sure. We're also seeing some rotation there. So downtown Augusta, just kind of be aware as well.
And I did just send out a message to the National Weather Service to get their input on it. So hopefully we'll get an answer from them soon. But obviously they're very busy, just like we are. We are tracking these storms for you. And a new tornado warning issued for Allendale and Bamberg County. This is Doppler indicated, but still seeing a very clear radar signature here of rotation with this thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. So this has been lastly updated about just 5 minutes ago. So they did extend this again. We just saw our previous tornado warning warning now go into Orangeburg County. So this storm was forming in the wake of that previous storm and basically impacting the exact same areas that just were underneath that tornado emergency just a few minutes ago. And we do have another warning in effect. So this is actually for Johnson and Washington County. It was connected with that, actually for Washington County, excuse me. This is for that one sort of severe thunderstorm warning that we were tracking that had the potential maybe for a few of those severe storms to arrive. Let's take a closer look at it. So closer look at Wrightsville. So there you go. Very clear indication of rotation. That is right around Georgia Route 319. That's about to cross over on the east side of it. Now, if you live in downtown Wrightsville, if you live south of Wrightsville, you're included in this tornado warning. If you live north of Wrightsville, driving towards Harrison, you are not included in this warning, but you are included in a severe thunderstorm warning. So really anywhere in Washington and Johnson County, you get prepared for at least some very strong wind gusts. And highlighted in this one polygon, we actually had another tornado warning, looks like. There you go. So another tornado warning issued now for portions of Emmanuel County. We'll zoom in on that one. So a lot going on, folks. A lot of different threats on the board. Many of our southern and eastern counties are seeing these tornado warnings. Highlighted in yellow is the thunderstorm warnings. Anywhere in Johnson and Emmanuel County, you need to get to your safe spot. You need to be as low as you can, put as many walls between you and the outside of your home. Stay away from windows. And before you get to that safe room, put on a bike helmet, throw on some tennis shoes, do anything you can to protect yourself because these tornado warnings have been producing tornadoes. We actually have seen significant weather so far this afternoon. This is the latest, newest tornado warning that just came out for portions of Emmanuel and Johnson County. So heading towards Gill Springs, Oak Park, you are just outside of that warning, but it's about to cross I-16. So this is I-16 you're seeing right here. That worst rotation is basically going to ride the interstate and continue to move east towards Stillmore, Twin City, downtown Swainsboro. You are right on the leading edge of that tornado polygon. So keep in mind that you will have that risk. Whenever you're placed underneath a tornado warning, you need to be as low as possible. Don't be anywhere in a room with windows. If you have a basement, that's an ideal spot to be. A lot of us don't have a basement. So it can be a hallway closet, a bathroom, maybe underneath a hallway staircase, anywhere that just doesn't have a connection to outside walls. That's where you're going to be most protected. But a number of different tornado warnings in place. This one currently in effect for Johnson County includes the town of Kite. Does not include Wrightsville, but definitely pretty textbook circulation with this. And that's been the concern with thunderstorms all afternoon is that they're rotating and producing that severe weather threat.
And Riley, I don't want to, the Weather Service hasn't responded to us yet. I know they're extremely busy, but if you want to go back to downtown Augusta, I'm still seeing some broad rotation now inside of Bobby Jones, some heavier rainfall there, some lightning. We had a lightning burst, so that could be some strengthening areas there too. And now also another rotation signature near Murphy's Estates. While this isn't a tornado on the ground by any means, there's definitely more signs of rotation that is starting to occur in the Augusta area for sure.
Right there, and actually, if we have our tower camera, that's actually over the station, if we can pull that up, that may give us actually a vantage point of this cell there on the west side of town.
I did look at that not too long ago.
This may be a new warning coming in.
I believe that is for either the Atlanta office or Charleston. So I believe, that is for that's from the Charleston office for extreme southeastern portions of Allendale County.
Okay, so just a continuation of that one.
Yep, that one's been edited.
So at the moment, these are our current warnings across the area. Highlighted in red are tornado warnings. Highlighted in this orange-yellow color are severe thunderstorm warnings. So the current threat is mainly in our southern and eastern counties. That's where storms are worst. But Doppler Max radar really shows that these storms are found everywhere. And even close to us here in Augusta, we are noticing some rotation with those storms. So definitely keep in mind that really everywhere across the area has the threat for tornadoes. And you can see that kind of classic rotation look on velocity data right there. Definitely air. Let's take a look at our tower cam right here. So this is looking eastbound down I-20 towards Costco, the Savannah River. If we can turn that camera to look basically the exact opposite direction to try and make it look going westbound down the interstate and maybe even a little bit left of that. That's where that storm will be approaching from. So we're just kind of scanning our skies here at the moment. You can see that traffic there on I-20 is at a standstill. So not ideal to be on area roadways at the moment. If we can continue left of that, Joe, just a little bit more, So there we go, scanning. Yeah, you just kind of lose sight of everything. Still some pretty intense rainfall, but we'll hold steady on that location and continue to watch it.
Joe, I would actually turn that camera just a little bit more too. We can keep it on radar.
This is what we're trying to find right here.
I did see, John did respond from the National Weather Service rally, so they're keeping an eye on it, but they're not overly concerned. So that might just be some more broader rotation over the city right now. So it's still definitely getting its act together. And by the time if they were to issue a warning on this, it will most likely be out of the downtown area. But we're going to keep an eye on that one as well.
Absolutely. So once again, the environment's going to be ripe, folks. We're going to have just the conditions available for tornadic storms to form. We'll go back to radar, just kind of give you a radar view at this. So definitely some heavy rain being found across interior Augusta, North Augusta, Belvedere, all the way up into Murphy's Estates into southern Edgefield County. That storm is not warned. Likely definitely producing maybe some strong wind gusts, lightning, some intense rainfall. The current warnings that we have across the area are south of Augusta. This is currently in places like Johnson, Emmanuel County. That's where we have current tornado warnings in place. They are Doppler indicated, so we don't have confirmation that there is a tornado on the ground in those places, but definitely seeing some pretty clear signature on radar showing rotation. I'm hearing a lot of buzzing there.
This is all for south of the Augusta area, so going
It looks like they actually confirmed that Johnson tornado.
I'm looking to see if they are keeping that going or if they had canceled that, so I'm looking into that part right now.
I think that's an update, though. I don't believe it was observed earlier.
Okay, let me double check that.
So this does include places like Kite in Johnson County. If you live between Wrightsville and Kite, right there on Georgia Route 57, this is a tornado warning, and that white polygon you're looking at is actually an observed tornado. So the National Weather Service has changed the verbiage to this warning. An observed tornado on the ground that is heading towards Johnson County next.
And that is observed, and that goes until 5:30 this evening, so we still have another half hour on that one. And then we do have a continuation of the tornado warning.
In Emmanuel County?
I believe it's in Emmanuel County. We have, Emmanuel's just not popping up on the Weather Services chat. Effingham County, actually, I think that's closer to Allendale, so that might be.
Yeah, Effingham County is just south of Screven County, so that's closer towards the Savannah River.
So they are doing a continuation there.
Okay. And you can see the different colors of these polygons. So the one highlighted in white, that's where the National Weather Service has actually gone with an observed tornado. So anywhere between Wrightsville and Kite, you need to make sure you're getting to that lowest level of your home and staying hunkered down at least until 5:30. We're currently at 5:03 p.m., so a good while left underneath that tornado warning. A little bit further south, you can see highlighted in red here, that is a tornado warning in effect for Emmanuel County. It's Doppler indicated, though. We haven't had confirmation that there is a tornado associated with that cell, but treat it as if it is. If you live anywhere near Swainsboro towards that I-16 corridor, you need to get to your safe spot as well. Get to that lowest level. Never want to go upstairs. Don't try to go outside and get pictures of these storms because they're likely rain wrapped. We likely don't have a great view of these tornadoes, even if they are forming, because there's just a lot of rain surrounding these storms. So very tough to actually see them. And along with the tornado threat, there's also going to be some strong winds, some intense rainfall, lightning with these cells. So a number of different threats on the board. And these are moving a little bit faster than those tornadic cells we were covering earlier. So I think, Anthony, these are moving at a decent pace, actually, about 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, the one for, trying to go back, there's, let's see, the one, sorry guys, there's a lot of warnings to look at on the screen here.
There are a lot of warnings.
So
here, we'll kind of clean this up. We can actually show you this view of just warnings in the area.
Okay, so you're talking about the observed.
Yep, so that one does include Johnson County, anywhere between Wrightsville and Kite.
Yes,
you are included in that
one is moving to the east at about 35 miles per hour.
Oh, 35, okay.
And let's see if I can pull up the one near Swainsboro as well.
Yeah, this one in Swainsboro. Once again, if you live anywhere near downtown Swainsboro and anywhere on the west side of town, so if you're on the I-16 side of Emmanuel County, this cell is getting close to you. This is a radar indicated tornado warning that does include Emmanuel, Johnson, Lawrence, Trutland counties until 5:30 p.m. And it also producing maybe some small hail. That's also been a hazard that we've had to worry about with these cells. Anytime they can rotate, they can produce very large hailstones, so keep that in mind. Another tornado warning looks like that's the one for Effingham County, possibly portions of Bullitt County as well, so just outside of Statesboro, where Georgia Southern is. If you have any students or friends that maybe attend Georgia Southern, they also have some rough weather moving in the next hour or so.
And Riley, that's the storm that is moving at about 45 miles per hour. So that one is moving fairly quickly.
And thank you, Anthony. And keep in mind, with these tornado warnings in place, there are very specific places you want to get to inside your home that are safe. So in the interior part of your home, anywhere highlighted in green here, if you do have a hallway bathroom that maybe has double walls that can protect you from that just one layer of outside wall, then that can be safe. But ideally in a hallway closet, anywhere just in the most interior part of your home. If you do have a basement, that's going to be the best place. A lot of us don't have basements though, so just try to get as low as possible and stay away from any outside walls. Anywhere upstairs, that's going to be vulnerable. We've actually had a number of reports out of Allendale to where roofs are missing off of structures, so a number of different hazards that can really impact us. We'll go back to radar here, just kind of a wide view of what's happening across the area. So keep in mind that the severe weather threat really now starting to work its way into our southern and western counties. This is going to continue several hours, folks, not until after most likely sunset. We do finally start to get these storms out of the region. In Bamberg County is where we're currently tracking a tornado warning that did produce significant damage over Allendale County earlier. We'll take a closer look at that cell for you. Here, we'll get this, we'll zoom in right here. If you hear anything new, Anthony, just shout.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that. I'm also looking at the tornado warning where most of that, actually, hold on, we're getting a couple more buzzes in here. This is from the Charleston office. So they did cancel the tornado warning for Allendale and Hampton County.
Okay.
So it looks like that's some good news for them.
Yep. We still have this one in effect for portions of Bamberg County, and unfortunately, it does include places like Earhart. We were just covering y'all with this previous tornado warning that moved into Orangeburg County. This storm is moving kind of right in the exact same path, so keep in mind anywhere near Earhart, also Hughes, Clear Pond, anywhere in Bamberg County, you are still underneath a significant threat for tornadoes. So make sure you're staying hunkered down in that safe spot. Not clear to come out just yet. That rotation is still looking pretty impressive with it, and they did just update it, as Anthony mentioned. And there you go, folks. Pretty significant stuff again. Very clear signature on radar with velocity. That we are seeing this storm rotate and potentially producing that tornado threat as well.
And I'm just trying to readjust the high-resolution radar, Riley, to go back over Swainsboro, the Adrian area. There was definitely some good signs of rotation, a couple couplets actually. So I'm trying to look at this through the high-res view. If you guys want to take Max 2, we can see, I can show you guys that high resolution radar there. So definitely seeing some of that rotation on the screen, Riley, if you want to kind of point that out too. Definitely over Adrian, so just outside of the CSRA, now moving into Emmanuel County, definitely seeing some rotation there as well. So that is going to be something to watch, and they might upgrade that into an observed tornado if that continues to strengthen a little bit more as well. As far as those thunderstorms over the Augusta area goes, still no sign of that being upgraded into any kind of a warning. We do have some heavier rainfall in the Augusta area now. Actually moving on to the North Augusta side, I do want to switch this back over to the Columbia radar. This is going to go blank, but it will fill back in. And let's take a closer look. We'll switch this over to our velocity. And there just shows some additional little pockets, and we do have an updated tornado warning now. Riley, I'm going to...
That's for Johnson County.
Johnson County, okay.
Continues tornado warning for Johnson County. Continue to say it's radar indicated until 5:30 p.m. So basically, it's a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado. And this was located 5 miles east of Span, Georgia, or 6 miles southeast of Wrightsville. It is moving east at about 40 miles per hour, and we actually just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Glasscock, Jefferson, and Washington County. 60 mile per hour gusts with that storm, so that's about to cross over Highway 1 between Rennes, Louisville, Bagley as well. So anywhere in that southern Jefferson County area, you're close to those tornado warnings, but you also just got placed underneath a severe thunderstorm warning as well.
And looks like they do have another severe thunderstorm warning. Now this includes the Augusta Metro. So all of Richmond County, southern sections of Columbia County, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. And I do want to zoom this back in a little bit to the Augusta area.
And they
Riley, did they mention anything in the NWS chat?
They are including a tornado possible with this latest severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for the Augusta area. So this does include portions of Richmond, Columbia, Warren County, Burke County, Jefferson County as well. So this is going to be staying in effect at least the next 30 minutes. And be prepared. Those strong thunderstorms that are moving into this severe warned area will be capable of producing tornadoes. So take them very seriously. Just stay away from outside walls. Don't go near windows. That's what's going to be most vulnerable in winds like this. And just keep in mind, this does include us here in Augusta, also portions of Columbia County.
And here's another look at the high-resolution radar. This is looking at velocity. So we are watching another sign of some broad rotation just to the south of Hephzibah. We're going to keep an eye on that between Hephzibah and St. Clair. Continue to move out of Burke County into southern sections of Richmond County. And now, hold on, guys. I'm hearing some more buzzing over here from the Weather Service. Okay, so they just canceled the tornado warning for Bamberg County, and we're going to continue to see.
Can you take me on the wall, guys? We'll just kind of give a wide vantage point of Doppler Max radar here. So this is our latest severe thunderstorm warning that does include Evans, Grovetown, Harlem, Martinez, Fort Gordon, Augusta, Hephzibah, McBean, all the way down Highway 25 through Waynesboro, and anywhere on the west side of Highway 25 through Burke County. So places like Keysville in Jefferson County, right there along Highway 1. Get ready, Louisville. That's an intense thunderstorm about to cross Highway 1, producing up to 60-mile-per-hour gusts. And one thing with the severe thunderstorm warning that was actually just issued for Columbia and Richmond County, they are including that tornadoes are going to be possible. So we could actually see tornadoes form inside these thunderstorms. Even though it's a severe thunderstorm warning, these thunderstorms are rotating, and they're definitely going to be capable of producing that severe weather threat. We'll go back to velocity, and this is actually going to kind of show you where those areas of spin are, where that rotation is. So right there, kind of just outside of Keysville, about to cross over the Burke and Richmond County line. If those storms, next couple of scans, if we start to see those tighten up and start to amplify, then we could be talking about a tornado warning incoming for the Augusta Metro. So if you live anywhere inside 520, you do have some very rough storms that are going to be moving in the next 30 to 45 minutes. Go ahead and get to that safe place. Make sure you are staying away from windows, outside walls, and get as low as possible. Do not try to go outside and get pictures and video of these because they're likely going to be completely rain wrapped. Going back to radar, you can see that it's just a mess out there. There's not really a clear spot to go outside and just see dry weather. So just keep in mind, you're not really going to be able to see anything forming. But if, Joe, if you still have our tower cam pulled up, if we can actually look outside of our tower cam and kind of give us a vantage point of what's looking out just outside of our studios. So just kind of blinding rain for the most part. Usually we can actually kind of see the tip tops of buildings from downtown Augusta, and you can see how that rain is almost sideways. So just try to stay off the roadways if you can today, folks. You can see that ponding right there on Riverwatch Parkway. You can see as that car was approaching in that turn lane, a lot of water in the road. So definitely keep in mind, hydroplaning an issue, flooded roads with these intense rain rates that we're expecting.
And
just
Riley,
stay inside.
We are starting to see a little bit more rotation there as well. If you want to take Riley back at the wall, so I set that up for you to see. So already starting to see some broad rotation on the Burke County, Richmond County line, just to the south of Hephzibah, just to the west of 25. So if you're in that area,
this is right near Point South Golf Club. I mean, we're talking about golf week, so there's a lot of patrons in town, and they're visiting our area golf courses. Hopefully they were not out there this afternoon because this has been pretty rough weather all day long. But if you live anywhere near Point South Golf Club along Highway 25 south of Hephzibah or anywhere near Hephzibah, we are tracking some rotation on Doppler Max radar. At the moment, it's not tornado warned, but the thing is you're underneath a severe thunderstorm warning, and the verbiage in that warning does include that tornadoes will be possible. And this is what we're looking for, folks, just kind of this tightening rotation, very intense winds with this, and you can see a lightning bolt. So if we start to see that lightning increase, that could definitely be a sign of a strengthening cell. inside this line. So keep in mind, some very active weather will be found here across Augusta. Looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning for Columbia County that does include places like Grovetown, Evans, Martinez, Appling, all the way up towards the lake.
Yep.
We'll try to get this to
so
pop up.
This goes to Columbia, Lincoln County, Edgefield, McCormick, and Saluda County as well. So a very large area, central northern portion of the CSRA. And they are still doing the language tornado possible, winds between about 60 miles per hour and at most 3/4 size hail with that storm as well. I do want to go. I'm trying to look at our high res over that area, Riley. So they have issued that. I'll switch mine back over, but still seeing that
you can
minor
see it's a
rotation
large
on.
swath. I mean, this is a
very
large swath of our area.
Essentially, the entire center portions of the CSRA.
Pop it in here real quick just to remind you what you're watching. Local News Live's coverage of severe weather, specifically hitting South Carolina, Georgia, and Alabama. We're going to replay a press conference looking at damage in Alabama in just a little bit when this coverage gets a little lighter. Right now, WRDW, Augusta, Georgia, they're covering the most severe damage. We also are keeping a close eye on Charleston, South Carolina. They are below me, where they are also covering severe storms, including tornadoes. Let's go back to WRDW, though. They are in Augusta, Georgia, with their coverage.
Just issued a wide swath of severe thunderstorm warnings and said, hey, any one of these cells could definitely produce a tornado. So we have the environment to do it. With thunderstorms, always remember, if you can hear thunder, you're close enough to be struck by lightning. So make sure you are staying inside and taking these warnings seriously, even if there's not a tornado necessarily on the ground, likely some intense winds. And whenever there's lightning outside, that's always a deadly hazard. And as we mentioned, if we saw this lightning start to increase a little bit, that could be a sign of that cell starting to get its act together. We have seen a few more lightning strikes there in southern Richmond County, approaching Hephzibah and working its way towards the south side of town. So this is moving off towards the east at about 30 to 45 miles per hour. So it is going to be approaching that Savannah River area next. So if you are living in McBean or anywhere on the south side of Augusta, this is where that rotation is heading next. But we'll actually widen this out. We'll go back out to radar and just give you kind of a wide look of all the different warnings in effect across the viewing area. So you can see this is basically our wave of thunderstorms, and going west to east is the basic progression of this line. It's going to continue that severe weather threat into our eastern counties next. So we're not going to be completely done with this, most likely until we get to closer to this 8 to 9 p.m. hour later this evening. We did just have a new tornado warning. Where was that, Anthony?
That was an updated warning on Emmanuel County.
Okay.
So still keeping an eye on Swainsboro. If you're downtown Swainsboro, make sure you're getting to your safe spot. Not completely under that warning yet. And not quite sure if they're going to expand it. Usually if they start trimming things versus adding on to it, they don't really see too much in the way there, but yeah, definitely still some broad rotation associated with that.
And they did change that one.
Yes, that used to be observed, so that is now just radar indicated, so just seeing some rotation on radar, so more good sign there. Riley, if you can zoom back out, or I can zoom out for you.
I got it.
If you want to go just to the north of the Augusta area, starting to see some more rotation just to the north of Aiken. Right on the Aiken-Edgefield County line, some broad rotation there as well. That's just outside of the severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. Not too, it's kind of near Trenton, but there is definitely some rotation trying to spin up there a little bit too. So we'll keep an eye on that. Fortunately,
and that's going to be the thing. We'll likely just see these warnings kind of progress east as the storms continue eastward as well. So even if you're outside of a warning, make sure you do have your severe weather plan ready to go.
Definitely. I'm trying to see if there's around the Augusta area, if there's anything else to really watch. And it does look like most of that rotation has moved outside of the Augusta area. So some good news there. But Jefferson County, right where Riley's pointing, that big burst of lightning, that could be something to watch there for sure.
That's definitely blowing up the last couple of scans. So that's right along Highway 1 north of Louisville, kind of near the Rennes area. I don't believe Rennes is included in a severe thunderstorm warning, but anywhere between Rennes and Louisville, we're seeing a lot of lightning right there on the west side of Highway 1. This is moving eastbound with that line at about 40 miles per hour, and you can just see all the lightning associated with it. So that's another threat that we're going to have to monitor with these severe thunderstorm warnings. But going back to just kind of a wide look, it's tough to kind of figure out what warning we want to cover because there's so many of them, and a few different of them deserve to be covered extensively because we have a couple of tornado warnings between Wrightsville and Swainsboro in the southern CSRA. We have widespread severe thunderstorm warnings going all the way from the northern to southern extent of the region, and each storm in that severe thunderstorm warning polygon has the potential to rotate, has the potential to produce its own tornado warning, and you can see the environment has been very conducive for that. We have a number of active tornado warnings across the area. We'll first go back to between Wrightsville and Swainsboro. That's kind of the immediate threat at the moment. These were actually observed tornadoes earlier, but now they're Doppler indicated. So hopefully this is a good sign that they actually did just update that again, Anthony. It looks like they clipped it back.
They did clip that a little bit there, and I'm looking at it on our radar, the velocity mode, and it does look like that those couplets of rotation are starting to fall apart as well.
Good.
Let me check to see when they've allowing this to expire. So still right at 5:30, so within the next 9 minutes. That is for both of those tornado warnings. And I did just get another buzz here, so let me check that out as well. Okay, so still keeping an eye. Some of these buzzes are outside of the CSRA too, so they're still getting some. The central portions of South Carolina, they're still watching some of those tornado warnings there. Outside of the CSRA, we still have those severe thunderstorm warnings from Saluda stretching all the way down through Emmanuel County, and just some pretty significant storms to our south too. If we look closer to Pembroke, they're seeing some decent thunderstorms there as well. Let me reset.
Here, you go back out to the wall, guys. We'll let Anthony get that set up. And just highlighting our two tornado warnings right now across the area. So portions of Johnson and Emmanuel County. This does include the town of Kite, Nunez, Swainsboro. You're included in this. So highlighted in orange is a severe thunderstorm warning where basically there's still going to be 60-mile-per-hour gusts. So if you see your little town or area highlighted in orange or red, need to make sure you are getting to that safe place right now.
They just canceled the tornado warning over Kite.
Okay, good.
So still
good.
Seeing the one in Swainsboro. I imagine they're going to let that one either expire or they're going to cancel that one a little bit sooner too. Still some broad rotation, but it looks like most of the rotation that would be there is actually outside of the warning area. So I would imagine they're gonna cut that one loose pretty soon as well.
Yeah, hopefully this is losing its act and not really holding together all too well. So as Anthony just mentioned, this tornado warning currently in effect for Johnson County, they're going to allow that to expire. And does it say that they're allowing it to expire at 5:30 or just canceling it out right now?
Hang on one second. I just want to check.
It's actually got a new tornado warning.
Okay, so it looks like they've updated that for Bamberg County.
For Bamberg, okay.
Yes.
So that is another area we've been monitoring right near Earhart, anywhere on the east side of 601. I'm not sure why it's not. There we go. Finally
we
got it.
We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, rather the one that I actually mentioned
for Aiken
earlier.
County.
Aiken.
Yep.
So that also has the language of tornado possible there as well.
Okay.
Again, they did drop the tornado warning in Johnson County. So we only have, technically we have two tornado warnings, one in Emmanuel and one in the extreme southeastern portions of Bamberg County. But I imagine most of that concerning weather is now actually moving outside of the county there as well.
Yeah, definitely on the east side of Earhart there. Possibly still a portion of Hampton County included in that warning, but the majority of that threat is starting to transition into Orangeburg County next. But as Anthony just mentioned, we actually did just have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for Aiken County, and the verbiage they're using in this one actually is they're saying that a tornado could form, so it is rotating, and that environment is still very conducive for storms to produce tornadoes. Downtown Aiken, you're seeing some very heavy rain, that main rotation just north of you along the interstate, and that's going to be taking that general same path out of the east at about 40 miles per hour. So this is working its head way ahead of that main wave that is bringing us those intense storms here in Augusta. Here, we'll get back to radar here.
And guys, I'm taking a look at the velocity over Aiken County there, so I can see what they're talking about. There's definitely some more mild rotation that's going along just to the northeast of Route 1. Northern sections of Aiken County there, and that's going to continue to move off to the east. Again, severe thunderstorm warning with the potential of a tornado is going to be a possibility.
Quickly popping in here, we are monitoring 2 spots where we're seeing the most storm activity. Below me is WCSC, Charleston, South Carolina. Right now, looking at their website, they have 4 tornado warnings, or 6 rather. And then WRDW in Augusta, Georgia, who we've been listening to for about an hour now, they have 4 tornado warnings, but some of the most severe. So let's go back to their coverage.
Have the ability to rotate, and that can lead to tornadoes touching down. And even if there may not be a tornado on the ground, they're still producing some fairly intense winds and a lot of lightning and very heavy rainfall. So a number of different hazards on the board. And we haven't mentioned this. There actually is a flash flood warning in effect for northern Edgefield and portions of Saluda County. So flooding is also a concern. We've had this very heavy rain across the area for several hours. I believe we started our first tornado warning just after around 2:30, 3 o'clock. So keep in mind that this rough weather has been ongoing, and since that heavy rain threat has really been ongoing across the area, that is going to continue some flood reports. And you can really see this leading edge of this line now approaching western Burke County towards Waynesboro. That is starting to look very impressive. Some very intense rain, lightning, some gusty winds with it as well. And we're still monitoring a few cells around the Metro Augusta area too. And this, where you're seeing little rotation arrows right here. So this is where the radar actually has an algorithm built in to where it can actually kind of see certain velocity signatures and know if storms are rotating or not. So it's starting to see the early signs of some rotation in some of these embedded cells. At the moment, the only active tornado warning we do have is in the southern CS array. That's where we're currently monitoring just a few stronger cells that are in Johnson and Emmanuel County, and then portions of Bamberg County. Luckily, that Bamberg County threat now moving mainly into Orangeburg County next. This is going to be our main line. This is what gradually moves west to east over the next several hours, and hopefully should be clear of us as we head closer to around the 7, 8 o'clock time frame. But we're going to have to be dealing with these storms, especially for us here in Augusta, for a good while, folks. They still have that threat for producing tornadoes. They are rotating, very strong wind gusts, maybe even some small hail associated with them as well. We'll go back to velocity and kind of zoom in on that Augusta metro area to see if there is any areas of concern that we need to take a closer look at. The radar definitely picking up on some of that rotation as we've been looking at right along Highway 25 in the southern extent of the county. Has now crossed over Highway 25 just south of Gracewood, approaching the Savannah River. Still doesn't look necessarily all that impressive. They don't have a tornado warning on it just yet, but just something we're going to have to monitor with these cells. They will continue to rotate.
And Riley, it does look like there's another area of rotation back towards Screven County, so right near Hiltonia and Newington. 2 separate cells that look to have some mild rotation in them as well. If you want to kind of pan down a little bit,
okay.
I can also move it for you if it's giving you an issue.
Yeah, trying to get, maybe. Yeah. Here, I'll step off.
Okay. So I'll pan the radar down a little bit more. We'll zoom things out, and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about here. So, yeah, and the radar's already starting to pick up that algorithm as well, some rotation right around the Newington area. I'm going to get it out of your show. It looks like they actually did just do a severe thunderstorm warning again, and that is now for Jenkins as well. And they do have a tornado warning.
They used to do that for Swainsboro.
They did. So let me go back to that. Let me get out of this actually, and we'll go over there. But keep in mind, if you're in Newington, Sylvania, as well as Hillsborough, there, make sure that you're also keeping an eye on the skies there. Make sure you're in your safe spot because we're not done with the severe weather just yet.
And there you go, folks. This is the new tornado warning issued for Swainsboro and Garfield in Emmanuel County. So this is our area of rotation that we're looking at. Still Doppler indicated, so not necessarily confirmed tornado on the ground, but you need to treat it that way. Between Swainsboro and Twin City and Garfield, and actually kind of close to the Midville area there in southern. Do I need to step off, Anthony?
Yeah, I just had to put your show back into play mode there.
Yep. So this tornado warning does stay in effect at least the next 30 minutes. It does include downtown Swainsboro. I will say the worst of that rotation is pretty much right on top of Swainsboro and moving quickly east. So this is going to continue down Highway 80, going to be approaching places between Twin City, Garfield next, right there along Georgia Route 192. So getting close to the Ogeechee River there and continuing to produce the risk for tornadoes. So make sure you're getting to that lowest level between, if you have a basement, that's ideal. No basement, just hallway, closet, bathroom, underneath the hallway staircase. That's where you're going to be most protected. Just keep in mind that that severe weather threat is not over with there in Swainsboro. We're still tracking that severe weather threat. And this is a gradual loop of this line. So if you're on the west side of this line, places from the lake all the way down through.
We're going to make a transition here. We're going to bring in WTOC. They're going to pop up in your big box in just a second. There they are. We are seeing some very severe tornado warnings, possibly severe threats of tornadoes right around Savannah, Georgia. So we're going to transition our focus there. We're going to go ahead and touch bases with WRDW. They are in the upper left-hand part of your screen. And then we'll keep Charleston, South Carolina in the bottom left. But let's check in with Savannah, Georgia.
Where Bullock, Bryan, and Effingham kind of meet. If you're in the Steel Bridge area off 119, you come from Guyton 119 heading into Bullock County, you need to be off the roadways right now. Anybody on 119 just needs to stay put. I know it's kind of scary when you're in a car in a road situation, but you need to definitely talk to someone who is on the roadways right now in that vicinity and just make sure that they are taking cover.
Okay, so if you're just tuning in right now, let's get you straight of what we have out there. We'll kind of refresh right here. We have a tornado warning now in effect for parts of southern areas here of Bullock County, western areas here of Bryan County, including southern areas of Effingham County, western areas of Chatham County, and extending in now to our South Carolina areas into the Jasper County region. That's a tornado warning which goes through, I believe it was the 6:15 time frame, and that's because we have a radar indicated a thunderstorm which could potentially produce a tornado at any time. Now we have a lot of the heavier winds, a lot of lightning. We're seeing a lot of hail, so there's a lot of wind energy here sustained in the updraft to sustain that large hail. And with that, we are seeing some rotation embedded in that storm as well. So this is where we're seeing some hail. If your car's outside, you might want to bring that inside. If you're watching over in the Pinora area into Springfield, try to get it under cover because we're going to be seeing some hail embedded in that area. And you can see if that holds together, that's going to be getting over through Pinora, heading over towards the Rincon area within the next half hour or so. And the storm itself, it's back over here near the Black Creek region. So we'll look at the velocity. We're going to look at the winds inside the storm. The greens and the blues are looking at winds which are going towards the radar, located in northern areas of the Jasper County region, and the reds indicating winds which are going away from the radar. So this is where we are seeing that circulation embedded in here right near the Black Creek area. And it's crossing over I-16 right now. So a lot of traffic out there at this 5:33 time frame. Hopefully is not making its way down to the ground, but we are definitely seeing rotation which potentially could spawn that tornado at any time as it's crossing over parts of western areas there of Bryan County. And this is going to move into Effingham County right now. Here shortly, I should say, into the Guyton area by 5:49, Rincon by 5:56. Again, time now is 5:33, so we're talking about within the next 15 minutes. So if you're watching in the Pinora area, northern areas here of Bryan County, just north of the Black Creek region, you need to be in your safe shelter. We're talking about the lowest level of your home, interior closet, away from any windows, an interior bathroom. Not with any windows. You don't want windows there because you want to make sure that you protect yourself from any type of flying debris, which could potentially be thrown around in any one of these rotation areas. So that's the main area we're continuing to watch right now for that tornado warning. But we have a lot of other storms which potentially could be producing some of those tornadoes. So I'm going to give you a little larger view as we continue to track that. You see we have another tornado warning now getting into the Swainsboro area. That's going to head up towards the Midland region and maybe even clip parts of northern areas there of Bullock County with the storm as it heads over towards the Sylvania area with that system as well. That's the stronger storm right there. there, getting into the Wadley area back towards Swainsboro. But that line of severe thunderstorms really extends further down to the south, just about to get into the Meadow area, into the Cobbtown region. That more of those lines of storms extending back into the Vidalia area. Vidalia looks like the heaviest stuff, and the severe potential is moving now to your east, but we still have that severe thunderstorm warning for winds embedded in that line. That thin line of storms could easily produce winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. So that's why we have that severe thunderstorm warning going through that 6 o'clock hour. But the only tornado warned storm we have right now is that storm, which is currently over across parts of the Bryan County area, just over the Pembroke region, and that's going to move right along the Bryan and Bullitt County border and cross over into parts of Effingham County. So that's why the warning is in effect for those areas. If you got your weather app and you're hearing those alerts going off, this is the storm which we are watching right now. So you are fine in Pembroke now. That storm is back out to your east now, but right over the Black Creek area, crossing over the Highway 16 area. This is Highway 80 getting into that area, and we're talking about this general circulation right in here where we are seeing that circulation which could possibly be producing that tornado, and this is the tornado warned storm as it continues to make its way out to the east-northeast. It looks like it's going to pass south of the Hubert area, but Pinora, even the Eden area on the north side of Eden, you're going to be keeping your eyes on that as it continues to move eventually here very shortly into parts of Effingham County. So Guyton, 5:52, that storm is going to be moving into your area and the Rincon area by about 5:59. And even in Hardyville, we can't forget the Low Country area. If this storm holds together, that circulation should be getting in there by about that 6:10 time frame. So time right now is 5:36.
A confirmed tornado was located over Lanier, which I think is Bullitt County, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if that's from a storm spotter or not, but it's moving east at 45 miles an hour. So that was... the Lanier area, I believe, is Bullitt County, Dave.
I don't know. Do we have anything over there? Let's go back over to the Bullitt County area here and see what we have over into that particular area as we continue to watch that. Try to move into southern areas there of Bullitt County. That's where the storm would be if it was in that area.
It just says confirmed, so, I mean, I could take it back a little bit.
Okay, so again, it was this particular storm which moved right along southern areas here of Bullitt County and into parts of the Effingham, of the Bryan County area. And this is where we could potentially be seeing that tornado as it continues to make its way kind of just north of the Black Creek area and about to move into parts of Effingham County right now. That's why we do have that tornado warning, which is into effect as we speak. So what we're going to do right now is, Jamie, we're going to switch a little bit because I need to change the batteries in the microphone before it dies. So we're going to switch over here. I'm going to change the batteries real quick and we'll continue to track those storms.
Yes, the tornado warning in effect until 5, well, this is expired now, but let me go ahead and reset the page for you. So we just got reports of dime to quarter size hail in the Pinora area of Effingham County. That is along Georgia 17. Let me reset the page, and I need to put this in play mode, or you could play it for me, Dave. But the tornado warning pretty much along 2117 Shawnee, the Clio Kildare area. Pembroke, I believe that for the most part you are out of the woods, but it's kind of lingering here. And we have seen with these storms, with the first warned storm that we tracked in Scriven County moving into Allendale County, South Carolina, which did produce a large, dangerous tornado. Some of these storms have been back building as well. So right now, if you're in the Rincon area, if you're in the Bloomingdale area, if you are in Guyton, if you are in Pinora, if you're in Marlow, if you are as far south as southern Bryan County and northwestern Chatham, you need to be in your safe space. A couple of people have called me from Pooler because they did hear the sirens go off. That's why we test them the first Wednesday of every month. So good news is that they're working, but it looks like for the most part this storm is moving to the north and northeast, and it's gonna stay in Effingham County. Now you're gonna get those gusty winds, maybe destructive winds on the north side of the county for Port Wentworth, but not necessarily Pooler. But still, I would stay in your safe space. Dave, when does this tornado warning end? So right here, this is where we're getting hail reports of dime to quarter size hail in the Pinora area. So that was right here. And this looks like the rotation is a little bit tighter than what we saw in Bryan County just a few minutes ago, crossing 280 out of Pembroke, out of Daisy, out of the southward area. So right here, we're tracking these winds that's going to be very gusty. We could be talking about, even if this is not a tornado, this could be 45, 60, even 70 miles per hour as it races across Effingham County. So let's go street level, Dave. I know this is 17. This is the Marlow area. Pinora is just to the north, and Guyton is just to the north of that. So if you live along Courthouse Road, I know somebody on Courthouse Road. If you live the Helmy Road, and Courthouse Road cuts over to 21. Little McCall Road, you've got Guyton, you've got 119. So if in the city of Guyton, I would definitely be in your safe space here. What's this road right here? Maybe Low Ground Road, if I'm not mistaken. But basically, if you're in the center of Effingham County, this is going to cross right over 17 and head towards 21. So heads up Springfield, if you are just tuning in and you're watching us here, let's zoom out, Dave, now and show you that you are still under that tornado warning. And so this covers the complete county of Effingham, well, not the southern portions of Effingham County, not the northern portions of Effingham County, but it does cover northwest Chatham as well. It also goes into Jasper County and portions of just a tiny sliver of Beaufort. I do believe for the most part that Bryan County, you're out of the woods, but we have seen this storm kind of back build. And look at this tornado warning 26 and I-95. This area of Allendale, Bamberg, and portions of Barnwell and Colleton County have been warned, I feel like, for about an hour and a half. So these storms do have life to them.
We're getting confirmation of a confirmed tornado that's located over Eden, moving east at 45 miles per hour.
Okay, if you can zoom in. Okay, yeah, so right now, we're going to look at the velocity. We were talking about that tight rotation crossing 17. This is just a little bit south of the Pinora area in Eden. So if you're along 17 all the way to Georgia 30 and Highway 80, confirmed tornado. Is that from law enforcement or a storm watcher? Or
law enforcement confirmed tornado.
Okay, so right here, this circulation that we're watching just east of Blythton, I bet you it was really howling in Blythton, crossing Highway 80, this area from Eden to Blythton and just southwest of 17. And this is moving at what, 45 miles to the northeast, going to cross 17. So that's about Georgia 30, Jabez Jones Road. You're talking about Blue Jay, McCall, anybody in that vicinity. If you live in the central area of Effingham County, you need to be in your safe space at this time. So basically, if you live from Guyton, Pinora, all the way down to Eden, through Rincon to Springfield, you need to be in your safe space. So Rincon heads up about 558. This is moving to the north-northeast, a little bit more of an east-northeast, Stone Landing, and we will take it to Hardeeville. I don't think Hardeeville is...
Real quick, want to pop in here. Brian Pierce, Local News Live. We're helping monitor these storms. So WTOC, Savannah, Georgia, the most severe. We are seeing a tornado on the ground in that community. We just heard that reported. They're still in a tornado warning out in Charleston, South Carolina. You see them on the box below me, continuing their coverage. And then we'll also keep tabs on Augusta, Georgia. It looks like they still have a warning, but they're more concerned about storms at this point. We'll put them back in the upper box here. Those are the three stations we are monitoring on Local News Live.
There, they did just issue, Riley, a new severe thunder
area, probably still really windy, but this is going to be crossing just northwest of South Effingham High School. So hopefully some of the after-school activities were canceled. I know Savannah Chatham canceled their after-school activities, 544. If you have any other activities that you have planned this evening, go ahead and cancel them at this time. This is not over. This storm has jumped the main line that is still making its way to Vidalia and the Metter area. So we're going to track this storm moving about 45 miles an hour to the east-northeast. If you live in Rincon, you've got about 5 59. This is just an estimated time. It could slow down, it could speed up. Hardyville about 6:11, 6:08 for the Millstone Landing area. So it looks like, for the most part, how long does this, okay, so the warning has been extended. There was a little sliver here of Jasper County. Let me just make sure, I make sure that I'm giving all my cities included in this warning. So 321 would be northern parts of the Garnett area of Jasper County. So just outside of Garnett, the new landing area, Tillman, Deerfield, down through Hardyville. You've got Levy, you've got Limehouse, anybody crossing over into, and so just a heads up, because these storms have had some staying power, just because you are not in the warning, Bluffton, I would go ahead and make sure that you know where your safe materials are. Do you know where your safe space is? I mean, we're in it now, but just to make sure that you are paying attention, this will continue to the east. And the National Weather Service earlier, when we were having a chat, kind of setting up the day, these storms were actually going to maybe potentially intensify as they head east. And a lot of people say, oh, we're in that bubble. It always weakens as it heads towards the coast. These storms are strong and they have staying power. So from Pinora all the way down to Eden and toward the Black Creek area, we're still seeing some very strong winds, and that hail tracker shows that Rincon, you're probably getting, hopefully you're in your safe space because you're under that tornado warning, but still maybe quarter-size hail. We have had reports of some pea-size hail and some penny-size hail in the Honey Ridge area. But look at this. You can see some very good rotation here. If we want to get street level, Dave, this is going to be off Blandford, I believe. Low Ground Road. I've covered a tornado crossing Low Ground Road before. Hodgeville Road, Blandford. That's when you, definitely if you live in the Goshen Road area, McCall, and not the northern McCall, go ahead. If you live within the city of Rincon, you definitely need to get in your safe space. If you have a Rincon address and maybe you live in the county, definitely if you're on Low Ground Road, Middle Ground Road, McCall Road, and that's going to be McCall south of Ebenezer, you need to make sure that you're in your safe space. So right here, we're watching this. If you want to see that rotation is what so we're watching the velocity. Lots of lightning associated with this storm as well. Some storms don't have that, but this one is a very, very intense. So it looks like things are getting better for western portions or eastern portions of Bullock. Still raining pretty hard in Eden. That's where we do have reports of a confirmed tornado that did touch down, but this is still a warned storm for the heart of Effingham County between 17 and 21. And Dave did put a little bit of a tracker on there with the lightning, and it did show that we had 98 lightning strikes within that vicinity of Low Ground Road and McCall Road in the last 15 minutes. And the lightning is intensifying at this time. That's the most lightning I think that we've seen in some of these storms pretty much all day. So right here, that rotation that we're going to continue to watch, and it's moving a little bit further to the east, not northeast so much. If you are on Ebenezer Road, I would still continue to be in your safe space. But if you live in the city of Rincon and anywhere south Goshen Road, I'll take it down to Port Wentworth. Definitely, if you're in Port Wentworth, you're under that tornado warning, but not necessarily if you live in Pooler, because that's further south along I-95 Pooler Parkway. So I'm going to ask my producer if maybe we could see anything from the airport Skycam. We're going to continue to watch. So if you see anything interesting on Skycams, go ahead and tell me in my ear. I'm tracking this rotation here, crossing 17. I'm going to go ahead and say that if you do live in any parts of Bullock County, Dave, I think the warning has expired for them, right? This only includes Effingham, Northern Chatham, and Jasper County, correct?
Yeah, not for Bullock County.
Okay.
Pretty much Bryan County should be cleared as well. It's more Effingham.
That's what I feel like.
Yeah.
And if you live on 17, it looks like it's pushing pretty much away from 17, but we will still ask you not to go outside just yet because we have seen some of these storms kind of backbuild a little bit. In fact, it is still very stormy here south of the Guyton area. So Guyton may have dodged a bullet here. Pinora, Marlow, all the way down through the Falkville area, Georgia 17 to Georgia 30, and then Highway 80. So still parts of Effingham County, and definitely right here. So this is our main concern, where we do see this couplet kind of, it hasn't been giving us a very tight circulation, but definitely very windy conditions here as you're crossing into portions of, it's not city proper of Rincon, but definitely a Rincon address, maybe still a Guyton address, because I mean, Guyton pretty much goes down to Chatham County, right? Anyway, so Blandford Road, if you're in that area, if you're in the Exley area of Effingham County, and there is McCall and a Low Ground Road right here. So if you're definitely feeling it, if you live in that vicinity. Hodgeville is somewhere around here. McCall turns into Blandford. Please be careful in that vicinity. That interchange is messy enough as it is, and then you add a tornado warning to it. So if you don't have to be on the roadways, if you know somebody who's coming home right now, go ahead and tell them to pull over to a safe space, because it's just too dangerous right now to drive in portions of Effingham County, especially along those 2-lane roads. If we could take that crawl down, we've got a live look from the WTOC Airport Skycam. And like I said, even though the tornado warning is for portions of Chatham County, it looks like it's really going to only affect the Port Wentworth area, because you can see, even though the airport is technically Savannah, it's basically Pooler, and you're seeing those dark clouds there, but really this storm is kind of relegated to a portion of just a little bit of Bryan County and pretty much all of southern Effingham and northern Chatham County. And as it's making its way across the river, portions of along 321 of Jasper County, all the way from the Garnett area into Hardyville and all the way down to Levy. So if we can see right here, just outside of Rincon, lots of lightning associated with this. And this storm has been potentially producing that hail right now, maybe quarter-size hail, maybe even ping-pong-size hail.
I think we have some pictures of that, some viewer photos of that.
Okay.
From the Ellabelle area, if we can go ahead and show that.
Okay. But anyway, this is the bulk of the storm right now is in Effingham County. So let's go ahead and take a look now at maybe reset the scene, Dave, and talk about where all our alerts are, because I know there are severe thunderstorm warnings to the west, but we are focusing on that tornado warning. And this just amazes me. Another tornado warning for Allendale County. They've already had a very large tornado move through Allendale County just before our 4 o'clock newscast. Right from Waynesboro through portions of Emmanuel County. This is going to be Scriven County, half of Bullock, half of Candler, pretty much all of Tatnall, all of Evans, back toward Bacon, Jeff Davis, and Toombs County under a severe thunderstorm watch. And some of those winds were capable of producing 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've also been tracking hail, and we've got some viewer photos of hail that we'd like to show right now. I'm not quite sure who they're from.
I think it's from Ellabelle.
Okay, so from the Ellabelle. So yeah, so if you, I don't know if you're going to pull that up, but go ahead and take it. All right, perfect. Okay, so this is actually what we want to see. We want to get that perspective of how big that hail is. And so those are really good hailstones right there. This tells me that the updraft in these storms are pretty intense, because you get that little ring in the center and then it expands out into, those icy crystals. So what that means, they've had time to go up into the updraft several times, refreeze, get too heavy, and then fall to the ground. So that storm, very intense right there, producing, we'll go ahead and say those are good ping-pong size hail. Now, if you have a ruler, even better, but perspective like that is fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that from Ellabelle, and definitely going to share that with the National Weather Service, because when they issue these warnings and then we don't get any confirmation of anything happening, that in the future that may help them predict or not predict.
Jamie, we're getting some confirmation here from the National Weather Service.
Okay.
Law enforcement out of Bryan County and Lanier reports tornado, numerous homes damaged,
Okay.
and multiple occupants trapped in Park Place subdivision near the Ellabelle area.
Okay, so I thought Lanier Wood was in Bullitt County, but in the Ellabelle area of Bryan County. So that's unfortunate to hear. But are they out of the warning, Dave?
No, we still have that warning going. The Ellabelle area, yes, is out of the warning. So we'll put the warning back on here for you.
Yeah.
Even though it's showing that the storm, again, which we are showing that which prompted the warning, has moved out of the Bryan County area. So we'll go ahead and put that on here. And you can see the storm itself.
Right here.
That warning here is over right now, crossing over 21. So if you're watching over in the Black Creek, the Pembroke, Lanier area, that particular storm is over for you. Now, I'm saying you're out of the woods because there's more storms working in.
Yeah, there's another line working in from the west.
Yes.
So if you are, if you stay in your safe place, stay in your safe place if you are still in Rincon. But for the most part, if you're on the western side of the county, if you're on Georgia 17, I'm not saying go out and play, but I do believe that you can kind of breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief because the bulk of the rotation, the main part of the storm, moving over 21. This is going to Springfield. I think you're pretty much out of the woods. Ebenezer Road south to Port Wentworth. That's what we're focusing in on. I know the sirens went off in Chatham County, affecting Pooler, affecting Garden City, but it looks like the bulk of this storm is continuing to the east, northeast. And the next area that we need to be watching is for the low country, right, Dave?
Yeah, and we're going to switch over to TVM1 right now, and that's going to show us that we have the warnings, which we are continuing to follow right now as Jamie and I kind of switch up over here. That'll show us on TVM1 where we have the warning. So again, we have that tornado warning still in effect here for mainly, it looks like Effingham County and then into, it says Chatham County, but most of the storm is now over the Rincon area here in southern areas of Effingham County, extending on into parts of the Jasper County region. And that goes through 6:15 p.m. Time is 5:56, so we got another at least 15 minutes. And this was a confirmed tornado, which we had earlier, which again produced that tornado damage near the Lanier area there in western areas of Bryan County, according to law enforcement. And you can still see we have a lot of the warnings here back out to the west. That'll be the next line of storm is making its way in. But let's go ahead and keep an eye on what's going on with this system here as we look at this is the reflectivity here. Right over the Rincon area along Highway 21, we're seeing some very heavy rain, probably getting a lot of large hail embedded in there, a lot of lightning associated with that, and probably getting some very strong winds as the hail core now, it looks like, is moving out of the Rincon area and then crossing over the Savannah River and now moving into southern areas here of Jasper County. So right along I-95 from the Deerfield area into the Hardeeville region, get prepared now for some of that locally large hail, which will be moving into the region. And we'll look at the velocity right now. And it's still showing that we have that rotation embedded in here, crossing over, it looks like the Highway 21 area in between Rincon and the Exley region. And this is going to continue to make its way out to the east-northeast. It looks like at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. So this thing is moving pretty quickly. And again, this has a history of producing an actual tornado on the ground into parts of Bryan County. But Bryan County, as of right now, you are out of that warning for this particular storm. This is the only tornado warning we have locally for our area, and it does include Effingham County, Jasper County, and extreme northern areas there of Chatham County going through that 6:15 time frame. So we did have reports of the hail. We have reports of the damage of the wind associated with that tornado into the Lanier area. Numerous structures we heard were damaged. So hopefully everybody is okay over into parts of Bryan County. The storm has moved through northern Bryan, crossing out of Effingham County right now, and it's moving over the Savannah River, and it's just about to get into parts of the South Carolina area. So we're going to be going into the low country, into the Hardeeville region, in the Deerfield area, crossing over US 321, as the storm is now still moving out of the Rincon area, still getting a lot of lightning associated with that. And we're getting reports of some large hail embedded into this storm system as well. And we can still see, again, that main hail core indicating a lot of strong updraft with the winds with that system. Now, the velocity, again, which shows us where the winds are inside the storm, has been pretty persistent here as far as showing where we have that rotation inside the storm. and that's really right along 21, in between the Rincon area, crossing over 21 now, getting into the Fort Howard Road area. We're still seeing some of that rotation embedded in there. Not quite as impressive as it was earlier, and if you could switch over to the correlation coefficient, we'll see if we can see any type of debris which may be lofted up into the sky out there, and hopefully we're not seeing much in the way of any returns. Yeah, I'm not seeing much in the way of any type of debris signature, which is good news, indicated with that particular system. So, again, if you're just joining us, we still have that tornado warning, which is in effect for parts of Effingham County, now into Jasper County through that 6:15 time frame. And that's for this tornado warn storm, which actually did produce a confirmed tornado now across parts of northern areas of Effingham County. But you notice as we take a larger view, there's a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings for the rest of Chatham into coastal Bryan, Liberty, down into McIntosh County, and then another line working in from the west. So it's been a very active late afternoon here. And this is the main line of storms you can see tracking in from the west. Any storm embedded in this line, easily containing winds 60+ miles per hour. It's been the storms ahead of that main line, which has been producing some of that tornadic activity here. And some of these supercell thunderstorms have produced those tornadoes, which continue to move into parts of Effingham and then now crossing over into Jasper County. So I can tell you the severe threat will be over with once this line moves through your area. So it's just now getting into the Millen area. It's about to get into the Bullock County area, into the Statesboro region, and then moving down here, that line is getting into the Claxton area. A lot of wind energy associated with that system as it continues to move into the Reidsville area right now, about to move back into the Claxton area, and then continuing further down to the south, we see that line extending further south into south of the Altamaha River, as we see that now moving into the Baxley area, and then ahead of that, these are the storms we're going to be watching here still. That one over in Rankin, but the ones also along the coastal areas here, getting into McIntosh County, and I believe there was one a little bit further south of that area. That's the one here, moving out into the coastal areas now of Liberty County and northern areas of McIntosh County. That contains probably some hail and some winds associated with that system as well. So, as you can see, not everybody is seeing those thunderstorms. We have one or two of those severe storms ahead of the main line of storms, which is just now getting into our far western areas. But we still have that tornado warning. We're going to go back over to that tornado warning here for Effingham County right now, crossing now well to the east of Highway 21, really mostly over the border here into Effingham and into Jasper County, right along the Savannah River. That's where we're still seeing the potential for some of that rotation embedded in that. Now, it's not quite as impressive as it was earlier, but we are still seeing some broad rotation embedded with that system as it's about to cross over into southern areas here of Jasper County. So again, this storm has a history of producing that tornadic activity. We have reports of video of some large hail. We had reports of some damage to some homes and I think it was an apartment complex over in the Lanier area there in parts of Bryan County. And that was from this system, again, which looks to be a little bit weaker than what it was as far as rotation goes. But that warning does go through that 6:15 time frame, and it does include parts of the low country as well. And hopefully we're looking at that storm starting to cycle down just a little bit, getting a little bit weaker.
Yeah, so I just wanted to show you, I went back for velocity just to kind of give viewers an idea of what it does look like it's weakening as it's crossing 21 Savannah River into the Deerfield 321 area. But right there, as it made its way past Pembroke in the Lanier area and the Black Creek area, that's where that confirmed tornado touchdown. So right here, that's it. And then it's gone.
Yeah, and it was pretty a good rotation, a good rotation signature, which was indicating it could potentially be producing that tornado. Now we have confirmation on the ground here from law enforcement that there was unfortunately some damage over in that area. Hopefully no injuries with that. But the storm appears to be a little bit weaker as of right now. That is our only tornado warning. And it goes through 6:15, so we only got another 10 minutes to go till that storm is officially out. But we'll see if they expire that warning a little bit earlier. Hopefully, it continues to weaken and continue on that track of weakening. But in any case, Very gusty winds, 60-mile-per-hour winds, certainly possible. Large hail with that. Locally heavy rain could produce some localized flooding and a tremendous amount of lightning associated with that storm as it moves out of Rincon area, now heading into southern areas of Jasper County, into the Hardeeville region, crossing up into 321 into the Deerfield area, seeing a lot of the very heavy rainfall, and we're looking at the rotation, which looks to me to be a little bit better than what it did before. Hopefully the Weather Service comes out and say they're going to let that warning expire. So that's definitely looking better over in that area. But again, that broader circulation, we have winds in the red going away from the radar, which is located in northern Jasper County, and that blue is indicating the stronger winds, which are heading towards the radar. So there's broad circulation, not that tight couplet we saw earlier, where the winds going away from the radar and the winds going towards the radar are very much next to each other. So another sign that it is weakening. The hail signature not as impressive as it was before. So again, definitely good news as it's crossing now over into parts of the South Carolina area. So that's a look at the warnings. If you're just tuning in right now, you are not under a warning into Bullock County as far as any tornado warnings, but you do have a severe thunderstorm warning in the western side of the county for that next line of storms, which could easily contain winds at 60 miles per hour. We're not seeing much in the way of any rotation. Let's go ahead and put some velocity on this to see if there's any type of rotation with any of these thunderstorms now. And we'll take it out of the Charleston area first to see if we can see anything. And right now, what we're looking at is more of a straight line wind, which is definitely good news as far as seeing any type of circulation out there. We're going to see some very strong winds out there, but I'm not seeing anything here that is an imminent threat for tornadic activity. Let's take a look at those storms a little bit further down to the south in our southern areas right now, and we'll come out of the Jacksonville area and move this radar back a little bit further down to the south. And yeah, we're still seeing some broad rotation in this area here as it's crossing out of McIntosh County, getting over towards the St. Catharines Island area. That's going to continue to move out to the northeast fairly quickly, but otherwise we're pretty quiet across the rest of that area. So definitely looking a little bit better out there. We're going to stay with that warning, and as long as the National Weather Service has that tornado warning, which is, again, is still into effect for parts of Effingham County and into the Jasper County area through 6:15. I think Chatham County, you can safely say that you are out of that warned area. Same story as far as Bryan County. The storm which prompted that warning has now moved out of that region. So we'll go ahead and show you where that storm is right now. And it's this storm here moving out of Rincon, and really where with all that lightning, you can see that now getting into southern areas here of Jasper County, right along the Deerfield area in the Hardeeville region. And if you look at the velocity where it measures the winds inside the storm, which measures some of that rotation possibly in that storm into that area, the velocity is going to show us that, again, it's much broader out in that area as we continue to see that hopefully weakening just a little bit as that rotation tries to get into parts of the South Carolina area, crossing over the Savannah River. So time right now is 6:07, and we're still continuing with that tornado warning. We had reports of some damage earlier into the Lanier area in Bryan County. We have reports of large hail embedded in there near the Ellabelle region, and we did have right now the storm which prompted all that to move out of Effingham County. Still getting some heavy rainfall, but most of that is now east of 21 and heading over the Savannah River area and into the Deerfield, Hardeeville area along I-95. So a very wet evening time frame there along 95 if you're trying to go north or south, and then along 321. That's where the strongest storm is locally for our immediate viewing area, and that is the one that still has that tornado warning. We're still getting some other thunderstorms, hearing that thunder, seeing that lightning now into parts of southern areas of Chatham County on the south side in the Richmond Hill area.
Maybe Carrie Hilliard.
Out into the Midway area, seeing that. And Jamie's mentioned maybe putting up Carrie Hilliard's sky cam, see if you can see anything coming on the south side over in that area, because that's right where a lot of this activity is actually probably looking a little bit more to the west. But we're looking at a lot of the wind associated with that, not tornadic, which is good news. And you can see how wet the roads are out there, and very heavier rainfall trying to develop now more just south of where we have our sky cam out there. But you can see the dark conditions, the dark clouds out there, and it's been a very active evening here for the past couple of hours, to say the least. But that is where the severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect, and I believe that goes through 6:30 p.m.
Yep.
Severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Wilmington Island, Tybee Island, Richmond Hill, right down 95 into the Midway area, even into the Walltowerville area, down into parts of the it looks like, of McIntosh County, going through 6:30 p.m. And that tornado warning is still in effect for the next couple of minutes, it looks like, for parts of Effingham and into Jasper County especially. That's where the strongest storm has been located. And we're going to stay with you until that warning has expired, as we continue to see that storm kind of moving out of the Effingham County area and now really crossing over. There's the latest scan, and you can see Effingham County, you're cleared now for that. The rotation has moved over here into South Carolina, right near the Hardeeville area, crossing over Interstate 95. That's where we're seeing that rotation. As you can see, here's 21, the Rankin area. We have still some wind, but we're not seeing that broad rotation, which could prompt a tornado. So you're okay in Effingham County. You're okay in Chatham County from this particular storm. It is now into Jasper County, right over the Hardeeville area, right along 278 and 95, it looks like, where we're seeing that potential circulation associated with this, which has prompted the tornado warning, which is still into effect going through that 6:15 time frame. So it's about to move out of the warned area here. So we'll see if the National Weather Service maybe extends that warning, or if they're going to allow that to expire and just post a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible with that, as we are still seeing some broad rotation. But we'll get that answer coming up here in the next couple of minutes.
Swamped. You know, honestly, they should have expired half of Effingham by now, but they're just swamped with all these storms that they're warning and putting on
they're probably just waiting for the storm to really move out of the Effingham County area before they clear the area. But they should definitely be clearing Bryan County. You're definitely out of that particular storm warning, which prompted that tornado warning. And even parts of Chatham County, the storm is, you can see here's Chatham, the northern end. It's really more up towards the Hardeeville area. So it's north of the Chatham County area. So you are not really going to be impacted by this particular storm. But if you're traveling anywhere here in 95, 278, living here in the Hardeeville area, the Deerfield, the Ridgeland area, Jasper, into the Laurel Bay region now in Beaufort County, this storm will be heading in your area. Let's put a tracker on there because we'll time it out. It looks like it's going to move over towards the Beaufort area as it moves at about 45 miles per hour. And the storm itself, again, it's right over the Hardeeville area where we're seeing a lot of that rotation. So we'll kind of track it out over here, getting into the Beaufort area by about 6:44, which is about another half hour from now, and into the Laurel Bay area by about 6:36. And that is the tornado warned storm, still tornado warned for the next couple of minutes. So we're still seeing some broad rotation in there, but we are seeing a lot of lightning, still getting some hail signatures embedded in there. So if you have a car outside, if you have potential, maybe bring that inside to cover it up under a carport. Not a bad idea, because we're still seeing some pretty good hail returns embedded in there, and that's going to head up towards the Beaufort region. And we also have reports. Let's see if we'll take a low large view, Jamie, to see if there's any other hail reports or hail trackers out there. Not seeing much. These are smaller hail threats, it looks like, with that main line working in from the west. So hail is still potential, but it really was the storms at ahead of that main line, those supercell storms which developed, which gave us the threat for tornadoes in here over the past couple of hours. And now you can see more of that activity kind of moving east of 95 and about to move off the coast as this energy works in from the west. That should help really kind of push that area out of here. And we're still seeing lightning associated with that, and we still have a lot of severe thunderstorms with that. Winds gusting up to 60+ miles per hour can't be ruled out with that storm. But as far as any warnings go, it looks like we've kind of updated some of those warnings right now, and I don't see any warnings south of the Altamaha River for severe thunderstorms. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning for pretty much, they just pretty much labeled the entire area north of the Altamaha River with that severe thunderstorm warning, because that line is going to move on through, which is going to move through quickly. It's not going to last the entire 2 hours or so, but it'll move through, and then we still have that severe thunderstorm warning going through that 7 o'clock time frame, I think, is the newest, latest time frame here. The one along the coast will expire here shortly. That tornado warning, again, expires within the next minute and a half. And we'll see. Maybe Chad is talking about that.
No, we got the warning has been extended.
They
Beaufort County.
extended the warning now. So again, we were talking about still seeing some broad rotation in there with that. So we are including that. The newest tornado warning has now been extended into include parts of Jasper and Beaufort County. And this is going to go until, what time is that warning going to be issued until? We're going to say until 7 o'clock this evening, we still have that tornado warning. So if you're watching over into the Hardyville area, the storm is right over your region now, but the Laurel Bay region,
Make a quick switch here while they're still showing storm damage. WRDW, Augusta, Georgia, in our main box.
Likely see a number of those issues since we're definitely dealing with another tornado. Oh, my goodness.
Very destructive, for sure. The Weather Service is going to be doing all kinds of surveys over the next couple of days. And, yeah, see, there's a lot of damage to be found in our southern counties right now. A lot of big pine trees. Look at the size of those pine trees. Just snapped like toothpicks.
Like nothing.
Roofs of buildings torn apart. Power line poles snapped in half. Yeah, look at, there's a lot of destruction going on there. As soon as it's safe for our crews to head in that direction, we're going to be sending crews down there. We want to make sure that our folks are staying safe.
Look at that latest scan
that building is unfortunately completely destroyed there. Riley, you mentioned any more of that on that scan?
Yes, we just got a new scan come in on radar. If we want to take that at the wall, guys, if you could actually take max 1 at the wall. We do have, so the latest scan that just came in from radar, still a very clear debris signature, and you can see how it actually extends. Did something just jump there? It may have just jumped on me, but we did just have that debris signature move a little bit further up 301. So we are still continuing to watch this tornado stay on the ground and cause significant damage. You got downtown Bamberg right here, that main circulation just crossing over on the north and west side of Ulmer and the southern end of Bamberg County. So I think it's acting a little bit crazy.
Yeah,
here.
I'm trying to see if it'll update again. That is an older picture.
It did just update with a very clear. I'm not sure what happened to it.
You guys want to? If you guys can take max 2 again, we're going to be there. There's that better signature. So this is closer to Ulmer. Now the debris is getting to a certain size where it's getting pushed out in front of that storm. So we're seeing that actually to the north of the center of circulation. We'll switch this back over to.
And it's being lifted into the atmosphere.
It is being lifted.
I mean, you're talking about
out in front.
Just debris coming from homes, from the buildings that we were just looking at that were completely destroyed. That's being lifted thousands of feet into the atmosphere.
There's your hook right there.
Classic hook. And we actually did finally get this updated image on our radar. If y'all want to come back to the green screen here, a very textbook debris signature on radar. So you got downtown Bamberg, Clear Pond. This storm is moving towards these areas. So if you're in anywhere between Bamberg and Clear Pond, need to get to that lowest level. Put as many walls between you and the outside of your home as you can. Never want to be next to any windows, and just need to hunker down. This is going to quickly move over 601 here within the next 15 minutes. Bamberg, you could definitely be impacted by this. Clear Pond, anywhere kind of in this vicinity, all the way stretching from Bamberg all the way down 601 towards the end of the county. And you can just see all the debris lifted up from this cell. This is actually producing considerable damage. Unfortunately, this is not going to be a good scene when we see pictures and videos from Bamberg County later this evening into tomorrow. This is definitely going to be a tornado path that we're going to have to see how wide it was, how strong it was. And at the moment, it is looking very impressive. A significant tornado is on the ground causing damage in Bamberg County. So take this very seriously. Very clear indication of all this debris from correlation coefficients. So basically what this is doing is just measuring things aloft in the atmosphere. Where you're seeing that red color, just generic rain. But wherever we see the bluish, grayish color, that's where there's a lot of different shaped objects in the sky, and an indication that it's shingles, it's bricks, it's wood, just different types of shaped debris. That is a clear indication, a tornadic debris signature. Yeah, go ahead,
Riley,
Anthony.
this goes until 6:30, that tornado warning. The Weather Service's words, not mine. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 8 miles northeast of Ulmer, or 9 miles southwest of Bamberg, moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So it is moving very quick. Right now, it does look to be passing just to the south of downtown Bamberg, but you need to make sure that you're in your safe spot right now.
Pop it on here real quick on the bottom left of your screen. Just reminding you what you're watching, WRDW, Augusta, Georgia. That's where the most severe coverage is at. You just heard Bambrook is where there is a tornado passing through. They're covering it. We'll continue to keep a close eye on Charleston, South Carolina. We don't have them up, as well as Savannah, Georgia, which is above me. But let's go back out to WRDW and their coverage of a tornado on the ground.
Town Bamberg and along 601 there towards Clear Pond. This is going to be that direct vicinity that's going to be next in line. So we'll highlight this here. Going back to radar, just kind of give you the textbook view of it. So that hook is basically located right in here. Our resolution of our radar doesn't make it look that great, but we'll probably be able to see a very clear velocity signature. And there you go. So bright pinks next to bright greens. That's where there's wind moving very quickly away and towards the radar. That would be a sign of rotation. So that's what we're currently seeing. But the biggest indication that's alarming is correlation coefficient, a very clear debris signature on radar. So we are going to stay with us until it is allowed to expire. This next scan coming in with the next minute or so likely will move that threat further north and east. So once again, anywhere between Clear Pond and Bamberg, that's where that severe weather threat is going to be next. Actually going to step away and see if we can kind of zoom in on some areas that's going to be next in line. So a wide look at this, the worst area of concern is going to be, once again, anywhere from here. So Bamberg down through Clear Pond, that's where it's going to be next in line. Also crossing towards 78. So this tornado warning actually does extend into Orangeburg County, again, like we have seen with a few previous warnings. But a closer look, just kind of listing out some roadways. If any of these roads sound familiar to you, then you're in this path. So if you live in Bamberg County and live off of Orange Grove Road, Carlisle Street, Crouch Circle, Tanner Road, Seminole Trail, any of these roads sound familiar to you, this tornado is in the path and heading your way. Crybaby Road, also Lemon Creek Road, Water Oak Court. And once you get towards downtown Bamberg, I'm sure if you live in Bamberg, you know the downtown area. That is in the path of this storm system. So make sure if you live in downtown Bamberg, you are getting to that safe place immediately. I'm going to scan a little bit on our other radar here to see if we see anything different. Still very high INROT values, so very high indication that there still is some rotation. Possibly, folks, I'm not ruling out that this maybe is two different tornadoes, possibly, with what we're kind of seeing on radar velocity here, possibly a couple of different areas of rotation, but definitely at least one tornado. We know that, and this is producing a lot of damage that continues across Bamberg County. This tornado warning actually does last at least until 6:30, so we still have 9 minutes left on it. This storm is moving rapidly, about 40 miles an hour towards the north and east, so hopefully this does get out of the county quickly. And as we take a wider look at the region, I will say this. The severe weather threat has now moved east of Augusta, so if you live in Richmond, Columbia, Edgefield County, the worst of that weather has now moved east of you, and this is where the severe weather threat is going to stay for the next couple of hours. So anywhere that's currently underneath the warning from Aiken County, Burke County, Allendale, Bamberg County, that's where the threat continues for us. And the area of concern that we want to highlight the most is obviously this significant tornado threat here in Bamberg County. We'll loop this, and you can actually see kind of the debris signature, how it kind of formed with this cell, and now it's really popping across the area. So this is a 3-hour loop. We want to bump this back a little bit.
Yeah, Riley, the NWS in Columbia and Charleston are both confirming that debris signature that we're both clearly looking at, and saying that it's still a large tornado on the ground. The threat is considerable.
Yeah, absolutely. So, First Alert meteorologist Mikkel Hannah Harding now joining us, helping us out. And as he just said, we got confirmation from the National Weather Service in both Columbia and Charleston that, yes, this is a debris signature, and why they did upgrade that tornado threat. So we're going to pause that. And I was hoping for a new scan that would come in here shortly within the next a minute or so, but still continue to. So once again, this is a delayed view of what's happening out there, not necessarily a now thing. So this debris signature that we're looking at radar likely is a little bit further north and east, likely starting to impact places between Bamberg. And there you go. Here's the latest scan coming in. So this is still that debris signature right along 601. Seeing some lag in our data here, so it's not likely still right here, but it has moved to where we were just indicating. So anywhere between Bamberg and Coldwater down there along 601, that's where that threat has now transitioned. Now, this warning does go until 6:30 p.m., so only about 7 minutes left in this warning, and hopefully it does quickly move out of here and cross over into Orangeburg County. But at the moment, anywhere near downtown Bamberg, it's looking like there's some debris there, folks, so continue to monitor that tornado threat, and it's not looking ideal by any means. Going back to, let's actually look at correlation coefficient on the high res. Oh my goodness, folks, this is not good. So this is actually most likely a sign where debris is kind of being lifted up into the atmosphere very high and likely being spread around into portions of Bamberg County. So anywhere between Bamberg and the southern extent of Bamberg County, these cells are looking bad. Still continue to see that debris signature. Make sure anywhere along 601, you are hunkering down. Stay away from windows. Get as low as you can. Definitely do not go outside and try to get a picture of this because it likely is rain wrapped. We'll go to velocity right now. And this is just looking at that rotation. And potentially, maybe we're talking about two different tornadoes, two different areas of circulation we're looking at. We sometimes can't see this with supercells. They can produce what's called a satellite tornado. But keep in mind, very active weather here in Bamberg County that's crossing over South Carolina Route 362, 78 next, and then it's going to move on into Orangeburg County. So very active storms. This is still a tornado warning, and with confirmation of a tornado on the ground. We did have this earlier here in Bamberg County and in portions of Allendale County as well. So the threats, unfortunately, have not ended for us, and we are continuing to watch these as they move off towards the east. Going back to correlation coefficient, we can still very clearly see that debris signature. So the actual tornado is most likely where you're here just north of Clear Pond. And then all this we're seeing on radar is where that tornado is lifting all that debris higher into the atmosphere. So the radar in Bamberg is actually scanning a little bit higher in the atmosphere than it is near Clear Pond. So it's just kind of giving us that vantage point. But a very clear signature look. This is textbook stuff, folks. Definitely debris lifted into our atmosphere and a significant tornado on the ground here between Bamberg and Clear Pond, right along 601. As we were mentioning earlier, this is somewhat of a delayed view, so the threat has now likely transitioned even further north and east past Midway, crossing over 78 and closer towards that Orangeburg County line. We are on hour 3.5 so far of this severe weather threat, folks. So I really hope this gets out of here very quickly. I'm sure y'all are tired of hearing me talk. I'm about to lose my voice. I'm tired of talking. But this is a threat that we've been calling for. This is why we issue our first alert weather days, folks. This is exactly it. This was not a first alert. This was a first alert weather day. We knew this was going to be high impact weather. And there you go. They did just update this warning. So now it's an observed. They have eliminated the tornado emergency, but still continuing that verbiage that this is a tornado on the ground that is producing very active weather. And actually, we can go back to the radar here. We'll actually kind of zoom in on what exactly is going on here. So the worst of that rotation is where we were just looking at. So we'll go back to velocity and still seeing that rotation near Clear Pond, but it's going to be heading this way. Going to be moving off towards the north and east next. So this is crossing into Orangeburg County next. If you have any families, friends, neighbors live in Orangeburg County, kind of near 66, Branchville, Embry, right there along that Bamberg and Orangeburg County line, that's where that severe weather threat is going to be next. So this is not over with. This is going to continue. And here we are at 6:30. Oh, my goodness. This is definitely one for the records books for us, folks. This is definitely the most active weather day we have seen so far this year. Here's Bamberg, Clear Pond. Highlighted in white is the latest tornado warning that was just issued. This is an observed tornado. They did drop the pink polygon, so the pink polygon was a tornado emergency. They did lower that threat some, but still, it's a tornado on the ground. You need to take this very seriously. We do have a tornado on the ground just near Clear Pond, and it's going to be taking this path right here. So next in line, anywhere near Embry, crossing over Highway 78, 362. Mikkel, you see anything from the chat there? Any update there?
So I see that they have a local storm report, social media post about a tornado on the ground at Highway 301 between Ulmer and Olar. So that's in Bamberg County. So still getting confirmation of a tornado on the ground in Bamberg County right now in between Ulmer and Olar near Highway 301.
Okay. And there you go. There's those reports that Mikkel was just talking about. So this is where that tornado was confirmed. That's where we did have that debris signature on radar and where we're continuing to see that debris signature. So we'll go right back to correlation coefficient. You can see it is there clear as day. It has not gone anywhere. And actually, this debris signature, with it being lifted into the atmosphere and giving that look of just all those crazy colors towards downtown Bamberg, that's even clearer sign that this is significant stuff, a very dangerous situation. So anywhere between Clear Pond, Bamberg, heading towards that Orangeburg County line, you are going to be next, folks. Definitely pay close attention to it. And we're going to stay with this warning. It actually goes until 6:30, but they did just update it. So we'll see how long this latest warning does go until, I believe it would be until the 7 o'clock time frame. But most of this warning would be included for areas mainly in Orangeburg County. That's what's going to be next for them. 7:15, okay. So 7:15 for this latest warning that was just issued in Bamberg County, and Orangeburg County is going to be next. This was the warning earlier, so that was with a considerable hashtag on it. But this latest one, the one that goes past 6:30, observed tornado, so they did change that verbiage just a tad. But still very clear signature on radar, has not changed all too much, so take this very seriously. Luckily, the storm is about to move out of Bamberg County, out of our viewing area. And then hopefully that'll be it for us. Hopefully that'll be the last tornado warning we do see. I do want to keep in mind that we still have a number of active warnings across the area that do include places like Aiken County, Barnwell County, Allendale, Screven, still tracking some very intense thunderstorms. Not to minimize those threats, this is just where it's much more active and where there's a much higher risk to property and life. So the debris signature not going away just yet and continuing into northern and eastern Bamberg County over the next 20 to 30 minutes. Put this in motion here, and then that way I can actually control it a little bit better. So this is, we'll zoom this back out. We'll give you a quick kind of update on those severe thunderstorms that are currently across the area. So once again, this is our active warnings at the moment. We have this one in effect for Bamberg County that's moving into Orangeburg County next. Still some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Aiken, Barnwell, Screven, and Allendale counties. But currently, that main threat we're looking at obviously is that tornado warning. That's where the threat is highest for high impact weather. And that's where we've really been covering most of this afternoon. Most of kind of Bamberg and Allendale County is where we've seen the worst of those severe weather reports. We actually do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect, so this is likely for areas around Barnwell and Bamberg that were placed underneath that warning that just includes the threat for some strong wind gusts. Help me out, Mikkel. I need someone else to talk. We got any updates from the chat or anything? Tornado warning, obviously this is the one we're currently really focusing on. This is the tornado warning in effect for Bamberg and Orangeburg County. Going to radar velocity, you can still clearly see that rotation. So that is definitely where we're likely still tracking a tornado on the ground. Not as clear of a debris signature, which is positive news for us, but likely still producing some damage and definitely an indication that there is something there, folks. That is moving east of downtown Bamberg. So if you live in downtown Bamberg, the tornado threat has ended for you. That is moving away. And this is about to cross 78 next, and then it will be into Orangeburg County and outside of our area. We'll go back to velocity. That's pretty much giving you the best view of that rotation with that cell. And even if there's not necessarily a tornado on the ground, which I think there definitely was earlier, still some very intense winds. So anytime those winds get up to those values, 60, 70 miles per hour, that's when you can see considerable damage. Trees coming down, power lines coming down, definitely enough to knock out power for your area. So if you are streaming us, that's the best way to just kind of stay on top of these storms. Luckily, they are moving east. We're almost done with them. Not just yet. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer, but this should be our last tornado warning. Hopefully, keep our fingers crossed.
They do have a severe thunderstorm warning that they just put out for parts of Barnwell County, and that's pushing towards Bamberg County, and it does have the verbiage of tornado possible.
Yep.
So,
yeah, that's kind of been the common theme of most of these storms. So this is going to be our line that we'll put this in loop and just kind of show you the gradual motion of these storms. So that one tornado warning is what we call a discrete cell, kind of forming up ahead of that main line. But that main line now just moved across SRS and now heading towards places like Hilda. This is going to be moving into Bamberg County, west to east, and producing that threat for very strong wind gusts. Possibly a tornado could form with this as well. So quickly moving. Since they are moving quickly, hopefully that means they get out of here very quickly for us. But still a number of severe thunderstorm warnings ahead of that line. Anywhere there is still some very heavy rain and gusty winds, there is going to be that threat for tornadoes to form. Actually, I heard a couple more buzzes. I want to stop this and actually look at it, kind of a now look at it. All right, folks, give me just a second to kind of read over some of this. So, no big major updates. We're just going to have to wait for these tornado warnings to end across the area. We are still, obviously, we have this observed tornado warning on the ground for Bamberg County. The worst of that circulation is about to move into Orangeburg County. And then what's left is these severe thunderstorms. If we do see this observed tornado warning move out within the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes, and we just have severe thunderstorm warnings across the area, we'll most likely return to regular programming. But we got to wait for this tornado warning to get done with first, because we are still seeing a very clear signature on radar that this is producing some damage. We'll take a closer look at it. So this is the only tornado warning that we're currently covering at the moment. So this is for Bamberg County and does not include downtown Bamberg. Downtown Bamberg, you are actually clear of this threat now that it has moved a little bit further off towards the east. But if you live anywhere in Orangeburg County, still going to be underneath that threat. So we'll zoom in on this and just kind of just looking at this better rotation. So very intense winds with this, a little notch there, a notch there. So anywhere near Embry, you're likely being impacted by this storm in the way of heavy rain, some gusty winds, possibly even some large hail. That's also been a concern. So there you go. They just clipped this a little bit more. So this still includes portions of Highway 78 in Bamberg County between downtown Bamberg and Farrell Crossroads towards Embry. Within the next, say, 5 minutes, this will be crossing over into Orangeburg County, and hopefully we will be allowed to go back to regular programming. But still a number of alerts, folks. Even outside these tornado warnings, still some very strong thunderstorms that can produce damage as well. Looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see what that has to say. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning, basically just ahead of that main line. So really mainly our eastern counties left here in that severe weather threat for the next couple of hours. Screven, Allendale, Bamberg, Barnwell, Aiken County. That's where the severe storm threat will be with us for the next, say, hour or so. But past that, if you live in Richmond, Columbia, Aiken, Edgefield, Lincoln, McCormick, Wilkes County, you're over with for the severe weather threat for the rest of tonight. Unfortunately, we could be doing this again, though, tomorrow. There is another first alert weather day in effect tomorrow and through tomorrow afternoon and night. So this is just round one, folks. I hope you got a good dose of it because we got more powerful storms in the forecast heading into our Wednesday. Just a closer look at this new severe thunderstorm warning. This does include Allendale, Klein, all the way up towards Barnwell as well, downtown Barnwell. Anytime you are underneath a severe thunderstorm, remember that could mean winds over 58 miles per hour. Always avoid using electrical equipment. Also plumbing. You never want to be next to any plumbing. That can actually be very problematic for you if there is lightning outside of your home. Going back to the tornado warning there in Bamberg County, so anywhere between Embry, Cannon, and downtown Bamberg, this is the rotation that we're currently watching. Once this crosses over into Orangeburg County, hopefully we'll be allowed to have a little breather here and actually get you back to regular programming. But still some active storms. We'll zoom this back out, and we'll actually go and take a look at just the warnings across the area. So once again, the severe weather threat has now moved east of Augusta and Aiken. These are the areas that still have that threat for severe weather over the next several, say, hour or so, over the next hour or so. And then most of this should be moving east of us fairly quickly. So we just got to get rid of this one tornado warning left, and then I think we should be okay to let you go back to programming for the most part. But still, I'm hearing a lot of buzzing from the National Weather Service. We'll see if that's an update there. Nothing new.
Storm report from Lexington.
Yeah, some storm reports from Lexington County. So if you were watching us earlier, we did have a tornado emergency that went over Metro Columbia for a portion of Lexington County. They do have a flash flood warning there at the moment. You can see that highlighted in green. So very active weather today, folks. Luckily, this is moving east for most of us. There's not a continued risk into tonight. So once this wave moves east of our area, we do look drier into tonight, at least eliminating our severe weather chances. Going back to radar, still some lingering showers behind this line, but the main threat updated. I think we just got rid of our tornado warning, but they did update that again to actually an emergency situation. But is that what they did, Mikkel?
It's still talking about that large and extremely dangerous tornado. Going to pop in here real quickly. Okay, so you heard about one tornado warning had been canceled down by Augusta, Georgia. We saw some over Orangeburg. We saw a tornado on the ground in Bamberg, South Carolina, where WRDW was covering. Let's go over to Savannah, Georgia, and it looks like maybe they've actually gone away from the images while I was explaining it to you, so no big deal. They were showing some storm images, and they're still looking at the radar. If we're looking at this right now, we're not seeing as significant storms in Savannah, Georgia, as we are up by, it looks like, let me see here, the WRDW viewing area, Augusta, Georgia, that's a little bit northwest. So northwest Georgia is seeing some, or I guess northwest South Carolina, seeing some more serious storms. Augusta, Georgia is covering it. Savannah, Georgia is still seeing some as well. Let's go back to WRDW. They are up in Augusta, Georgia with more of their coverage.
The area. Going back to radar, though, so just kind of looking at warnings across the area, that has now moved into Orangeburg County. So Bamberg County, you are clear from the tornado threat, but still looking at some very strong thunderstorms that are moving in. So I don't want you to go outside and kind of look around, because there's still some very active weather moving through Barnwell, Bamberg, Aiken, and Allendale counties that still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. This is a clean view of it. I'll put the radar back on just for a quick look at it. And you can still see very active storms there, moving east of Barnwell, Allendale, all the way towards Hampton County. So Bamberg, you're not done with the rough weather. You're just done with the tornado warning that was previously issued for you. But you still have very strong wind gusts, intense rain, and a lot of lightning moving in. But for us here around Augusta, north of I-20, anywhere westbound down I-20, we are done with our severe weather threat for the rest of this evening. But as we mentioned earlier, we could be doing this exact same thing again tomorrow. Unfortunately, there is going to be a continued risk for severe weather out there on tomorrow's Wednesday, for our Wednesday. Yes. Guys, can y'all talk to me in the back? Do we have a... All right, folks. At the moment, there is no tornado warnings in the CSRA. I feel comfortable leaving to regular broadcast. Let me do a quick another scan. So at the moment, we still just have severe thunderstorm warnings, still some powerful winds between Allendale, Bamberg, and east of Barnwell. Those will continue east, and we still have...
So you heard the meteorologist there at WRDW in Augusta saying that they don't have any more tornado warnings in their community. We're going to keep monitoring that spot for anything that pops up. Let's go to WTOC, Savannah, Georgia, where we're seeing some severe storms still impacting their spot. While we have them up, we're going to pull up Columbia, South Carolina. So right now, South Carolina is also being impacted. Let's go to Savannah, Georgia. We'll pull up South Carolina in just a second here.
Point Road. I know exactly where this is. I had to cover some hurricane coverage in Ladies Island. So if you basically Burton North, the Rosita area, Grays Hill, just south of Dale. If you're in Laurel Bay, I think you're mostly in the clear. It's still probably very windy there, but Highway Sam's Point Road north of the 21. So basically, if you are north of the city of Beaufort, if you're Ladies Island, Rosita area, Trask Parkway, Grays Hill, I will include Seabrook just to stay safe. Sheldon, you're south of there, very specifically, and you've put a tracker on that little area. It's going to move quickly toward the Dale area, the Chisholm area. And I will say, if you are on Ladies Island, go ahead. It's only 20 more minutes, so I would go ahead and just kind of stay in your safe space. But Dale, 653, 656 for Chisholm. Let's take a broad view of the severe thunderstorm warnings that we're watching across the coastal empire and low country, because the tornado threat jumped ahead of this main line, and that was a main concern. So the time frame that we had, yes, it was a big block of time. It was about 2 to 10, and it will probably be over before 10 o'clock and before 9 o'clock. That severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Hampton County, for Jasper County, for all of Effingham County, northern Bryan, Long, and Liberty County, and that will probably be extended into portions of Chatham as this line continues to push to the east. And there's not a lot of lightning associated with it, but there is lightning associated with it along that strong squall line that we've been watching kind of cross from Alabama throughout the state of Georgia. And so unfortunately, or fortunately, we will see this storm system leave the coastal empire and low country by, let's say, 9 off the coast at the very latest. The problem is tomorrow is a first alert weather day as well. This is the warm front lifting through the coastal empire and low country, giving a lot of oomph, giving a lot of buoyancy, a lot of juice to the atmosphere. Now we have a cold front back to the west that's going to follow. We're still going to be warm tomorrow, and we have a first alert weather day for the potential of strong to severe storms. It's not an enhanced risk. Actually, Dave, I don't know if you can go to the threats that we're looking out for tomorrow, but most of us are in a slight risk, and actually I think just our western communities like Vidalia, like Montgomery County, pretty much all of Candler County, and just a sliver of Bullitt County in that enhanced risk. Now, today we were in enhanced risk across the coastal empire and low country, and this is what we got. So we've had a confirmed tornado in Lanier, which is just outside of Pembroke and Ellabelle, and so not everybody saw the strong weather today. Chatham County, for the most part, remained unscathed, though that storm line is making its way rapidly. It was moving about 60 miles to the east. A forward motion. So we're still going to get that storm line through Chatham County. Yes, we did not get a tornado warning for Chatham County, but still, anywhere within the vicinity of our viewing area has that potential for a strong storm to produce a tornado. So our first alert weather day continues as we track that line of storms. We've got another 15 minutes unless the National Weather Service has expired that tornado warning. Do you want to zoom back into Beaufort County?
I'm going to put a little tracker on this and make it to the coast here.
All right. So this storm line is the main line that will be out of here, and then our first alert weather day will be over. So that line moving 60 miles an hour to the east. Hinesville, it's on your doorstep. 653. Pooler remained mostly unscathed today. Had some winds, even though the tornado warning was for Chatham County, including Pooler. I had people texting me, hey, can I go home? I said, yeah, as long as you're going south. Now is not a good time to go anywhere. We've got a very fast-moving storm, severe thunderstorm warning included with this storm line, 657 for Pooler, 709 for Savannah proper, 719 for Hilton Head, 733 for the Brunswick area. So I'll go ahead and say if that's for Brunswick, that would include Townsend and, Ludowici, it's right there. And that radar scan is every 2 minutes. And did you see how it jumped? It usually doesn't do that. So this is a very fast moving line. The rain will remain after the thunderstorm line continues to push through our coastline, but the severe weather threat will be over. So it looks like the bulk of that warned storm for Beaufort County is moving out of the county area in the Chisholm area. Now, I know the warning goes until 7, but the National Weather Service, who issues those warnings, has been very swamped today. So maybe they just don't have time to kind of say, all right, we're in the clear. We're going to look at the velocity here and show you that. So in the Chisholm area, I don't see any tight rotation, but I do see that line right there, which could indicate some very strong winds just south of Chisholm. So this is a very northern part of Ladies Island, along Ladies Island Drive, Brickyard Drive. If you're in Laurel Bay, you're good. If you're in the city of Beaufort, you're good. If you live along Trask Parkway, you are fine. But this is going to continue just outside of the very tip of Ladies Island and continue out of the Beaufort County area and then into what I believe is Colleton County. So that would be Pond, Hollywood, Wilton Bluff, etc., Seabrook, and not in our general.
So it sounds like the storms are getting less severe there in, that was Savannah, Georgia. It appears, and we're going to give it a shot here. We are looking at the worst storms in Columbia, South Carolina. WIS, we've got their storm tracker out as they're facing a number of warnings. Let me pull up their coverage. So they're looking at multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. They're also covering that tornado warning, according to their website, is still in Bamberg, South Carolina, Orangeburg, South Carolina. We got one in Clarendon, South Carolina as well. So there's a couple they're covering. I'm going to pull their stream up and switch over to WIS. We haven't touched bases with them throughout tonight. There in Columbia, South Carolina, which appears to be where some of the more troublesome storms are heading to, at least in their viewing area. And we've talked about this as we have a look at their station right there. We've talked about this. A lot of our stations kind of overlap with their coverage, so one tornado warning might be covered by 2, even 3 stations. Let's go out to Columbia, South Carolina's coverage, as they appear to be potentially looking at the most severe storms at this moment. We'll go there now.
Roseville and Branchville, reported by emergency managers. And what we've also seen from First Alert Radar with our storm relative velocity product and correlation coefficient. Let's go back to that one, Kevin, if we can. The debris signature from the correlation coefficient. We can show folks what we've been seeing. Let's put it in a loop. It's probably this. It's probably this one. Mm-hmm. But let's put maybe a loop on it just to confirm that. Yep, right there. It will be this area here. So this is starting to show some weakening, but there's still something there approaching Bowman. Bowman, I told you about 4 minutes ago, or about 3 minutes ago, 650 will be right near you. All right, we're seeing some confirmation from the radar. There's something going on. There's some type of debris out there. We've gotten some confirmation from emergency managers through the National Weather Service that we've had a tornado reported on the ground. So let's make sure that if you are in Bowman, or even toward Roseville for that matter, that we're in that safe location. This will eventually cross over I-26. Hopefully it will continue to weaken pretty soon, because that means that we will be looking at this approaching areas a bit closer to, goodness gracious, I would say maybe Ellery, maybe those areas there, but hopefully that will continue to weaken. And go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah. We're actually looking over towards Cameron, Ellery. If we have anyone watching from there, likely some hail. A lot of times before you get a tornado or a strong thunderstorm, you get this updraft of winds and it causes hail. And that's what we're seeing right here, of course, with that first. See how it just kind of it blows out all the yellow there? That's what we're looking at, kind of just an area of some hail falling, of course, and then you kind of see a little couplet that's moving just to the north side of Branchville and south side of Bowman. That's where we would have that, of course, the debris signature. But ahead of that, which is right now, let me stop the radar here. Ahead of that, over in Ellery, likely seeing some hail. So let's show you the velocity here, what we're looking at as far as rotation. And again, just to the west side of Bowman right now. But, you know, I want to put this into loop here to kind of look at it over the last couple of frames. You can kind of see that rotation and what it's doing. And what we're looking at right now is actually a little bit of weakening. But you got to keep in mind, this was a significant storm. And it still is, but we are starting
starting to see just a little bit of broadening with that rotation. So there is a sign of some good news. However, this is still a very dangerous situation. Keep in mind, this tornado warning goes on until 7:15, so it is not done, and still likely something on the ground and some very strong winds. Keep in mind, inside these thunderstorms, we're talking wind gusts to 70, 75 miles per hour at times, and then you're talking about a tornado on the ground, possible even stronger winds, of course. So something we're going to continue to monitor, of course, with this storm that is now in Orangeburg County and racing to the north and to the east at around 50 miles, 45 miles per hour or so. So it is moving very quickly here. And again, as of 6:49 p.m., still confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Bowman, or just 11 miles southeast of Orangeburg, and again moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So that is it. There's your ground truth. And of course, with our first alert radar here, we are looking at that with the storm velocity. Let's show you that correlation coefficient one more time. We'll loop this as well. Again, this is showing different objects in the atmosphere other than rain. Well, it could include hail, of course, and it could include debris from the ground. And of course, we saw that little couplet, that debris signature, when it was just moving from Bamberg into Orangeburg County over the last 15 minutes or so. That is now starting to weaken. That's another good sign as well with this storm. But again, keep in mind, this goes on until 7:15 p.m. So we still have another just about, looks like 23 minutes or so until that is allowed to expire if they do. But this is an area that has been just peppered with storms over the last couple of hours. There's been at least 4 tornado warnings in parts of Orangeburg County just over the last couple of hours. Of course, you know, when we were talking about this alert day, we were talking about the risk for the severe weather, the risk for tornadoes, and that's exactly what we are seeing. And a good chunk of our viewing area, especially the southern half of our viewing area, has been dealing with that really since, 2 o'clock hour or so. So this has been going on for several hours. Let's go show you the first alert radar. Kind of want to touch base on what's going on across the entire viewing area here. Again, parts of Lexington County right now actually starting to dry up, like Chapin, up through parts of Richland County as well, over in Newberry 26 and down through Saluda. The rain has now moved to the east. So that is some good news. Again, this is starting to move away, but as it does, still, of course, bring in the severe weather. I want to just pop up the watches and warnings for us here. Again, we have a 1 tornado warning right now in parts of Orangeburg County. Of course, that goes on until 7:15 p.m. Also, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That is the area highlighted in the orange. That is for Calhoun, Lexington, Orangeburg, Richland counties. That goes on until 7 p.m. And of course, don't forget, we have a flash flood warning. That is that area here in the red. Of course, that is for portions of Lexington and Richland counties. That goes on until, I believe, 8:30 p.m. Let me check on that. Yep, 8:30 p.m. So you know the saying, turn around, don't drown. Of course, we've seen inches of rain over the last several hours. So, of course, there is ponding on the roadways, and that's something that if you are heading out, if you need to head out, you definitely need to be a little extra cautious because of that. And, of course, Diminished, we're still dealing with, of course, the severe weather, at least now for the southern and eastern half of our viewing area, starting to dry up a bit in our western communities. I think that's some good news as we go through the rest of the evening.
Definitely some good news that we're tracking there for our western areas, but we're also keeping an eye on what's happening east of there. Clarendon County, we can take that banner at the bottom of the screen and update it. The only tornado warning we have for the area is just for Orangeburg County, and that goes until about 7:15. So the one for Clarendon County has been canceled. We have that tornado warning that continues for Orangeburg County until 7:15 tonight. Now, you'll notice here, now this is what we continue to track. We've gotten some reports here of large trees damaged across Cattle Creek Road. We talked about that area a bit closer to the Bowman area near Roseville. So we're getting a report of that, and also getting a report, of course, of the tornado on the ground from Public. So we're getting that report. Also, we had the report from emergency managers on the scene of something that was going on there. So we do know and have gotten some ground truth there to saying that they've had some trees that have fallen, and also they're damaged across Cattle Creek Road, and that's going to be in this area. So, Kevin, if we could put back on the radar, we need to show some folks that in this particular region what's happening. We've been closer to the Bowman area, and let's zoom in here. And let's talk about some of these areas that we're keeping an eye on. Also, we need to maybe maybe put on that other product there. Maybe we could put on the storm relative velocity one more time, or the correlation, probably this one. And it looks like this is probably the rotation that we've been tracking. So that's going to be that tight rotation. Now it's north of Bowman. Okay, Bowman, you're still under this tornado warning until 7:15, but most of the rotation with this is just north of there, and so it's over toward areas near Oval Court, Apache Road, areas toward Settler Street, and you'll also notice Big Buck Boulevard, seeing some heavy rain and likely those gusty winds. But yes, Orangeburg County, which includes portions of the area there like Bowman, near Roseville. It looks like some of the worst is starting to move away from Roseville and it's starting to kind of push a little toward the north of Bowman right now. Still, though, that tornado warning goes until about 7:15 tonight. So we still have some time to go before we're allowed to see this expired or at least canceled in our area. But this has been a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation. When we're in meteorology school, we learn this very quickly. When we have a PDS, we know for a fact this is pretty bad. This is a live view outside from our roving cameras in Orangeburg County near Bowman. I believe we have had, let's see here, Nick Neville on the scene this evening there. Is Nick still in the car? He cannot hear me? Is that correct? I'm not sure. Okay, but we're still seeing this activity here that's over portions, most likely of 26 in portions of Orangeburg County. We've seen the dark clouds today. They're still seeing some rain there, but this is going to be an area in Orangeburg County that we really need to watch out there. This is in Bowman on I-26 that we're watching this vantage point from our roving camera there in Orangeburg County. We have seen things really bad for Orangeburg County today. Several tornado warnings, others in the area as well, but Orangeburg County has gotten definitely the brunt of this storm system that's moved through this area today, and we continue seeing this. So again, that roving camera is moving through I-26 near the Bowman area. So let's extend the image out a bit wider, Kevin, and we'll show you. This is I-26 here. All right, here goes Bowman, and so we're pretty close to that corridor there of Bowman and how you get off there along 26 to go to that community. So this is, of course, the worst of it. Now, City of Orangeburg, we haven't talked a lot about you, and that's good news, all right? You have been under a severe thunderstorm warning, but not the tornado warning. This is the one that we're still watching here, that tornado warning that continues for Bowman areas a bit closer to the eastern parts of Orangeburg County. That will continue until 7:15. Getting another warning, it's most likely a severe thunderstorm warning, and we'll get that in just a second. Let's see if it... Oh, wow. Okay.
In Orangeburg County, still 7:45 p.m. So it looks like they.
It's that same one.
It's the same one. Yep.
Okay, so it's the same system that we're watching. So we're going to stay on longer. All right. So we're going to go through entertainment tonight a bit. We have a new tornado warning that's now been issued for areas in Calhoun County, Clarendon County, and East Central Orangeburg County. That does not include the city of Orangeburg, but it's likely this one here is now being extended. If you remember, I told you about that PDS, particularly dangerous situation. That's why this warning is now being extended over this area here of a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Bowman, or 12 miles southeast of Brookdale, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So this is something. Emergency management confirmed a tornado southeast of Roseville at about 6:47. This tornado is over I-26 moving toward I-95. We don't see it. We do not get language like this a lot in our warnings. The impact, you are in a life-threatening situation. All right, you're in a life-threatening situation. Ellery, 7:10. 7:10. Ellery, I need for you to be in that location right now. At 7:10, it's going to be right on top of you. Santee State Park, around 7:15. Somerton in Clarendon County at 7:25. Santee Cooper Regional Airport at 7:35. The worst of this will be right on top of you. We also have a few other areas like Indian Bluff Recreation Park, Poplar Creek Landing, St. Paul, Santee, Davis Station, Stump Hole Landing, Yonder Field, Mill Creek Marina, and Campground, Vance, and Paxville. These are areas underneath this tornado warning that we need to be extra careful about. So we now have that. We can, let's update that banner at the bottom of the screen if we can. We have a tornado warning for Orangeburg, Calhoun, and Clarendon. So I know the folks up in the control room, they're going to try to get that changed very quickly here. But tornado warning is now for Calhoun Clarendon and Orangeburg counties until 7:45 this evening. This is a dangerous storm, and this is it. All right, we've been talking about this long-tracked tornado. I mean, Kevin just put it right here with the storm. Look at the loop here, going from Branchville. Look, right there, and very fast. It's moving. What we said, northeast at 45 miles an hour. It's moving very quickly. That's why Ellery, you're on the map. Where else did I talk about? Santee. These are areas that you need to be watching out for. Ellery at 7:10, you have 9 minutes. All right, towards Santee, we said 7:15. You need to go to that safe location right now. This is a dangerous situation. We've gotten ground truth from emergency managers, the public, letting us know that we have a tornado on the ground. And this is a bad situation. Let's make sure that we are in that safe location right now. That includes the lowest level of your home, putting as many walls between you and the storm outdoors, going to that interior bathroom or closet, going into that interior bathroom with the bathtub without windows, all right, and making sure that you're piling everybody in. That bathtub has saved lives. This warning goes until 7:45. We still have some time to go with this new tornado warning. That's now been extended. We had it from 7:15, now it's being extended to 7:45. So you'll see roads here, let's say like Nassau Drive, areas toward Joy Road, Concourse Drive. This is toward the tightest rotation out of this that we're seeing from the system. So we already have a confirmed report of a tornado on the ground. That's why we're on the air continuing our coverage. We've been on the air for hours now. You'll notice that this tight rotation includes areas near, I think that's, Lansdowne Road and near Indian Road as well, Joy Road, Concourse Drive, Woolbright Road as well. Let's go to that safe location, turn up your TV screen. We have areas here that we are watching. Do we have that camera at all near I-26 again that we can show guys from the control room? I'm not sure if they're still on the roadway. And so there it is. So live shots, live shot now, you can see very dark clouds rolling through. Of course, we're starting to lose some daylight as it is, but those are very ominous looking clouds over I-26 right now. They're probably north of Bowman at this point on I-26. But those are some ominous looking clouds, and we've had some rough weather through Orangeburg County. So this is definitely not the time to be on the roadways. Again, we've had reports of actual tornado that was over 26. This is from the language here from the National Weather Service. It says this tornado is over I-26 moving toward I-95.
Okay.
All right. So if our crew's on the scene, can they hear me? I hear some folks I'm not sure. Can they hear me at all in the car?
Okay.
They can hear it. Hey, is that Nick? Hey, Nick, can you hear me? And what have you seen?
Yeah. Hey, Dominus. So, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. You keep going.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so maybe about 20 minutes ago, we were back in Bowman. We gave you that live report. We were back at the gas station. Now we're headed west back towards Columbia. As you were saying, really can see these ominous clouds here. And when we were back in Bowman, there were about, 5 or 6 folks in that gas station who were taking shelter. Really appreciative of us, being out there covering this in the way that we are, providing, viewers with this vital information. We're going to get off here to provide you a greater, more of a detailed look at what's going on. But basically, just in the last 5 minutes since we've been driving with my photographer, TK, he's driving, I'm holding the camera, making sure we're safe. We noticed that it just became like 3 hours darker. Right. So, the camera was basically saying low light in a matter of seconds. So the visibility got very, very difficult just in the last few minutes here. But again, we're just continuing to monitor this situation.
So you guys are still in the Bowman area right there. I mean, we look at those clouds, and if you guys start to feel as if you're not safe, please pull over. But Meteorologist Von Gaskin just said that's near the Bowman exit right there off I-26.
Yeah, we're still in Orangeburg County. We got the notification on our phones just a few minutes ago, basically saying, a tornado warning in effect until 7:45. So, those warnings that everyone's been getting on their phones throughout the day, we just got another one of those.
Okay. So we know that you guys are in a safe area right now, and we appreciate that report there from Orangeburg County near Bowman off of I-26 there. So continue to be safe as well. Losing a little charge to my iPad here, so I had to bring this over as well. What we do know is that the tornado watch for, let's see here, Edgefield, Aiken, Barnwell, Lexington, Saluda counties has been canceled. So that tornado watch for areas in Aiken, Barnwell, Lexington, and Saluda counties, that's been allowed to be canceled. But the tornado warning continues over areas in Orangeburg County. That continues until about 7:45, and that includes Quietening County as well. So we're watching both of these. This storm here has been the most dangerous that we're watching over this area. And let me just push this out the way just for a second, because it has literally been on the ground for an extended amount of time. And you'll see right here, this is a current look at some of the tornado watch. The watch there means tornadoes are favorable. Okay, they could develop. That still includes Richland County for now. But you'll see the tornado warning here for Orangeburg County. That's near the Bowman area that we were watching. That we've gotten ground truth to that. We've gotten some reports from emergency management and others saying that we have a tornado on the ground and still getting some indications of that. So that's why that tornado warning has been extended until 7:45. You'll see here, this is still the area that Kevin is zooming down into a bit closer now towards Santee. And remember Santee, I was telling you a bit earlier here what time this will be closer to you, and that was about 7:15. So it's about 7:07 right now. All right. 7:07, Felderville, let's make sure that we're in that safe location right now. Right now. The worst of this rotation that we're seeing from the system continues to get even closer to you. Again, this is moving to the northeast at 45 miles an hour toward areas near Partersville, Santee, and toward I-95 that we're seeing the worst of this. All right. Again, this system here was way down here. It has crossed over. Look at this. Way down there. In Bamberg County, a long track tornado. A long track tornado that's still on the ground at this point. And that's causing some problems. And I know it's a little scary for you, okay? So again, Orangeburg, Calhoun, Clarendon counties, we have a tornado warning for you. And that's going to cause some issues there that we really need to keep in mind as we look ahead over the next several minutes. Again, until 7:45, this will continue pushing to the northeast there. So we've got to keep that in mind. Is that correlation coefficient over there? Can we put that on there just to see whether or not we're still seeing some indications of actual debris? We just need to make sure of some of that. And, I think it's kind of why this area here will be the only thing that I'm seeing right now that might still have something. But it's kind of weakening a little bit. Yeah, it looks most likely that at that point. Can we go back to that camera? Is that camera still available in Orangeburg County? Okay. So again, that Orangeburg County, Calhoun, Clarendon counties there until 7:45. That's what we're keeping an eye on. We know that we have some rough weather moving through this area. We know we have the heavy rain, but also the gusty winds that we're tracking. And so we definitely need to make sure that we're keeping an eye on that. But also, if you live in Ellery or Santee, those areas there, we need to make sure that we're in those safe locations at this point and away from the windows. This tornado warning will continue, and I'm getting some new information from the National Weather Service here. It will continue until 7:45. So just getting another update. Santee State Park about 7:15. Somerton about 7:25. And also near the Santee Cooper Regional Airport at 7:35. That will likely have this right on top of you. So we're still not done with this warning expiring at about 7:45. Let's take that shot. If we have that for a second, we can show folks what's going on. Okay, so gotcha. So Kevin, I'm going to toss it to Kevin then until we can get that live shot. And Kevin, I mean, as we look at to the west here, things are starting to improve. And most of our forecast models said that sometime around 8 o'clock or so, most of this will be moving to the east.
Yeah, and the good news here, the National Weather Service just saying right now that the main line is what we're watching right now. It is gradually starting to weaken and below severe limits. So, of course, we're still watching that tornado warning right now that goes on until 7:45, but that is the only warning that we are watching. Everything else has been expired. The severe thunderstorm warnings have been expired as well. We still have that flash flood warning that goes on until 8:30 p.m., but this line is starting to show signs of weakening. So that's why they're starting to chip away, of course, at the tornado watch. And if you live in northern Richland County, if you live in parts of Lexington County, I mean, you are quiet skies right now. Of course, you're probably looking off in the distance and maybe hear some thunder and see some lightning. But as far as the rain right now, that is now pushing off to your east. But of course, we are continuing to watch for the eastern half of our viewing area where you are still dealing with some very heavy rain, of course, gusty winds, and still the potential that we could see more warnings pop up over the next hour, 2 hours or so before this whole entire line eventually does move off to our north and to the east. So let's show you those warnings right now. Of course, we have that one tornado warning. That is for Calhoun, Clarendon, and Orangeburg counties. That goes on until 7:45 p.m. And you see here highlighted in the red, of course, you are looking at a flash flood warning that goes on until, again, 8:30 p.m. for parts of Lexington and Richland counties. But we're going to show you what we are looking at as far as that one tornado warning is concerned. And here's that rotation right now. Again, Dominus still racing to the north and to the east at around 45 miles per hour. So this is moving rather quickly. And as you mentioned, I've been on the ground for a while, too.
Yeah.
This one storm we've been tracking for almost an hour now.
A long track tornado, and we need to go to Orangeburg County right now. That's where we have WIS's Nick Neville. He has been standing by and really kind of roving around with a camera with his photographer, TK. They've been kind of going out and about, just checking things going around. And we have him live right now to talk about what he's seeing. And I know we've seen some of the worst kind of track near Bowman. I know you're near the Bowman area. Let us know, Nick, what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, Dominus. So the rain really started dumping down just in the last couple minutes here. The wind was picking up just as we got out of our car. It was a little wobbly for me to kind of find my bearing straight here. If you look here, we have some severe flooding that's sort of piling up along the side of the road here. Really ominous looking skies. As we just told you in our last report, we got sort of a low light warning on our camera. The visibility became very dark. It has, the rain has subsided. It's still continuing to fall pretty heavily, but it was, really intense just a couple minutes ago before we got out of the car to talk to you. Of course, we're staying as safe as we can. We just got out of the car to do this report. But yeah, just nobody on these roadways right now. Just really sort of, heavy winds. But yeah.
And Nick, let me ask you this. I know you're located south of the tornado right now, so you're in a safe location at this point in Orangeburg County near Bowman. But did you see drivers off the side of the road? Was the rain really heavy coming down in sheets at some point? What did you see there?
Yeah, just in terms of the roadways, there were very few people on the roads as we came down to this location in Bowman for this particular live shot. Very few people on the roadways. A couple people that we saw. There was a couple cars on the side of the road, sort of off stationed, on the side of the road. And there's some, lightning right now. Nobody on this main road aside from this one truck right here.
Yeah, Nick.
Dominus, that's what we're seeing.
It's lightning out there. Y'all get into the car. We appreciate your report there. Thank you for the good work that you're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to the weather computer, and you'll notice he was located south of there, closer to Bowman. This is where we're tracking some of the rotation right now, closer to Santee. So we talked about 7:14. Now it's almost, or 7:15. Now it's 7:14, and it's getting already. You'll see some of that circulation closer to Santee. In that area. You'll see Parlor community here. It's moved to the Felderville community, but this is the area that we're still keeping an eye on with some of that rotation. Although things are starting to look a little bit better with it, we still have a little bit of it there that we need to really keep in mind as the system moves to the northeast. And that's going to head over into Clarendon County pretty soon toward the St. Paul Road area, and that's going to be near Somerton. And so there are going to be areas, there goes Ellery, there goes Santee, so it's going to be crossing over the county line in just a minute. And so let's make sure that if you are in these areas, even toward areas near Somerton in Clarendon County, that you are going to that safe location right now. You're staying away from windows. You're staying away from those outside doors. You are in the hallway. You're in that bathroom as well, and you're protecting yourself from any broken glass or flying debris, from any blankets that you take with you. Also, with the pillow, just pile everybody in the bathtub for a second. And I know it can be very tough and very scary, and I've said this a couple of times today, but take that favorite snack with you. It's past dinner time for some folks, or right at dinner time. Look, go ahead and do what you need to do in order to get that comfort food and help you feel better as you're going through a situation like this, because it can be very scary, knowing that we've had ground truth and confirmation from emergency managers and others of a actual tornado on the ground tracking from areas in Allendale County through Bamberg County and into Orangeburg County now. Getting a little bit of a sweep there from the radar, Kevin.
Yeah, and you know what? Good sign from the sweep of the radar, because you're still obviously seeing, the reds and the green, the coloring, and what that coloring is showing. Of course, the green is wind that's moving toward the radar site, and the red is moving away from it. So that's how you get that rotation in the atmosphere, the difference in winds, one going in one direction, of course, and the other going in the other direction. So that you get that rotation, you get that funnel cloud, and that's your tornado. So when you start to see the reds and the greens very close together, almost looking like a circle, if you will, that's where you get your strongest winds, your strongest tornadoes. And when we zoom out, you can see that, and you see how it's been on the ground. Let me kind of track it with you. Well, you can't see me now, but you track it when it was moving through, of course, Bamberg County, then eventually through Orangeburg County. But look over the last couple of frames. You see how that the tightness of that couplet of the two, of obviously different color shading, is kind of not as tight, not as identified. So that's some good news. That means we are gradually seeing some weakening, and how we could kind of confirm that here is with the correlation coefficient. Let me throw this into motion. And what this is showing, I know I explained it before, but in case you just tuned in, this is showing different debris in the atmosphere other than rain. So it would show hail, it would show obviously anything that gets picked up from the ground. So if you have a tornado on the ground, obviously it will pick up debris, bring it up to the atmosphere thousands of feet high. And when you see that yellow shading, that is showing the debris. And you kind of see that couplet moving through Branchville and Bowman in the beginning frames. And then as it moves up through Orangeburg County, it starts to go away. And that is also a sign, a good sign here, that we are gradually seeing some weakening. Of course, we still have that tornado warning that goes on until 7:45 p.m., and they haven't given any sign that they're going to expire it just yet. But at least right now, we are seeing signs that, yes, we are still under a very serious and dangerous situation, but the storm is showing signs of weakening, and there is some good news for us. Let me kind of show you what else is going on across the entire viewing area here. I don't want to lose sight of other areas that, of course, you've had.
So positive there from WIS in Columbia, South Carolina. You heard that meteorologist mention the storms are weakening. We're looking at two spots really right now. Orangeburg, South Carolina, that's where that tornado threat is still around. I'm going to change my graphic in a second here. But we still have a tornado threat around Orangeburg, South Carolina. WIS in Columbia is covering them. They've been doing a great job. We've been following them. And we are also seeing some bad storms, some potential threats for severe storms down in, it looks like maybe Savannah, Georgia, or really more Charleston, South Carolina. I think I'm looking at my map now. WCSC in Charleston is getting more of those severe storms. So we are keeping track with them as well. Let me just double check to make sure that is WCSC in Charleston. Yeah, that is. That is still covering some storms. So they are below me now, and we're going to keep an eye on them, but continue to monitor most closely Columbia, South Carolina.
This alert day, really kind of an unprecedented day here in South Carolina when it comes to a tornado outbreak, one right after the other now for the past several hours. Areas near Allendale in particular experiencing some of the worst of this weather.
Yeah, so many warnings. We went on air about 3:30 this afternoon, or right before 3:30 this afternoon. It has brought you continuous coverage since then. So many warnings. Right now we're looking at storm damage from Allendale County, where earlier this afternoon there was a sighting of a tornado. Such a small rural area there, Greg. And as you can see, some of the homes off of those trailers, or some of the roofs rather, off of those trailers on the ground, totally damaged.
Yeah, it's not clear if anyone was inside that mobile home. No word of any injuries at this time, but we have video of storm rotation. This is in Allendale County, right near where that tornado moved through. Now, this was a tornado that, as it was warned, was said to be very large, very intense. We've seen that confirmed with some of the photos that have been sent to us. And again, we certainly appreciate that. This is some video of the storm rotation as it worked its way through that area. It moved fairly quickly, but it was on the ground for quite some time. And as you saw, it caused quite a bit of damage, not only to that particular mobile home that we showed, but also in other areas of Allendale County as it raced toward the northeast. It moved very quickly, about 35, 40 miles an hour. Fast-moving storm and very intense winds. Anytime you're talking about a tornado of this type of magnitude, it has the potential certainly to cause devastation, and it would appear that that's exactly what happened earlier today. This in Allendale County, again, as you just kind of see those clouds, the way that they started to move, and then, of course, the accompanying wind, and then, of course, the video here of that tornado as it was on the ground in what is somewhat of a rural area. You can only imagine, though, in a small town, if a tornado like that is on the ground, it could cause mass devastation.
And we're also just receiving a report from the South Carolina Emergency Management Division that one injury has been reported so far in Allendale County, but the good news is not life-threatening, and that is pretty good. You know, we don't want anyone to be injured or hurt, but when you just consider what happened there, the damage that we've seen, and you just look at these images, these incredible images of a tornado touching down in a rural county, you know, it could have been much worse. Yeah. And I'm so happy that we're not receiving numerous reports of injuries. We're getting more reports of damage, and that is okay. But we also know that this tornado video that we just saw in Fairfax County, again, or Fairfax, which is a small town in Hampton and Allendale counties, and it's just incredible that the people there are doing okay. I was talking to someone who lives in Allendale County through Facebook. She was so nice to send us some pictures of some of the scary moments that they saw, and she just described that as being such a terrifying time because it just really came out of nowhere, you know, for those residents there.
Yeah, whenever you have a tornado on the ground that's moving through quickly, you know, one of the best tools that we have, and that Chief Meteorologist Dominus Brown, Von Gaskin, and also Kevin Arnone have been showing you through the afternoon, is that storm track where it shows you where the storm is headed and the particular time frame when it will hit. And that has been laid out pretty much all afternoon long, and it is definitely a tool that can help you stay ahead and to plan ahead, get into that safe space in order to avoid these storms. We just heard another warning come through here. Let's get back to Chief Meteorologist Dominus Brown. Dominus, what did we get?
All right, so we have a new tornado warning. This is for areas in south central Clarendon County and southeastern Orangeburg County until 7:45. We do know that this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado this time. So it's going to be for areas here that would include areas a bit closer to Holly Hill. So it's going to be this one right here that's kind of on that county line. But overall, that's what we're tracking, some rotation there as the storm moves to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. And so it's going to be headed toward Holly Hill about 7:30 tonight, and it will also impact areas toward Utah Springs, Rocks Pond, Campground, and Marina and Blunt's Landing. These are going to be these areas as it then crosses over from Lake Marion into Clarendon County. Hey, Kevin, if you could put on, maybe we can put on storm relative velocity this time, maybe the actual product, you'll see it. And it's probably going to be this one because it's near Harleysville, so it's going to be this one right here.
Yeah, it looks like we have, so this is the first one.
Yeah, it's going to be.
And then there's second.
Yeah, that's the second. Yeah, this is the new one here. So this is what we're going to be tracking, the new one. And let's go back. Well, okay, that's fine. We're talking between two radar sites because it gets a bit closer to than the Charleston site here. But this is ours right there. And this is going to be the area that we're watching. It's going to push over to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So let's just see if we can track this one here. And it's going to continue spreading out. We'll see as much as we can take it. Most of that area, I'll probably say it wrong. So that's probably pretty low at 7:37 and also near Lake Marion at 7:40. It'll probably be there before then, but near that area there. And let's see if we can do it again. Yeah. Okay, so you'll see Lake Marion at 7:41, Utahville at 7:35, Greeleyville at 7:54. This goes until about 7:45, and that's going to be this weak area of rotation overall that will continue pushing to the northeast. That's for the eastern parts of Orangeburg County that we're watching this one as it moves to the northeast again. So there's going to be the areas there. This is Doppler radar indicated that we're seeing. That's going to be near the Harleyville community. It's about 7 miles east of Indian Field. And so we're going to watch that one very closely. Again, impacting areas in Holly Hill, probably near the Four Holes area, but overall it's going to be east of there. And I think as we look ahead in the forecast, we're going to see this spreading over the eastern part. Yeah, again, we're going between two radar sites here. That's why the colors keep changing. So this is our radar site, and then eventually it crosses over toward Charleston. Let's go to the other warned storm that we have. And this is this one. Oh, man, it's right over Somerton at this point. And that's still some very, very tight rotation there. It seems like it's gotten even stronger. Yeah, so that's what it looks like. So areas near Governor... Okay, hold on. I was getting some... Oh, okay. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning for Calhoun. You probably heard it on your screen. Calhoun, Clarendon, Lee, Sumter counties until 8:15. We're staying on the air because of the tornado warnings that we have for our viewing area until 7:45. But there are severe thunderstorm warnings now for Calhoun, Clarendon, Lee, and Sumter County until 8:15. This is very important that we need to track. All right. So again, this one continues to move mainly to the northeast. I believe that movement is still about 45 miles an hour. It's going to be headed toward areas there in, let's see, that's the other one. Let me make sure I get the right one for you. We've got so much going on today that it's hard to keep up with some of these. And so this one here will continue moving to the northeast at around 45 miles an hour. It will continue approaching areas in Davis Station, St. Paul, Paxville. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier, but these are going to be these areas here. So 727 Somerton is right on Somerton's doorstep. So hopefully you're in that safe location. You're Manning there at 7:35. Let's make sure if you're in Manning right now that you're in that safe location in your home or in a sturdy structure right now at the lowest level of your home, and you're staying away from those windows right now. The Sardinia area at 7:45. How about Turbyville at 7:50 and near Lake City at about 8 o'clock tonight? They will likely have the worst of this storm. And it looks like it's gotten a bit stronger when we've seen that storm relative velocity product there. We're looking at the rotation. And so we know for a fact there that this storm is still potent as it moves along the I-95 corridor from Somerton toward Manning toward Turbyville. And so if you're in these communities here, you need to definitely take heed of the advice that we're saying and go to that lowest level of your home in that safe location as well. Kevin, if we can take off the storm relative velocity, we can put back on the radar and we can show folks and kind of zoom into these spots a bit closer to Somerton. So it's going to be that area near, yep, and let's zoom in street level. And we can zoom in a bit tighter. Let's see, even tighter. There we go. And so we'll see, let's see, that's going to be Harvin Manor. Governor Richardson Road there. That's a very popular road there. How about Mayland Drive, Duke Street, Edwards Drive, Whispering Wind Lane. You'll see Jack Touchberry Road. These are communities here in Clarendon County. They're under the gun right now with some of the worst of the rain and even some of those gusty winds. You have a tornado warning. So we need to make sure that we're being extra safe as we look ahead with this forecast. Again, this storm is moving to the northeast. Let's drag it up just a little bit more. We could go up, yeah, up or north. Yep, we could do that. There's going to still be some of these areas there near First Road, and I'm seeing Danbury Drive, Parson Court as well, and Roosevelt Drive. You're underneath this tornado warning as well. And so with the tornado warning, again, tornado has been confirmed. It's been a long track tornado. This is the one that we're keeping an eye on. A long track tornado, still showing some signs here of some gate to gate shear. So that's some strong winds there, likely rotation that we're tracking. That's in the Somerton area. It's mainly west of I-95, so that's what we're seeing right there as it continues going to the northeast. So it's mainly going in this direction here. So you talk about this area here is mainly going to continue tracking mainly in that direction. And so areas in Clarendon County, let's make sure, especially if you have folks in Clarendon County, you have family members, friends, let them know what's happening near Somerton. We've had areas near Manning under the gun in this path. So this is going to be this area, and you'll see it right there. Again, you see how it moved from areas in Orangeburg County, a long track tornado that continues to wreak havoc over areas here. We've already had ground truth to some of that in portions of Orangeburg County, even Allendale County. And so this is still a dangerous situation that we're tracking from the system as it continues on that track there. So, Kevin, maybe you can take a look at some of the correlation coefficient, maybe. Maybe we can see if we're seeing any debris from this system.
Of course, and I just want to also announce here that they have canceled the flash flood warning for Lexington and Richland County. That originally went on until 8:30 p.m. It has. Looks like it has been canceled. So, again, there's some good news. Let's show you what we're looking at here with the correlation coefficient. Again, this is showing different objects, let's call it objects in the atmosphere other than rain. So anything in the red coloring would be rain. Anything in that yellow shading would be a different object, like a hail. It could be debris from the ground. It could be, twigs, sticks, wood, whatever, dirt. So that's what it's kind of picking up in the atmosphere. A lot of times when you have a tornado on the ground, you see this yellow couplet here, and that would be showing that tornado on the ground, and it would move, obviously, with the storm. So we saw that here, and let me zoom out and kind of show you when it moved through Bamberg and also Bowman and Branchville. You saw that little yellow shading, that little ball, debris ball, if you will. Well, the good news here, as we take a look at what's going on right now, we are not seeing that. Now, when we take a look at the velocity, though, we are still seeing, again, a tight rotation here, just about to cross over 95 over in Somerton. So here's the deal. Well, why is there no debris? Well, the winds likely aren't strong, as strong, I should say, but still strong enough. We are still seeing, again, a lot of rotation here. So we are still talking wind gusts that easily 60, 70 miles per hour with the storm. Keep in mind, the storm is moving 45 miles per hour to the north and to the east. So you're getting those winds, of course, along with the winds from the actual storm. So still seeing a little bit of rotation. Again, over the last couple of hours, this is the one area here that has been kind of just the jackpot area of all this rotation. Now, the other thing I want to show you, of course, is the first alert radar. And you see how a lot of the energy now is, again, mostly in our eastern viewing area. A lot of our western communities are dry. Look up towards Fairfield County, even Lexington County, Richland County, Saluda. You are all clear. All right, the severe weather for you, the risk is now 0. Even Orangeburg County in Cal.
Remind you of what you're looking at right now. It looks like the storms are starting to very slowly make their way away from the Columbia, South Carolina area, specifically Allendale, Orangeburg, South Carolina, that have been hit the hardest. You saw some of those pictures of storm damage. We are also tracking Charleston, South Carolina. That is in the box below me. It doesn't appear like those storms are over them quite as severely. So let's continue with what we're doing now. Seems like it's working okay. Let's have Charleston in the mini box, still getting impacted by storms. And then tornadoes have really impacted Allendale and Orangeburg, South Carolina. We will keep them in our big box.
You were just kept dealing with the severe storms, of course, because it just kind of kept riding up along that front. Let's show you again the velocity here. Of course, we have the one tornado warning. Let me actually show you the tornado warning first. So it's actually 2 separate tornado warnings. Again, one here. This one goes on until 7:45 p.m. Again, that is for Clarendon County. And, of course, we have the other tornado warning for Clarendon and Orangeburg County. That also goes on to 7:45 p.m. Again, this is just for a sliver of Orangeburg County as well. So still 2 separate tornado warnings out there right now. And, again, we could show you what's going on with the velocity here, kind of just give you a little heads up of where they are. Of course, this one between Somerton and Manning right now, kind of right crossing over 95. So, again, moving to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. And I'm going to show you the other one, if I can find it here. The rotation doesn't look as defined. It looks like it's right here. Again, moving to the northeast as well, between Holly Hill and Cross. That's the strongest rotation that I see, at least right now, on our velocity. But again, here is that first alert radar here one more time. Again, diminished, we are dealing with a very heavy rain, of course, the gusty winds, and just an incredible light show as well. A lot of lightning just associated with these storms over the last couple of hours. So that's just kind of indicating how primed up this atmosphere obviously was, and what still is, because we are still dealing with it, of course, for our eastern communities.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite a lightning show for a lot of us out there. A very potent system moving through. I know we have an SCDOT camera that we can show at I-95 and near Somerton. We can hopefully bring that up to you in just a second, but it can show you maybe some of the traffic, but also some of the conditions that we're seeing there along I-95 near Clarendon County. And so you'll see there, it looks like one of those warnings have been allowed to be canceled there. Doesn't it look that one?
It was on point. Clarendon County.
Okay, so there's a look at I-95. That's going to be, again, SCDOT camera. Hard to see, but you know what? It's hard to see because we got a lot of rain out there, and the rain has been coming down in sheets in some of the parts of the area. A few cars are on the road, but probably not as many cars that we would typically see this time of the day. So hopefully the folks who have to drive this stretch, they've been watching WIS, and they know it's been a first alert day, and this is a big first alert day for us across the area here. We do have word from the National Weather Service, though, that the tornado warning for Clarendon County, that's going to be the one for the central parts of Clarendon County, has been canceled. And so that's going to be for those areas, and not this one, but it's going to be for the other one. So if we could take that up just a little bit. So it's going to be areas right here. That one has been allowed to be canceled. So that was going to be the southwestern Clarendon County area there that we're keeping an eye on. So we do know that one. Although I'm still seeing a little rotation. I'm seeing some of that. So I'm not sure why that was taken off so quickly. But we are still seeing some rotation, although it's very kind of broad at this point. Rotation is still kind of rolling through. I would still treat this as a warned system. It was originally warned until 7:45. So for areas between Somerton and Manning, especially toward Manning, as this continues to roll a bit closer to you, let's treat this still as a warning because we do have some rotation out there, and we need to take heed of what we've been saying all afternoon for the past almost 4 hours that we've been seeing. We have another view that we can show you outside. This is over downtown Columbia, and you'll see that light at the end of the tunnel that Greg was talking about a bit earlier in our coverage. We are definitely seeing better conditions in our viewing area now as opposed to what we saw a bit earlier. So that live camera can even show you just before sunset from the west there that we are seeing some better conditions rolling through. And thank goodness our forecast models have been on it, saying that sometime a little bit closer to 8 o'clock that most of this will start pushing eastward and out of our viewing area. So that vantage point from our Skycam here at WIS at Bull Street in downtown Columbia is showing some better weather to the west, and that will continue spreading eastward as we go through the evening hours. Now we're still tracking that tornado warning that continues for parts of, let's see, that will be for Orangeburg and Clarendon counties. Of course, I think what we saw earlier is that most of the rotation is also starting to get a little bit better, but we haven't gotten indications from the National Weather Service that one has been canceled. So we know that that one still continues, although we're not seeing clear indications. It's probably this one here, right? I think we saw earlier. There was probably this one here that would most likely be it, and that's just on the edge of our viewing area, but it'll be for areas maybe a little closer to, that will impact areas, well, to the northwest of St. Stephen, and that will cross over maybe into areas there a bit closer to Kingstree, but it's going to be these two spots. This one is starting to show some signs of weakening. That one definitely isn't showing as much strength as it had been earlier, but we still have this warning up until about 7:45 this evening. So we're going to continue tracking both of those, but especially this one. It seems like that's the only warned one. Is that the only warned one that we have? Can we put the warnings back on just for a second, Kevin, and show folks? Okay, so that's going to be the only one. Now, don't get me wrong. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings out there, too. And so that continues for Sumter County, Clarendon County, parts of Lee County that we've seen some rough weather. And that also takes us toward Florence County as well. I think that toward, let's see, that severe thunderstorm warning goes until about 8:15. I believe that's the one there. And so a tornado is still possible. It's in the language, but so far we haven't seen indications of that actually happening. But that warning, that severe thunderstorm warning, continues until about 8:15 there. But this is the one that we're still on the ear about. And so it's just a little area of our viewing area at this point. Kevin, if we can go back to the radar and just show area-wide what we've been seeing from west to east there, the rain starting to move in, and maybe we can change that banner there as well. There you go. And you'll see there are areas that would take us all the way from areas in Kershaw County down toward the city of Orangeburg that we're actually seeing the clearing happen from west to east. So heavy rain still stretching over Lee County, Sumter County, Clarendon County. The worst of it still over this I-95 corridor in the far extreme eastern areas of Orangeburg County. All that continues to lift to the northeast, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning that will continue for a good chunk of this area until about 8:15 tonight. This is the only one that we're tracking. I think overall very soon we should be able. No, we have a new tornado warning, guys.
Another tornado warning is that same storm that they just expired and they just reissued. It looks like.
No, I think it's the same. Yeah, it's that same one that's over central parts of Clarendon County.
Yep. So they got rid of it and reissued it.
So it looks like we have a new tornado warning. So now we're calling call for our friends. Remember, we were just saying I don't know why they did that, but now I understand. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for areas in Clarendon County, eastern parts of Sumter County, and southeastern parts of Lee County. That now goes until about 8:15 tonight. So it's going to be this red polygon area here from that storm we were just showing you, all right? That was showing a little sign of weakening, but broad rotation. And now that system will continue pushing to the northeast out of Manning, and that will go up this I-95 corridor toward Turbyville, probably near the Alkaloo area as well, and east of Maysville. That's going to be in Lee County here. So now we have a new tornado warning. It's still from that same system. This is Doppler radar indicated tornado. So although we've had some ground truth a bit earlier, now this is mainly Doppler radar indicated. And let's put on storm relative velocity one more time, Kevin, and we can maybe take that off for a second. It's going to be in this area here. So it's going to be probably over here. Yeah, it's going to be in these areas here near Manning. So for folks near Manning, Alkaloo area along I-95, you've got the worst of this right on top of you. And it continues pushing to the northeast. I think that's moving at about 60 miles an hour. My goodness, that is moving very quickly here. So there are going to be some spots that we need to keep in mind. Most likely, I'm reading this off my iPad here, but Lynchburg, Turbyville, Shiloh, Gable community there, Woods Bay State Park at 8 o'clock. These are going to be some areas that we're tracking that will most likely have the worst of this rotation and the worst of this moving in your area. So we do have, let's see, let me make sure. I don't think Orangeburg is in that warning anymore. So I think we can take that banner off. Is that the other warning?
Yeah, no Orangeburg.
Okay, so we can just take that off there, but we do have a tornado warning for Lee, Clarendon, and Sumter counties until 8:15 tonight. So again, it's going to be this storm here, all right, right over Manning, and it will continue on this track to the northeast at about 60 miles an hour. That's a very fast moving storm. We need to make sure, again, for the folks, we just said it before, let's continue to treat this as a warning. I hope you're still in that safe location. If you're not in that safe location, maybe you're a bit closer to Turbyville. Let's make sure that we are in that safe location. There are other areas here. Let's zoom in a bit closer toward, I know Shiloh's there, New Zion. There are going to be some areas here, Sardinia. Yeah, let's go up here. Yep, and just zoom in a little bit closer. So Sardinia area, New Zion. Salem Road. These are going to be communities near Turbyville that are under this warning. So we need to make sure that we're in those safe spots toward Burnt Branch Road, Shiloh Road here, and northward. And we could also, let's take this up to the north just a bit more if we can. There goes the Shiloh community in the eastern parts of Sumter County. So that's going to be east of I-95. But there are going to be some spots underneath this warning. And that also includes areas in the southern portions of Lee County that we have this warning here. So as we take out the storm relative velocity product, we can maybe just put on the regular radar product. And we have the heavy rain. We have the gusty winds as well, but we have frequent lightning out there, just a little bit. And some of that lightning has actually decreased over time. But with this one here, is Doppler radar indicated, no ground truth to it. But what we do know is that the storm was located over Alkaloo or near Manning and was moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. And a tornado is still possible out of this because, of course, we have been tracking, of course, the rotation. So that's one of the reasons why this warn system now continues until 8:15. And it's going to ride along this corridor here. the good news about it is that some areas are in the clear, but not for our friends in the eastern parts of the viewing area along I-95. And Kevin, as we look ahead, do we have another camera that we can show at some point, Michael? Maybe another DOT camera or anything of that nature? Yeah, we're going to show another camera just to maybe show some of the conditions on some of the roadways out there just before we have sunset here. And so maybe it can give you an idea about some of the conditions out here. But that will continue. Again, you see the banner, Clarendon, Sumter, Lee counties until 8:15 tonight. We're seeing Doppler radar indicated tornado pushing northeast at about 60 miles an hour. That's very fast. We need to put some towns up here as well, maybe a track of it in just a second. Maybe you could do that. Kevin, can you do that for me? We can take this storm here and then track it to the northeast at 60. So you may have to. You're gonna have to spread that out. Yeah. So we can get 60 miles an hour on there. Yeah, that's our radar. So if you can track that one near the Manning area and go northeast at 60, that's going to take it. Yep, that's going to take it a bit closer to some of those areas. You want to go ahead and take that?
Yeah, so we're talking Lake City at 8:06, Danwood at 8:14, Friendship at 8:24, Marion at 8:31. Of course, this all holds together. But here's the deal here. I mean, we are still looking at the velocity with this storm. And again, certainly does not look nearly as strong as what we saw just about a half hour ago. So they actually expired this warning and then reissued it until 8:15. And the reason is because there is still some rotation here. And of course, we're going to continue to monitor that one area. It's just to the northeast right now of Manning. All right, so just crossed over 95, this area of the rotation that we're keeping a close eye on. Again, just crossed over 95, just to the northeast side of Manning and moving to the northeast, again at 60 miles per hour. Yes, 60. That is incredibly fast for a thunderstorm. Typically, we see thunderstorms moving between 25 and maybe 35, 40 miles per hour, but this is moving at 60 miles per hour, so it is racing. So you have to keep in mind, this will have some very strong winds with it because of that forward movement at 60 miles per hour. You're at least getting winds of that speed when the storm moves over your neighborhood. So again, moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour, just crossed over 95. Again, moving to the northeast. I want to show you again the correlation coefficient here and kind of just pick up on something that's new, and that is this one little area here. And again, remember what I said. The red is showing rain. Anything that's in the yellow shading is showing objects in the atmosphere other than rain. So it could be hail, it could be debris, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Again, just to the northeast side of Manning, you are seeing a debris signature here. You see that little 95? I can just kind of circle it for you, make it a little bit easier. But again, right here is what we're looking at. This would be your area that again, you have a tornado-warned thunderstorm here, a tornado-warned storm. This would be the area that we'll have to closely monitor. And you look at the rotation, again, it was this area. Oops, I don't want that. It was this area right here that we're talking about. So again, this is where your strongest winds are. Of course, that's where we also see that debris signature. So let's zoom on in to some some streets here. And we could take a look here. Looks like Pleasant Grove Road. And again, Alderman Camp Road. Also looks like Grove Bay Road and Sutton Road as well. So this is, again, where we're talking about the strongest winds inside that tornado-warned storm. Again, moving to the northeast. But we're going to get a sweep every few minutes here, and this is going to move dramatically to the north and to the east because it is moving so quickly. But that is the one warning that we're keeping a close eye on. I could pop up the rest of the warnings. Again, you see everything in the orange shading. That is a severe thunderstorm warning. And inside that line of severe thunderstorms, you get your tornadoes. All right, and you can see in that red polygon, that's where we do have that tornado warning. And I believe that goes on until, again, 8:15 p.m. As for Clarendon, Lee, and Sumter counties until 8:15 p.m. Diminis?
All right, so we're going to talk more about what's happening with this. I know we've been trying Get a camera up of I-95, so if we can kind of take that camera if it's ready for us, we can see some of the conditions that have been happening across the area. But until then, again, we have several spots still seeing heavy rain, and you'll see along I-95 southbound. We still have a lot of heavy rain, a lot of drops on the camera lens there, and a few cars on the road. So this is definitely not the time to be on the roads at this point. We need to make sure that we're keeping an eye on what's happening here across the area. So again, that tornado warning continues for Clarendon, Sumter, Lee counties until about 8:15 tonight, and that will continue passing through this area along I-95, impacting areas along the eastern parts of Sumter County near Shiloh. That's going to be near Turbyville. It's kind of moving away now from Alkaloo and Manning, but now it will be headed toward New Zion and also areas near, we'll say Sardinia, Turbyville, Shiloh, and most likely the southern parts there of Lee County that we're going to continue seeing this. So a very active situation that continues rolling through again until about 8:15 tonight. And just checking to see if we have any updates here from the National Weather Service. We do know that, let's see here, I kind of lost some of that information for a second, so hopefully I'll get that back up in a minute. But I do know overall that we've been tracking a lot of rain here, likely some flash flooding in the area. We've had some flash flood warnings a bit closer to Lexington and Richland counties a bit earlier this evening. And so we're going to continue tracking a lot of this and keep an eye on it. But still some indications of heavy rain, some gusty winds, still a little circulation out there, though it's not as defined as it was a bit earlier as you look at the storm relative velocity product there. And so we're still seeing maybe a little broad rotation. It's mainly going to be east of Alkaloo, east of Manning here, and east of I-95. And so it's going to be mainly toward these areas here that we're seeing some of that weak rotation or broad, how about I say broad rotation at this point. It looks like some of this may even, we'll see if it actually makes its way toward Turbyville, because it looks like it's kind of heading away from it at this point when you kind of put the loop on it right now. So very active night that we're still seeing. Let's also, Kevin, if we could go back to the radar and just show some areas and zoom into some roadways, especially over in this area here. This will probably be the area that we kind of need to watch out for, because they're still saying, let's see how far we can go. There we go. I'm seeing June Burn Road and a few areas near North Brewington Road as well. Can we go? Let's go up this way and see if we can see a few more. Let's see, that will be Old Manning Road. Again, this is going to be east of Manning that we're seeing some of the heaviest of the rain in the area at this point, and some of that broad rotation right now, but not getting a lot of reports from the National Weather Service. Have you seen any right now? Because we do know this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado, so it's not one that's been sighted on the ground.
Yeah, obviously it was much earlier,
right?
But now it doesn't. No indication that anything's on the ground right now. Obviously, seeing a little bit of, if you want to call it debris on the correlation coefficient, but it also could be hail too sometimes. So that's something that a lot of times we see. But again, as far as the rotation, you know, we've had storms over the last couple of hours that have showed very defined rotation. This one just not showing it. It has, but keep in mind, we've been tracking this storm since it was in Bamberg County, so over an hour now. It's almost 8 o'clock. So, you know, we've been tracking this since the 6 o'clock hour, the same exact storm. So, you know, a lot of times you don't see storms on the ground this long and, of course, this far of a distance. So, you know, definitely showing some signs of weakening here. And that's a given here. I mean, we are losing, obviously, the heating of the day. It's approaching 8 o'clock now. So the atmosphere has already kind of been tapped through. So the storm's weakening now is pretty typical, which is a good sign. That being said, you take a look at the first alert radar, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning. And of course, for our eastern communities, you are still dealing with some very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, the potential that you could see some flash flooding or ponding on the roadways. Of course, we had a flash flood warning for portions of Lexington and Richland counties. That has been expired. It went on till 8:30. They expired it early. For our western communities, all clear. Orangeburg County, all clear. Calhoun, all clear. Richland, Lexington, all clear. So, again, looking much better for our western communities. Eastern communities, the minute still dealing with it. Obviously, eastern Sumter County, Lee County as well, and Clarendon County. But, I mean, unless you see something different than I do, I'm not too, it's tough to see a rotation here, at least on this velocity scan.
It looks overall that things are kind of weakening, more of a broader rotation as it moves east of Manning and east of Alkaloo right now. So that's great news for our friends there. I know we have a couple of things that we can show folks. We know we have something or some video out of Swansea, if that's correct, out of Lexington County. And most likely we're seeing that light at the end of the tunnel there as conditions have greatly improved for our western communities and for the central part of the Midlands. And that's our roving camera when we look at this beautiful shot here at sunset. After a day like what we've had today, it's nice to see a sky like that to give us some news that things are going to be all right for the rest of the night. As we look ahead, we do have some better weather, but just take that in right there as we look ahead over along I-26, and our roving camera and our WIS news crew has been on the scene through Orangeburg County, and now we're seeing this a little closer to Lexington County now of some better weather, a bit closer to the Swansea exits there. And yeah, we're going to continue to see things clearing out from west to east in our viewing area for tonight. I know we also have something else we can show you, I believe. Is that correct, Michael? That we can show viewers right now from what we saw a little bit earlier. As you look at the radar, we're still tracking what's happening here in Clarendon County as this warning, this tornado warning, continues for areas in Clarendon, Sumter, Lee counties until about 8:15 tonight, or until this will be allowed to be canceled or expired. But check this out. I've seen some reports of more than 3 inches of rain for parts of the area. That was in Columbia at Hamilton Owens Airport. And so we've gotten that report there, and also some other reports of some heavy rain. But we could show our viewers that next image that you were just telling me about in my ear before we wrap up our coverage. You'll know that we've had plenty of severe thunderstorms today, tornado warnings, long track tornadoes that have been confirmed. And so as we look at the rainfall estimates in the area, you'll notice some of look at that, more than 4 inches of rain in parts of Sumter County today, more than 3 in areas in Lexington County, more than 3 in parts of Newberry County, even about 2 inches of rain or more near Winsboro and Fairfield County. So we've seen a lot of that, and that's one of the reasons that we've had this first alert day to give you the heads up. We will see the potential for flooding rain or flash flooding. We will see strong thunderstorms, and they could be severe. And on a day like this, where we have an enhanced risk of seeing severe weather, that's a level 3 on the scale, things have verified for the area, and we're hoping that we won't get any worse news out of it. We had one report, as Billie Jean Shaw was just telling us earlier, of an injury that happened a bit earlier today. So as we look ahead, you'll see the rain. Things are starting to spread away from us. If we can look at the radar one more time, Kevin, we'll show you that stretch here. Look at the rain. It's continuing to move east. And so when we saw that image there from our roving crew, things are getting better. And so things are starting to get better from west to east. So most of the wet weather continues, especially for our eastern communities along the I-95 corridor. That tornado warning will continue until about 8:15 or so. But as we've been looking at the radar, that rotation is starting to weaken at this point. So that means as we look ahead over the course of this evening, even before 8:15, I think things will start to get a bit better. But if you have friends and family in parts of the PD, Florence, Myrtle Beach areas, Horry County, Charleston's getting hammered with heavy rain and thunderstorms right now, make sure you give them a call and let them know that they have some rough weather over them or already headed in their direction, and make sure they are in the best location that they can be. So what we're going to do now, we are going to take a break. We're going to go to regular programming on WIS and NBC. But make sure you join us tonight for WIS News 10 at 10 on Columbia CW and at 11 on WIS. We're going to have more of today's news, more of today's weather, and yes, we have another alert day posted for tomorrow. Hopefully not as bad, but we have a chance of showers and storms that we're going to continue tracking. Thanks for being with us tonight from the whole crew and the whole team. Thank you so much.
Great work there from WIS. They've been tracking some of the most severe storms in Allendale and Orangeburg County. Let's go over. I'm looking at my camera here. It looks like this is WCSC in Charleston, South Carolina. They were showing some pretty, I guess, bad-looking lightning and thunder and rain. Ominous, I think was the word I was looking for. Clouds there a couple seconds ago. Let's go out to their coverage.
2-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to cross right over to the Old Village here very shortly, looking at the trajectory of that. So if you're over in the Old Village, be ready for this very strong burst of gusty winds that can do a lot of damage as they mix down 70, 72-mile-an-hour winds. That's where it is right now, moving across Meeting Street. As you take a look right down to the street level with First Alert Super Doppler, our velocity can show you exactly, in fact, if you want to click, Chris, at just how fast that wind is blowing in those areas of white and pink, that does show 72-mile-an-hour velocities. And you'll you'll see that number change a little bit. 66 over there by the waterfront and by the pilot boats. Again, that's showing exactly how fast that wind is right now using our radar product. And as we zoom out just a little bit, Chris, you can see that's going to cross right over the harbor.
Yep, right over the harbor now into...
Right over to Mount Pleasant into
Mount
the Old
Pleasant.
Village. So again, you folks on over toward Shem Creek, over to the Groves, back over to the Old Village, down on Pitt Street. That's going to kind of blast through there in the next 15, 20 minutes, and then probably work its way right on up toward Rifle Range Road, and then cross the marsh back over toward Isle of Palms Connector here in the next little while. If you want to point the up there, it just looks now it's just
Yep, right over the Groves.
So now we're over the Groves. Again, as you look at that live update, again, that's over to Mount Pleasant. Again, back over to Bayview Drive, right off of, right there between Coleman, the Groves. Again, talking about 65-mile-an-hour winds. That's over to Shem Creek near 65-mile-an-hour winds as well. Again, that's now, as we speak, moving into Mount Pleasant. And that will continue to push through there as we take a live look at our velocity product. So again, it does show you that as we zoom on out, where that's going is back. It'll continue to push on up toward Rifle Range, back up to Chuck Dolly, and again, it's kind of bouncing between the Groves and the Old Village. So if you're up in say Rifle Range Road, toward say right there by 526 and 17 toward Hungry Neck. Be ready for this stuff to come blasting on through. It's not going to be there long. It's moving about 70, 75. The winds are gusty around 75. This little cell right there is moving around, 40, 45, 50 miles an hour. So it's racing right along, and it's causing some strong winds associated with that, as you can see.
Yeah, and it goes to show that even though this is not a tornado warning, this could be producing some damage with those strong winds. This is right over the Ravenel Bridge as you're heading over that, over Lansing Drive. You can see some of that. There's strong wind near Runaway Bay Lane. And as we zoom out a little bit more, that's where the strongest of the wind is. So now if you're watching from Mount Pleasant, you have some significant wind approaching your area. And we are watching the potential once again. As it's just updates, you can see right over the area near where 526 meets up with 17 there. We're looking at some of this wind, and radar is perhaps estimating up to 70-mile-per-hour winds, Bill, into the Mount Pleasant area.
It just went by the Yorktown. In fact, take a look at the, if you could take a look at camera 14, guys. This is off the, right on top of the Charleston Harbor Fish House Skycam. And again, that's looking back, over here toward Mount Pleasant, not far from the Old Village. That's, of course, at Patriots Point. And look at the rain blowing sideways there. But certainly the gusty winds continue, as well as that dangerous lightning. There's a lot of lightning out there, as a matter of fact. In fact, if you come back to me on the wall just for a second, I can show you what this lightning looks like using our First Alert Super Doppler. So the main line is right now along the, almost along the coast, and that extends up into parts of Berkeley County. But again, you can see that's where the heaviest rain is. All of the tornado warnings have been discontinued, except that one up near Manning, and that's just on the other side of our viewing area. But that's way up in toward, say, Williamsburg and Colleton County. But look at the lightning right there, right? This is all lightning. You can watch it live. What's interesting with the live lightning is I tap right there. I can kind of tell you how many strikes in the last 173 strikes in the last 15 minutes. That's a lot of lightning strikes. And watch it live as we zoom on in here just a little bit. I'll see if I can't zoom in. And again, when you watch that lightning, I'll zoom out here just a while. We've got lightning all along that line right there, right? So this lightning, of course, progressing, and as it does, we track it to see just how fast it's moving and also how much energy there's actually out there. And as we zoom on in, we were just talking about that wind moving across Mount Pleasant. We were watching that live lightning, and you can just see those the live hits right there. Again, these are less than 5 minutes old on a lot of these, and you'll see them popping up live. Those are cloud-to-ground or cloud-to-cloud lightning strikes, or even ground-to-cloud lightning strikes. Again, as we take a look right there with our Super Doppler lightning tracker, you can see an awful lot of lightning and energy out there. And there's the rain. Look at this. That rainfall rate has ramped up a little bit as that moisture just feeds up along and ahead of that boundary. And all these areas of pink and all these areas of purple are all intense rainfall. We saw that rain blowing sideways as it moves on through with our live pictures. That's the intense rainfall right there. And that continues Berkeley County all the way back into eastern Charleston County. And now it's just moving offshore. Notice we're starting to see it clear the coastline, right there, down along the southern coastline, really from Charleston down to Folly, all the way back down toward Beaufort. And again, the trailing edge of this stuff is right back here, back over toward, say, now pushing through Monk's Corner, up toward Cordsville, Jamestown, getting ready to see some moderate to heavy rain. Here's that heavier rain over to Mount Pleasant we were just talking about. That's going to push on up in toward, say, Owendaw. It may or may not get up to Georgetown. It might just actually slip a little further to the east of Georgetown. But notice the good news with all of this mess is that Folly, you're under the moderate to heavy rain right now, all the way back down towards Seabrook and south. But notice, now we're offshore. Look at this. We're offshore, off the coast of Edisto. We are off the coast of Beaufort and Hilton Head Island. So all of this now is pushing offshore.
So we're hearing that update. It looks like a lot of the bad storms are going towards the coastline. With that in mind, let's transition over to WMBF, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, where you can see they are getting dumped on. Let's tune in.
Feature I think we're thinking the same thing on that.
Yeah, I don't know where we're getting this, but we're getting a debris signature coming through Aner right along 501. Not as strong rotation as what we've seen, but there's just enough there that catches the eye. There's no warning on that.
So two things I'm thinking here. There's no warning on that. Maybe this is debris from the storm as it was producing down around Orangeburg. We had this about 2 years ago where we had storms near Orangeburg, but we're actually dropping some leaves and checks and pieces of paper across Horry County. That may be the case here, but definitely that stands out like a sore thumb there. We're on the debris detection mode here. This is right by Aner and UCLA, and what you're seeing, that little area of yellow is something other than raindrops in the atmosphere. And the fact that it's kind of small and is generally, we may very well have had a tornado touchdown based on that, the way that looks. If we kind of go back here, what Andrew's doing is running this back in time. So let's go back a few more frames. That's 7:55, 7:52. So there was nothing, and then we advance another couple of minutes. And as that storm crossed the river, notice how that area sort of expanded. This was about the time that we were showing the rotation strengthening on that storm. So what we may be looking at here, the radar beam from up in Charlotte is looking kind of high in the atmosphere, but what we may be looking at around Dog Bluff is the possibility that we had a brief tornado touchdown, and that debris is now lifting its way to the northeast. Sometimes if you've seen tornado videos out ahead of a tornado, you'll actually have pieces of debris that are kind of falling out of a storm. That may be the case here. Amazing catch there, Andrew, on that. With what could be signs that we did have a tornado touchdown. Our news crews may want to check out what's going on around the Dog Bluff area over towards Britton's Neck, just in case that is indeed what we're looking at. The good news for now, though, at least for Horry County, that storm has rapidly weakened. It's just some heavy rain and occasional lightning now crossing over through Loris, crossing over Highway 9. No rotation showing up in here, which is certainly some good news. We do have another storm that is fired up just on the south side of Conway. A lot of brand new lightning strikes coming through Forest Brook. That's about to come over coastal. That's about to come into Carolina Forest. Maybe some broad rotation showing up in that one, but we do not have an official warning on that. But again, and thankfully no real debris signature showing up there, but I want us to keep a really close eye on that one just in case. If you are just now joining us, I want us to go back up to that storm in Horry County, Andrew, and just kind of reset the stage here for what we may have seen over the past 30 minutes, and that's the possibility that we had a brief tornado touchdown along the Marion and Horry County line. So what we're looking at now is debris detection, and that's the radar looking up into this storm and trying to find something other than a raindrop or a piece of hail. If it does, we start getting a signature that looks like this. And if you step this back, this is 8:02. We'll step it back a couple more minutes, and you will see that we went from nothing to a little dot of potential debris that then sort of got bigger as it sort of is picked up by the storm. So if you got some friends, you got some family, you yourself, if you're in Dog Bluff, if you're in and around Aner, if you see sort of some weird leaves coming out of the sky or pieces of paper or pieces of insulation, please shoot me a tweet. Let us know, let Andrew know, because that is definitely one of the stronger debris signals that we've seen around here.
And police telling us nothing on their end for reports. I would not be surprised with how strong that storm was if we had this move through, touchdown as it was passing south of Britton's Neck, and then radar picked it up just a little bit later, just looking at velocity and what we see with the debris detection here, Jamie.
Yeah, and it's also really rural out here. This is where all the logging operations are. A lot of swampland out there. Hopefully, if we did have a touchdown, it was out there in the middle of the swamps, not bothering anyone. But definitely one of the more impressive debris signatures that we have seen here in quite some time. But again, the good news is, at least for the moment, no tornado warning here across Horry County, although a brand new severe thunderstorm warning now included for Aner. So Aner, you got out of the tornado warning, you went into the severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Marion, includes Florence, Francis Marion University. This big warning for most of the PD is because of a line of thunderstorms that's now racing its way to the east. That line's coming into Florence right now, down through Lake City and down into Kingstree. Let's go ahead and get that Kingstree shot back up here, where we do have meteorologist Matt Bullock. If we could maybe, Andrew, give a little text to Matt and see if he noticed anything down there as that storm was going through, just to double check. That storm has now cleared Kingstree, but still a tremendous amount of lightning and likely winds gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour crossing over Highway 262. And because this storm is moving at 60 miles per hour, that tornado warning goes all the way over to Johnsonville and stops just shy of Pleasant Hill. So Highway 512, Highway 261 in Williamsburg County, that's where we are most concerned right now. And that is definitely a very intense thunderstorm. Just got an update. No damage reports from Horry County Police, which is certainly some good news. While we're here, Andrew, let's check on rotation here on this one just in case. I can see you and Robert over there kind of raising an eyebrow at that one. Doesn't look to be overly impressive, but maybe some 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts out of that one, especially considering some of those lightning strikes. Andrew?
Yeah, and I think the big story, that we were looking at is we have lightning coming in here. This storm has actually intensified even more as it is now working just north of Carolina Forest, right on top of coastal Carolina. Matt is looking around. He's seeing if he could find anyone that knows anything about Kingstree. I will say with that storm, we are starting to see the lightning die down just a little bit more as this now works its way to the east towards Stuckey and Johnsonville. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Rotation, kind of hard to tell. We're in the middle of two radar sites. But overall, we are looking at a weakening trend, at least with the rotation. That tornado warning still continues here, though, for the next several minutes, Jamie, as this line of storms advances to the east. But so far, no signs of rotation in Horry County. I do want to keep an eye on this Conway storm, though. You see there just to the south, Jamie, of Conway, it looks like it continues to want to try to do something, but not seeing that quite just yet. It's definitely got an interesting look to it, and it's not going to take much in the atmosphere that we have here this afternoon and evening.
Andrew, we mention this all the time. Sometimes storms will just get that look. And that storm there crossing over 501 between Conway and Carolina Forest just has that look. As a storm that may be trying to get stronger and may be trying to rotate. We've got an eye on it here with our Skycam. Let's try to keep that double box up with Skycam. Robert, if you could swing our tower cam and look back towards the Conway area, we should be able to see a pretty decent lightning view, lightning show out of that storm. But again, here's 501. This is where you're passing coastal and Horry Georgetown Tech coming into downtown Conway with heavy rain, kind of where you're seeing that little hook, sort of a curl there on the back of that storm, along with that increasing lightning. Certainly something that we're going to keep a close eye on. But again, for now, not showing any significant rotation, but definitely a noteworthy storm right now that is working its way through the central sections of Horry County. We've been talking about debris detection a lot. Let's check out, just for the sake of it, the debris detection for that Williamsburg County storm. I doubt we're going to see much because of how far that storm is from the radar. And not really seeing anything picking up there. We'll be anxious to see if we had anything in and around the Kingstree area because that was a very intense area of rotation. But at least for now, not seeing anything that stands out as overly impressive. Let's switch over and check out the rotation on that one as it's getting ready to start working its way a little bit closer to Johnsonville. Looks like that rotation isn't as impressive as it was coming through Kingstree, likely transitioning now to more of a strong and damaging wind threat. We could see those winds gusting 50 to maybe 60 miles per hour, not too far from now, coming into the Stuckey area, Andrews High-Ligony area there just to the south of Highway 512 in and around Cades. Where we could also be seeing some of those very strong and gusty winds. Again, this is the northern section of Williamsburg County. So we're watching that storm. The Skycam view you see there, that is the storm that is working its way through Carolina Forest, producing a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, maybe some winds gusting upwards of 40 miles per hour. No warning on that storm as of yet, which is certainly some good news, but nonetheless, one that we will continue to keep an eye on. We've got Andrew and Robert over in the First Alert Weather Center giving us the very latest, and there's a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for that storm that we've been talking about. We gave you the first alert. We told you the storm had that look to it, and there it is. Now, a severe thunderstorm warning for this storm now in between Conway and Carolina Forest. The thick of it right now on top of coastal Carolina. Maybe worth checking out some of the 501 cams there along parts of 501 and 544 as that storm is lifting its way off to the northeast. I want to pop back in with Andrew. Do they have a tornado possible tag on that warning?
Looking at the text here, and let me see if I can pull it up. We're looking at it. This is moving to the northeast. The latest tag says...
They do.
They do.
Okay, yep, they do. Yeah, so what the National Weather Service will do sometimes, if they're watching a significant area of rotation on a storm, they'll issue a severe thunderstorm warning, but kind of at the bottom of it, they'll say, but tornado possible. We call that a tornado possible tag, and that's what they have done here with this storm in Horry County. What that means is we do have a severe thunderstorm warning, but we're watching a severe thunderstorm that has enough ingredients and enough rotation that a tornado could possibly try to develop. So that brand new severe thunderstorm warning for central Horry County goes until 8:45. It includes Conway, it includes Longs, it includes Loris and areas along Highway 9, the Han community, the Shell community, all the way up to the state border and beyond is included in that severe thunderstorm warning. Primary threat coming from winds that may gust as high as 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's the storm that we're watching on our Skycam view right now, producing quite a bit of lightning that is coming right on top of coastal and Carolina Forest, working its way now north and east of Conway, starting to see some of the heavier rain. This is just inland from the beaches. Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, right along the beachfront. You're not included in this severe thunderstorm warning as this storm is tracking to the northeast, just inland from the beaches. But we are watching those areas, especially now Conway and points north and east. Do want to give you an update again on the tornado warning that we have in Williamsburg County. And it looks like I'm going to kind of step back here and get a big view. Looks like we have brand new severe thunderstorm warnings also coming in now for virtually all of Georgetown County and now for the eastern half of Williamsburg County. It even creeping into southern sections of Horry County. That severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:45 this evening. Georgetown, Murrells Inlet, Plantersville, Pleasant Hill. This severe thunderstorm warning being issued in advance of that very strong line of thunderstorms. A line of thunderstorms has a slightly lower chance of producing a tornado, so that's some slightly better news. Still, though, some 50 to 60 mile per hour winds will be possible. So as we kind of set the stage here, we've got a lot of counties under warnings right now. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning here in central Horry County. That includes Conway, that includes Loris, that includes Longs and areas along Highway 9. We've got virtually all of the PD now, especially east of Interstate 95, under a severe thunderstorm warning. And we still have a tornado warning for Williamsburg County into extreme southern sections of Florence County. although that storm starting to show some signs of weakening as it moves to the east-northeast at 60 miles per hour. Johnsonville down to Pleasant Hill, along Highway 41 and along Highway 261. That's the area where we're most concerned with the strong winds. There, all of Georgetown County now also dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning. So is Aner, so is Marion, Florence, Hartsville, Darlington, Bennettsville, Laurinburg. You're done. Your severe weather threat is now over with. You can follow this line. If you are east of this line, you still have a threat of severe weather. If you are west of that line, your threat of severe weather is over with. Andrew.
67 mile per hour winds in Charleston. And Robert just said that came in the chat. That's associated with the final line you were just speaking of.
All right, yeah, in case you missed that, Robert, seeing a report there out of the Charleston area as this line, the tail end of this line of storms moved through, produced a 67 mile per hour wind gust down there in Charleston. So that gives you an idea of the intensity of these storms that we are dealing with. And just looking at some of our local sky cams, definitely looks like the winds getting quite gusty around our area. Meteorologist Matt Bullock reporting those gusty winds there across Williamsburg County, but so far no reports of damage. Here's the severe thunderstorm that we have in Horry County, Conway into coastal Carolina. It's just about over for you. But as you head northeast on 905 and Highway 90 in Horry County, your weather going downhill in a hurry. This is out here by Kingston Elementary. Here is Highway 22 where it kind of makes that bend. So you got the 90 intersection, the 905 intersection, and then 22 makes that bend as you head over towards Aner. Very intense rainfall and lightning in this area. Would not be surprised to see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour within that storm. And let's just on the safe side, check out the rotation because this storm still just kind of has that look to it. That look that we refer to as sort of a kidney bean shape. It's sort of a backwards comma or a shrimp, as some people call it. Whenever a storm starts taking on that type of a shape, that type of a signature, that means you're dealing with a really intense thunderstorm. And we may have some broad areas of rotation here, now pushing just off to the east of 501, Coastal Carolina University, and just off to the north of Carolina Forest. Again, I want to reiterate, this area is not under a tornado warning, but we are under a severe thunderstorm warning here. But in its message, the National Weather Service included what we call a tornado possible tag. That means the National Weather Service recognizes this storm also has a little bit of rotation, and we could see a quick upgrade into the warning status of this storm. But for now, it is just a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're watching me right now along Highway 905, along Highway 22, and just to the north of Highway 20, including around the Hammond area, including over towards Kingston Elementary, Daisy Elementary, and eventually all the way over towards Longs, Freeds Bay, and even as far north as Loris. Stay with us. Watch this storm just in case we see that upgrade to a possible tornado warning with this one. So far, just a severe thunderstorm warning, but if you've been following us all day long, we've had numerous significant tornadoes touching down across all parts of South Carolina for the day today. So these storms are definitely packing a punch. Taking the radar off and showing you just the warnings that we have in place. Most of central Horry County, again, the severe thunderstorm warning. Marion County, Dillon County, most of Florence County, severe thunderstorm warning. Extreme southern Horry County through all of Georgetown County under a severe thunderstorm warning. And we still have a little bit of that tornado warning left east of Kingstree. Kingstree, your severe weather threat is now over with. So thankfully things are looking better there in Williamsburg County after what was a very intense area of rotation. Still likely some rotation with that storm. This is looking a little more impressive. Here is Stuckey. Here's Highway 261 just off to the southwest of there. We may be seeing the rotation on that one starting to intensify at least a little bit more as that moves off to the east-northeast at 40 to 50 miles per hour. That does include, again, Johnsonville and extreme southern Florence County, but it looks like any rotation probably going to be staying out of Florence County. If anything, if it holds together, we may see southern Marion County. We may see extreme western Horry County again facing the threat out of that storm as it races its way off to the northeast. We may again be dealing with another big storm in and around Conway. Excuse me. just before 9 o'clock this evening. Same thing for Soxty, Carolina Forest, and potentially into the Myrtle Beach area as we head towards 9 o'clock this evening. Let's go back into that Horry County storm just in case. I just want to keep a really close eye on that one because, again, it continues to have that look to it with frequent lightning now along Highway 905, along Highway 90. If you're watching in Conway, if you're watching in Carolina Forest, the threat, at least from this storm, has passed you, although we've got a couple more storms upstream that we're going to have to worry about. Still not seeing any significant signs of rotation, but it does look like the National Weather Service decided to keep that warning going. Andrew, any latest updates there from the Weather Service on that new warning?
No latest update, but I will say the lightning continues to hold stout there. Just did a sample of the lightning. It is still at a pretty decent rate as this races off to the northeast. Want to really just highlight South Carolina 22 is up next. From that area of storms, you can see there the loop over the past hour, how this is racing to the east. And Jamie, what might happen here is we'll have to watch that line, the second line coming in, to see how it wants to interact with now Horry County, who's actually been under a little bit more of the energy now starting to drop. So far, not stopping it anytime soon.
Yeah, we've still got another good, solid, I'd say, hour to hour and a half here of stormy weather to go across our area, especially Horry County and the beaches, before we start to see things beginning to calm down. But so far, so good. We have had a couple of minor wind damage reports up around the Darlington area from earlier. If you haven't been keeping up with this weather situation through the day today, it's been a bad day across many parts of South Carolina, specifically Allendale. Devastated by a very large tornado earlier this afternoon, one of many tornadoes that have touched down today. That's why we're giving extra attention and extra detail to these storms, because it's just been one of those days where these storms really want to do it. And this storm here in Horry County just still kind of has that look to it that I want us to continue to watch it. So far, so good, though. Not seeing any significant signs of rotation, although I can certainly see where there may be some weaker areas of rotation now crossing over Highway 90, crossing over Highway 22. So Longs, heads up for you. If you're in the Longs area, just keep an eye on this storm. At a minimum, you're going to get some heavy rain. It's going to be noisy, probably going to get some gusty winds, maybe upwards of 50 miles per hour. That tornado threat, it's there, but it's extremely low at this point. Again, we don't officially have a tornado warning on this storm, but with the amount of lightning that it's producing and picking up in the amount of lightning, that shows us this storm is still intensifying. And a lot of time, a storm that is intensifying will rotate a bit quicker and a bit more easily than a storm that is weakening. So if you're watching again, basically the northern half of Horry County, Loris, Longs, and northeast of Conway, you are included in that severe thunderstorm warning, and I want you to continue to keep a very close eye on that storm just in case it does decide to spin things up very quickly. We're still following up on what may have been a brief tornado touchdown near the Dog Bluff area. If you were with us about 30 minutes ago, we were talking about an area of rotation, an area of debris that showed up in and around the Aner area and Dog Bluff. That's what you see right here. This was back at 8:01, right on top of Dog Bluff. What we may have seen is a brief tornado touchdown, likely here along the river, hopefully out over the swamps. But we may have seen a tornado briefly touch down, pick up some leaves and break some limbs and pick some things up, and then just kind of transport it here across Horry County. Hopefully that's what we saw, and what we're not seeing is any more significant debris. I think if it were more significant, we would be getting reports by now, but so far we're not. No reports of damage here in Horry County, which is certainly some very good news, but that is definitely a very interesting debris signature that showed up on radar earlier. But again, Aner, your tornado threat is over with from that storm. That warning was allowed to expire, although you're not completely done yet here in northern Horry County, as well as Marion County. We have this entire line that's beginning to push its way into the area, and with it, the potential for 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gust. The tail end of this line of storms produced a 67 mile per hour wind gust down around Charleston not too long ago. So as we time this one out, coming into Marion here just in the next couple of minutes, Mullins by 8:36, coming back into Aner for more nasty weather around 8:41, Green Sea a little before 9, and then 9 to 9:10 as we head into Loris as well as Whiteville. And then after that, will be done. Our risk of severe weather will be over with as that line pushes through. Until then, though, and ahead of that line, it is a nasty go of it. We've got a lot of ingredients out there in the atmosphere for the day today. Unfortunately, for a lot of parts of the state, those ingredients have come together to produce significant severe weather. Haven't seen any significant damage reports here. Nonetheless, that tornado warning continues primarily south of the Johnsonville area, north of Pleasant Hill, where there may still be some rotation and still likely some gusty winds with that as well. In the Stuckey area, as that is moving off to the east-northeast at times as high as 50 to 60 miles per hour. Let's go back into that Horry County storm one more time. I just don't want us to turn our backs on this one just because of the amount of lightning that is associated with it, the kind of day that it's been. I want us to continue to keep a close eye on it, and still maybe some very broad rotation in that one, but nothing that's overly dramatic at this point that makes me say, okay, we have a tornado warning coming soon. So that's really good, but still a pretty impressive thunderstorm with the potential from Nixonville to Hand all the way up to Longs along 905, including the Hammond area, 50, maybe 60 mile per hour wind gust. Let's turn it over to Andrew Dockery here for just a minute. He's been checking in with folks at the National Weather Service. Andrew, quick update. Do we have any information here on that tornado warning for Williamsburg County?
So that tornado warning is going to expire in 1 minute. It does not seem like there's an issue coming from a further extension, but we are looking at 1 minute. That's allowed to expire here at 8:30. The rotation is weakened. The lightning strikes have dropped with that storm. Right now, the strongest storm is the one we've been focusing on, actually in Horry County. That's the one that's moving up across portions of the North Strand, moving across the Grand Dunes area. And as we go through, you can now see the latest warning coming in here, Jamie. They're allowed that tornado warning to expire, but now issuing a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to include southern Dillon. That will include Marion County. It will include Aner. It will include coastal Carolina, Conway, and eventually down to Myrtle Beach. This is going to be the last oomph of this line as this is racing off usually to the east at 60 miles per hour. And the main threat with this is going to be some damaging winds here that come through. So here's the new warning for you. Severe thunderstorm warning now until 9 o'clock. So that puts us for the next 30 minutes for Florence, Horry, Marion counties, and Williamsburg counties. The cities, once again, Socastee, Forest Brook, Red Hill, Myrtle Beach, and Conway, as that tracks its way to the northeast. And you can see, Jamie, we're now starting to see the end of that line work out of downtown Florence, and now starting to see the end of it, finally, for some of the people in the PD this evening.
Yeah, again, west of I-95, your threat is over with. We are going to get you back to regular programming now that we don't have the tornado warnings in place. But again, just to reiterate, all of Horry County now virtually under a severe thunderstorm warning. Primary threat from those winds, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That does include the city of Myrtle Beach, also includes Conway. We're going to keep an eye on this storm, but so far so good. It's behaving itself. Right now, we're going to get you back to regular programming. We're going to check up on any potential damage reports across the area. And of course, we'll let you know if any additional tornado warnings are issued.
All right, let's transition from WMBF. It does look like the tornado warnings have expired in their community. Let's go out to WCSC, Charleston, South Carolina, as they're still being threatened by severe storms and in coverage.
West Ashley, that's just a couple of the tree down reports that we're getting here, as well as the power reports that Chris just talked about from our friends over there at Dominion Energy and some of the other energy providers. The only left warning now that we have in our area right now is just at the edge of northern Charleston County and back up into Georgetown County. And Georgetown still seeing some moderate to heavy rain, but that other alert, as Chris mentioned, that tornado warning has been discontinued here. But as we look up here toward Georgetown and then up on into Myrtle Beach, that continues until 8:45, northern Charleston County until about 9 o'clock. But that's because of that last little area of rain that continues now pushing just to the north and east. I probably would think that one in northern Charleston County will expire once this stuff pushes off to the north and east. But if you're up in northern Charleston County, McClellanville, back on up toward the lower Santee Santee, right along the Santee River, back up into Georgetown, Maryville, on up in toward Pawleys Island, Litchfield. By the sea, we're seeing quite a bit of heavy rainfall for you folks, and some moderate to heavy rain, as a matter of fact, back over toward Pawleys Island as we zoom on in to Georgetown, beautiful Georgetown County, as we watch that push of heavy. This is intense rainfall right there. So again, just be on the lookout for that. It's kind of pinwheeling now into the metro area of Georgetown on Front Street, Prince Street, back up there toward Maryville, and again, all the way up toward, as we make our way back up here, a little bit closer in toward, say, Murrells Inlet, Pawleys Island, Plantersville, seeing moderate to heavy rainfall, and that will transfer through here over the next little while as we see that continuing to push to the north and east. And once again, as we look at the warning posture as we speak right now, just mostly Georgetown, northern Charleston County, and those are severe thunderstorm warnings. And as we take a look at the lightning, this kind of shows what's happening, where the lightning is. And again, as we look at our red sweep 3D mode, you can just see there's not much left of that. That storm is now pushed off to the east and has pretty much collapsed. And again, back west of us along I-95, everything has quieted down. Same thing down toward Edisto Beach, Hollywood, Beaufort. And again, as we look at the future tracker, where we are right now and where we're going, this stuff is clearly pushing to the north and east. In fact, by, say, 9, 10, 11 o'clock, all that stuff will continue to pull away to the north and east. So that is good news as we take a look at the current warning situation out there. Once again, I'll back up here and kind of put on the actual warning alerts to see what's left. Again, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning mostly for Georgetown County. And as we zoom on out here just a little bit for the entire viewing area and northern Charleston County. But everywhere else, there are no more warnings. Everything else has been, pretty much all the warnings have been discontinued. And as we take a peek at where the rain is, again, mostly now is pushed off the coast. That's good news. And again, as you look at the warning situation, most of that will continue just until this last of this rain, which is right here, pushes just off to the north and east that we were just talking about, as that continues off there into, say, just south of Myrtle Beach to Georgetown up into northern Charleston County. Now, that we have most of the warnings all the warnings have expired except for a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings up into Georgetown. As we check the velocity once again up into Georgetown, we will just double check to make sure everything's okay as far as anything rotating. And what do we have up there, Chris? Let's see if we get a little bit closer in. Do we have any kind of rotation going on up into the within this one area? Yeah, there might be a little bit of rotation right here, right along the edge of that warning area. Again, as we take a look, that's just south of Georgetown. Probably some pretty strong gusty winds within this as well as it pushes there. So they may or may not warn on that from the Wilmington National Weather Service office, but still some pretty gusty winds all the way up toward Pawleys Island and then back just down toward McClellanville. A lot of these areas of white could be up to 60, 70 mile an hour winds. So, you know, we'll continue to kind of track that. But other than that, Chris, right now, I think we're seeing most of the stuff move offshore.
Yeah, that's the good news. At least the most damaging wind is now pushing offshore. We're looking at a little bit of rotation in the Georgetown area. You can see this is the Wilmington radar getting a better shot of this. You can see the red and the green near Georgetown. Thankfully, it looks like the strongest of the rotation is moving out of the area shortly, but we are watching that potential rotation just entering the Wilmington radar there. You can see that spinning around. But the bottom line is that the strongest of the activity is now moving offshore. That's the good news because, remember, we had some significant wind, several power outages reported. We were tracking live as it was happening, and we showed you, we gave you that first alert of winds up to 70 miles per hour on Johns Island, James Island, into downtown Charleston and Mount Pleasant. That's where most of the power outages were, and we are watching now that line moving offshore. So we're still looking at Georgetown into the Awendaw area. You can see the line kind of bending like an S here, so that's indicating some of that at least kinking in the line, meaning that the wind is really becoming strong near the McClellanville area, Georgetown. But thankfully, those severe thunderstorm warnings are the only thing left. We do not have any tornado warnings. That's not to say that a severe thunderstorm can't produce significant damage, but it looks like the strongest thing thankfully, of the winds are now moving offshore to the east. But right over Georgetown, you are in that severe thunderstorm warning, and that's in effect until technically 8:45. So within the next, we'll say 8 minutes or so. And then into the Berkeley, Charleston area here, you can see this severe thunderstorm warning until 9 o'clock, although that will likely, hopefully, be dropped soon as the strongest of the winds are moving out of the area. So we've certainly seen some damage, Bill, and we haven't given you the first alert to that.
All right, Chris, coming up new at 11 o'clock, we'll have a complete rundown of what power outages are going on and what power outages have been resolved. We'll have an update on any damage in the area. We'll have an update on the weather into tomorrow. Will we see more of this activity? And, of course, all of the news of the day. Once again, for our great directors, our TMPs, our producer staff, and everybody here at Live 5 News, we always appreciate you watching us on air, online, and on the app, and on the streaming services, as well as Local News Live, for watching and just kind of staying with us as we watch dangerous weather roll through the area, life-threatening weather, but thankfully it's now pushed off to the east. So for now, we're going to throw it back to regular programming. Have a safe night. We'll see you new tonight at 11 o'clock. For Chris Holtzman.
Great work there from the WCSC team. Doing a good job there, WCSC, with that breaking weather coverage. It does look like all of our warnings have subsided. I've kind of tried to keep an eye on the different updates. I don't see anybody else right now in a tornado warning. I'm looking at our map, our interactive center. In fact, you know what? Before I go to this, I'll show it to you. It looks like we don't have any red boxes or blue boxes, meaning there's no tornado warnings or severe threats at this point. So I'll replay this for a few minutes just to make sure we don't miss anybody. This is from WSFA earlier today, maybe 2 hours ago. Montgomery giving an update on storm damage in that part of Alabama. They were hit hard this afternoon before those storms swept up the East Coast into South Carolina. So let's recap that coverage from Montgomery, Alabama earlier today. We'll stick with this Facebook Live a few more minutes. Double check to make sure we don't have anybody else going live with storms, and just listen into this recap from the police department in Montgomery, Alabama.
Around the county. First of all, I want to state what an amazing job has been done by all the first responders in this incident. Okay, that includes dispatchers, fire departments, police departments, the sheriff's office, ALEA, city and county public works, ALDOT, Alabama Power Company, Central Alabama Electric Cooperative, the Elmore County Amateur Radio Emergency Services Group, Haynes Ambulance, and many, many others that have helped in the emergency response that I'm sure I'm leaving out. Currently, Jasmine Hill Road is closed from Harrogate Springs Road to Jasmine Hill Trail. The Alabama Power Company is working to clear the road of several power lines and trees that are entangled. Harrogate Springs Road has recently opened to a certain degree. There are still a lot of heavy.
Sounds like they're going over road closures. They did mention power lines being down, but because they're going over road closures, as opposed to maybe if there's houses damaged, anybody injured, we'll go ahead and step away from that coverage, and we'll step away from this Facebook Live. We appreciate you tuning in throughout the day. We're Local News Live, the 7-day-a-week network for Gray TV, aired on stations across the country. Just to recap, we saw the most storm damage earlier in the day in Alabama, that part of the country. Then it moved up the East Coast. The two communities hit the hardest were Orangeburg and Allendale counties in South Carolina. We had a couple stations covering them. And I'll leave you with this look at our interactive center. As you can see, some of the serious stuff has subsided, thankfully, and we don't appear to be in any warnings at this time, at least tornado warnings. There are some thunderstorm warnings, but nothing tornado-wise. If they come back, we'll pop back on and go back on Facebook. For now, we'll take a 3-minute break and come back with more on Local News Live.
Streaming 24/7, you're watching Local News Live.